Hello the LeemThatStreams.
Hello. How is everybody doing today? It is Nathan here with the LeemThatStreams, and we're back today playing some more Winds of Change. It should be a lot of fun. I don't know if this is going to be the final episode, but it very well might be, so be prepared for that. Also, a couple of things I want to make sure I put in Discord, but I want to let you guys know there's some new channel point options. Thanos, what's going on? There he is, the boy in blue. It's Vynn. Vynn joins us as a new bot. Now, that doesn't mean Theo is going away. He's not. He's still there. He's very much still there. You can see the new bot here, Vynn. He's going to come in and say hello every once in a while. And then also, we have Theo, who is still very much there. Yes. Ouch. Thanos, why? But they both are operational, right?
Joe 57,957.
Yes, it is. How are you guys? And the Burb is here to stay. There's some new channel point options too that you can use with him. So if you want to do that, he is available. And also he will randomly respond the way Theo does too. He has a very different personality, so don't expect the crudeness that Theo gives. Vynn is a much more nerdy. He's very nice and kind.
Sad panda sad.
Hello. Did that not work? Oh, come on. All right, Jojo, I'm going to refund you that. That was supposed to... It worked yesterday.
One eye open, Vynn.
Yes, sleep with one eye open. Exactly. Okay, we'll do that one. I'm going to reject that one. That should go back to you. Not sure why that didn't work. Let me try that myself and see what happens. Because he's supposed to do it. And he did do it yesterday. Oh, it's on timeout, so we'll see. But I'll check it out, see what's going on with that. It worked yesterday when I was testing it, so it may have just been both of those things were too close to another. And maybe that's what happened. Let me see if there's anything in the queues. Do. Just double checking. Well, it should have worked, but I don't know. Why did you not? That's a good question. Let's see. So, if I go look at... Where did I put this? Okay, so that should be part of his... This thing. Yeah, it's in there. And did it do the right thing? Yeah, it did. So it should have worked. I don't know what stopped it, but we'll get it back working. Oh, it's because of it's under a new name now. Oh, hold on. I know what's going on. Hold on. I know exactly what's happening. No, I don't. That should have worked. Oh, well, it's an attack of the Borking. Exactly. Okay. Jojo, I gave you that one back. If it doesn't work again, let me know. But I can always give it back to you again. So if you want to try it again at some point, let me know, but it should be okay. Anyway, like I said, Vynn's here to stay. We might be playing a little Phasmophobia again tomorrow night, so keep an eye out for that. It's not scheduled, but it could be done, so we'll see. We'll be playing with C. James Fox like we did last week, so it should be a lot of fun. But let's see if we get to this game, because I want to try and get through this and get through as much of this as possible, because we might be at the end of this game, and it could be really interesting to see if that's the case or not. So might want to get into it. Let's do this and see how it goes down. We're going to continue our game. Anyway, how's everybody doing today? I hope you're having a good day. Ooh, unscheduled streams are tight. They can be, for sure. Where was I on this? I think this is where we were. All right. I've got purity and corruption. I've got morale. I've got books. I've got everything. I'm doing great. How do I do this? Let's go. Load. Okay. So what I gotta do is I gotta find everyone else's little loyalty things, right? And so I'm gonna go see if I can do that. Maybe. I don't know if I'm done here. So I gotta find our boy here. We had to find his heart to hearts. And if we can find his heart-to-hearts, we should be in good shape. So I'm going to go check out different areas and see if they show up. This one, I know we did this. Oh, it does say we did it. But hold on. Actually, let me go back to that room. Because I think the issue was it was saying these weren't done. And I'm like 99% certain they were. But I'll check it out. What do you think about all of this? Are you ready to leave Valenorth? I don't know. I feel like we did all these.
That Milas told us. I'm freaking out. I can hardly believe.
I'm going to skip through this because I'm like 99% certain that we did all this.
They said they took it over. It only. They said they took it over. All I can think about. There's also.
Because I don't know why it says we didn't do these.
One thing I know is that I think I need to concern myself with the Alestias.
You know what I mean? Yeah, we'll unite and take them down. I'm no fighter.
We can fight back.
Isn't there a room in HQ we can check? There might be, actually. You might be right. So let me go check that out. Actually, that's a good point. So let's go do that. I can't get out of this. All right, hold on. Back. Exit. We're going to exit this. I mean, I don't know. It does. Okay, let's go back to HQ and see what, if it says we missed it. I feel like we didn't, though. I got to go to Museo. We're going to go to the Rebel HQ. And then I'll have to figure out which room it is. I want to say it is actually here. No, I'm wrong about that. Is it personal quarters? No. I know it's somewhere. Is it main entrance? It could be. Okay, so is it up here? Well, there is something missing here. And missing here. But how do you know which one's which? Onlooker D1 on... Whoops. Okay. How do you know which one's which? That's a good question. See, the thing is, there is something missing here, though. Interesting. All right. We'll get back to those because I feel like if I can get back to those, we'll be in good shape. So I'm going to look around here just to make sure there's nothing around here that I need to find or do and say. I don't think there would be. War table is going to be where these things are. And then I haven't done any of these, but I can do everybody else's loyalty missions. So that's good. So we don't want to care about that as much. Is there anything in the tunnels I should know about? Nothing down here. I mean, it says we didn't do them. I think I've got to go ahead and back and do that if we're going to make sure all of this is done, correct? Like, there's no way we can get away with it. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yes. Okay, nothing here. Definitely nothing here. The problem is, these missions could be anywhere, and I guess I'm not 100% certain where they would be. Now, I have a few theories. And maybe I need to be more apt to doing that. So let's go back to the world map. I'm going to go back to Valenorth, and I'm just going to speed run those two things. So don't let that bother you, because I don't know why it says we didn't do these. I mean, I guess maybe it is entirely possible I just flat out missed them. I mean, I guess it is entirely possible. Doesn't seem likely, though.
Hey, there's something I never thought I'd... But to answer... No. I'll decide. My dad will be the turn... So, I'm starting to see why it might be a threat. But we can use it as a weapon.
Okay. Back. I've already done all those, so I think that's that one.
Hey.
All right, what do you think about all of this?
As far as I know, and not only that, anyway.
Blah, blah, blah. What do you know about the triumvirate?
I thought
Nothing.
they
He
were
doesn't know
gods.
anything about it.
All
He's
four
a smart
nations
guy, but he's not
under their
that.
thumb.
I wish we could resolve
they
this
just- yeah,
peacefully.
you
Blah,
don't
blah, blah,
beg
blah,
for-
blah, blah.
Yeah, but I hope
I
there's something we
remember
can-
these conversations. I really do.
The pity party seems
I don't know why we are talking
I'm
about
ready whenever
pity
you are.
parties.
Let's grab that blade and head to Museo.
Hell yeah.
Whatever.
You can grab my blade anytime, Fortame. I'm gonna let him do
I'd
it.
be leaving Valinor. In fact, I came to terms with that a long time. Everything.
Right.
This is where it gets confusing for me. They could easily do.
Okay, I know.
Well, but I guess we may. Maybe I'm willing to. You mentioned that I'm sure they want their blade.
They want their
That's
blade
what
back.
that fight or die. Please. That's what worries me about all that fight or die. Good.
Okay, is that? Nope, we still got one more
How
route.
are we just? We don't have to look.
All right, we can leave when you're ready.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're good there. So it says I didn't do these either. I feel like we did.
Come on, Grizz, this must be possible. Even their honor guard barely monitors the place. If we don't...
I feel like I remember these conversations, so I'm gonna pass all these.
Of course.
I'm just trying to get through them as quick as I can because we've already done these. I think there was a glitch in the Matrix somewhere.
Of course. But I...
Okay.
Master?
No,
Our
I don't
typical.
trust.
All right.
I'm afraid
Shane?
it seems
Yes, of course.
Okay. Okay. That's all done now. So whatever happened has been corrected. Okay. We're good. Sorry about that. Now let's move on. So what I think I'm going to do is why are those there? Wait. Why are these not done? What are these? What are these?
we can see
Odd choice.
shit.
Right.
I don't.
Working alone, huh?
No, we
don't
definitely
get
did this one. I remember
Yeah,
this one.
Why would I?
I
Fine.
absolutely remember this one.
Besides, Valinor.
Okay. Wow, I don't know why these are not listed.
Hey,
Being empty,
maybe
it'll be...
I have,
And...
you know,
Nice.
We're going to skip through this really quick
A theory...
because I feel like we're
As
just
long as I
not
have
getting
the
credit
deed,
for it.
I'm satisfied.
Okay. All right, so we did that, so I need to go look for these other things. I haven't done this yet, but I got to make sure all these things are done. And then what we're going to do is see if we can find Savi's missions or his heart-to-hearts, because we need to do those. And then there was also one more for somebody else we needed to do. So here is my guess. Now, if I go to Valinor, but then I go to surrounding region. Now, here's where I think some of these could be. I'm going to go here. I was right. One of them is here. See what I'm saying? He's right there. Okay, so one is found. Let's do it. Let's get through this. What? Okay, so this is Howl's last one. I look off in the distance, already shivering at the extreme cold. I wanted to visit home one more time before the end, and not including Eastcrown. And that included Eastcrown. We never got to find out what was there. I started to wonder if I ever will. Not that it's even important. It has nothing to do with our goal or our cause. It's just a mystery, one of many left unsolved. Howl approached me from behind and looks into Eastcrown. He seems perplexed, like not even he really knows what's over there. It really makes sense. I doubt the old monarchy had the ability to survive the cold.
We know this place.
He holds out a hand, feeling the harsh winds.
The fatal cold. Death within an hour. No chance of survival. Not like Alarinthia's deserts. We let criminals handle their own end. A mercy. Because of this,
I guess
it
he
became
does
a very
know. He
mysterious
barely
place.
does know. You're right.
We started to wonder what was out there, if anything. However, until now, we had no way of finding out.
Until now.
This cold, we feel nothing. It wouldn't harm us to venture forward. Perhaps now is the time to solve this mystery. How fitting that we would be the first. A monument to death. An execution ground. Monarch, we would like to take a brief break.
Okay, you don't have to ask me for that. I accept your proposal. How does he know for sure he can survive? He may not feel anything, but the body could still freeze.
Unlikely. We would be shielded by our spirits. They may die, one by one, but we would endure. At the end of it, we would remain largely unchanged.
All right, that seems pretty optimistic.
Besides, we were not asking for permission. Do you not share the same curiosity as us?
Okay, so I don't need every answer. I'm fine with just moving on. You're right. It's something I've always wanted to know. I think I do kind of want to know, but I'm worried what would happen to him if, what happens to him? I'll give it a shot.
We thought so, too. Something about great minds.
Hey,
Perhaps
you
there
know
will be
that's
nothing.
true.
Or perhaps not.
I do think I have a
It is
great
something
mind.
we will never know until
All
we
right.
try.
Hey, give it a go, man. I'm not going to stop you. He takes a few steps forward and looks down at the ground.
Already, we can feel our power dwindling. The spirits inside come forth to keep us warm. We will hurry and return with minimal damage.
Okay, don't do too much, though. He starts walking away, powered by his curiosity. I guess he couldn't resist solving a mystery of the world. I don't blame him. He was also uniquely qualified to do so. I believe there is something important in East Crown. I'm going to say I believe that. There must be something important inside East Crown. It was too mysterious. There had to be something there. And now, we'd finally find out. It was rather exciting. I hold those thoughts in my mind until Howell returns. He shows no sign of wear and walks as strong as ever. It's hard to get a read on his face. There's no emotion on display.
We don't understand. For a while, there was nothing. But then, we saw something interesting.
Interesting, huh? Tell me all about it, my boy. I ask him to elaborate, my curiosity taking control.
East Crown is ice. There's no water anywhere. It doesn't make any sense. We saw our ship crashed, broken, frozen among the ice.
Interesting.
A ship sailing in ice. This is backwards. But we think that perhaps this is okay. Backwards, just like our thoughts.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm guessing it was an ocean or a port or something that froze over. Now he's lost me.
The future, or perhaps the past. This new outlook changes almost everything. Do not worry, Monarch. We were harmed in no way. As we said, spirits inside kept us warm. A self-sacrifice that helped us brave the cold. A noble end. We are lesser now,
The
but only
LeemThatStreams is
slightly.
proud to
And
support
it
an
is an
ongoing
interesting
donation
feeling.
drive right here on Twitch for the Lemur Conservation Foundation. If you want to support the stream in an awesome way, and can afford it, check it out. To learn more, check out the link in chat at theleemurreserve.org.
Thank you, Vryn. And it's an interesting
What we
feeling.
saw in East Crown is of no real importance. However, it has conjured up a spark in our minds. A spark that we must discuss promptly in Mazio.
Why did the coder
There
quit
it
his
goes.
job?
See, it does
Because he
work.
didn't get a raise. Hey, hey, hey.
Very good. Okay, I need to turn that off of him, but that worked. See, it does work. I don't know why it didn't work for you, Jojo, but it should have worked. So, all right. My mistake. Okay.
There are some final matters to take care of before the end. Thanks for coming here, Monarch. If anything, it benefits us. I'm sorry if this wasn't what you expected, but that's not always a bad thing.
I nod. Imagine not getting a raise. They're the easiest data structure, right? But hey, it's a funny joke regardless. I nod as long as he found some sort of benefit in this little trip. Before our final battle, everybody needed to be committed to the cause. One error, one slip-up could cost all of us our lives. We had to be resolute. But I wonder what he could want to talk about so suddenly. The future, thinking backwards, something was definitely bothering him. I'd have to do my duty as leader to quell any worry before we launch our attack. Howell's loyalty scene is now available at the table in Mazio. Okay. So we did that one. All right. So we did that thing. So I know where that is. Now I got to find all of Savi's guys. And that's what we're going to try and do. So I was already incorrect about some of this. What is the outlook? Let's go here. Oh, no, that's not what we're looking for, though. What is this? Travel to... No. Okay. I love the music, though. That's good. I like that. That's really good. Okay, so let me go back out here. I don't know where these things are. Some of these I would have thought I would have been able to find pretty easily, but I didn't so far. And I'm not sure why. So this is Valinor. What is Solberg? Let's go here. Why is there a star here? As soon as we enter Stolberg, we're all in shock. It's such a beautiful sight, unlike anything in Valinor. From here, it's very obvious we're up in the mountains. The fact that Valinor's lush forests are prone to hide.
Whoa.
Wait, did we not go here?
Amazing.
And look at the spirit idol. That's so cool. Even if it's not lit up, it's still beautiful.
Did I miss this much at the beginning of the game? Am I that dumb? Guys, I may be that dumb. There is a possibility that I am an idiot. They both look at me as if they don't understand, but I guess that's fine. We don't really know what's happening. I must have been given this power for a purpose, but what purpose?
Hey, race you to the idol, Valessa.
To ready for adventure. He starts running like his life depends on it. Quite the head start, if you ask me.
Hey, that's not fair.
Well, not everything is fair, Valessa. She quickly follows after him, closing the distance. It was nice to see their spirits lifted like this. I might as well make most of my time here. Wait, oh, this is new then? Okay, so maybe I didn't miss this at all. This isn't something we missed. So that's cool. Is this it? Or so this is it, the idol that gave me my power. Against my will, I was chosen for a greater destiny. The last seer of Valinor, perhaps the savior of Alestia.
I can't believe we've lost our connection with the spirits. There must be some way to get it back, right?
Sure. I mean, he's right over there. What's his name? Howell is basically that guy, right? So.
Are you sure we lost it, though? It's still here. Just inside of the seer.
Oh, yeah, wait. I may have missed this because they're calling me the seer again.
I'm pretty sure it's not that simple. This idol has roots that reach all across Valinor. As far as I know, the seer doesn't have any roots.
Yeah, you can talk to him. Well, you can talk to him. Howell. Okay,
well,
interesting.
Maybe there's a way to put the energy back. You know, after we've taken down the Triumvirate.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe this is only temporary, and they'll come back. The seers won't need the power after we've won, right?
Maybe. We look at each other and smile. There had to be a way to reconnect Valinor with the spirits. This must be before all of this, so that's interesting. All right, I guess I missed a lot of shit.
No fair. How did you beat me?
Even with a head start, you're no match for me. Time to throw in the towel. Stick to climbing trees.
Well, he does.
Oh? So you want to have a climbing race?
Okay.
I'll pass, thanks.
No, you guys should do it. I actually think they should do it. I think that'd be hilarious.
Wait, why?
Well, because you're afraid.
A smart person doesn't pick a battle they know they'll lose. I'm surprised you challenged me, Fortum. You know how fast I am.
Are you calling me stupid?
Yes, but that's not a problem, Fortame. We love you regardless, okay? You might be a little bit dumb, but that's okay.
Hello,
Aurora, what's going on?
Underscore princess.
How are you? How are you?
No, I'd never do that.
No, not even a little bit.
Anyway, isn't the spirit idol beautiful?
It is very beautiful. Fortame, you're an idiot. He's our idiot. You're right. He is our little idiot. I'm good, and how are you? I'm great. I'm a little tired, I won't lie, but for the most part,
That's
I'm
putting
fine.
it
Very
lightly.
relaxed, very
It's one
happy.
of the coolest things I've ever seen. When it's lit up, it must be incredible.
It might be, but we'll
Yeah,
never
I'd pay
know.
almost any price to see that. But don't worry, Fortum. I'm sure there's something we can do. If we all work together, we can make that idol shine again.
I love how like dramatic the music is right here. Oh, it didn't do that. Interesting. Well, hold on. I thought that's what I did right there. Oopsies. Okay. Anyway, I'm kind of channel hopping right now because there's like 8 streamers I watch at the moment. Oh my goodness. Well, enjoy the hopping. That's always a hard thing when you got a lot of people you want to watch. I know how that goes. Okay. All right. I don't know how I missed that. I really don't. Did I miss? I guess now I'm wondering, did I miss like a bunch of shit? You know what I mean?
Because I didn't think of that and now I feel stupid.
I know. That's how I am all the time. I feel stupid, but I don't know how I missed some of these things.
It's a lot tall.
Well,
Yeah, I remember that. Blah,
if
blah,
we have
blah, blah, blah,
wood, if they're true.
We already had this conversation. How do I go inside? This one. I'm looking for Savi's stuff. I'm not 100% certain where they would be. I would think I would find it. Nope. Okay, so far so good here. We're kind of running out of places in this area, though. Did I go to the forest? There's no way I went here. Nope. Okay, well, let's go here. So, if I had to guess, well, there's, oh, Baltheus. Maybe there's something here. No, that's not what we want. No. Okay, so it's not there. So it could be in Mazio. Let's go to the city and see if we can find this stuff in Mazio. Let's check out this mountain pass just to be sure. Okay, nothing here. You think we would have found one by now? He's got like what, like 5 heart-to-hearts he's got to do? So you would think at some point we have to find one of them. Nope. Docks maybe? No. Mayor's house? There's no way. Nothing out here. Nothing here. Nothing here. Well, guys, this is going well. We're really doing a good job at finding these things. Did I go to the docks? Yes, I did. I don't see him here. Is it at the... I think we were at the church, though. I think I would have seen it. I think I would have seen it. Alrighty. Yeah, that's pretty much everything here. Is it... Man, where the heck is Savi's stuff? The only other places would be like Alarinthia. But that seems weird to me. All right, let's take a look at the ship, I guess. No, there's nothing here. I didn't think it would be on the ship. I would have thought it would have been things that, like, mean something to Savi or Sovi. I guess I'm not sure if it's Savi or Sovi. Is it Sovi or Savi? How do you pronounce that? I don't know. Is it at the Oasis? I feel like it's got to be somewhere. I mean, it has to be, right? Nothing. We're striking out here. Yeah, let's go in. Let's try the tavern. Nope. The castle? No. Let's go to the town square. Well, this is interesting, guys. This is very interesting. Sure, let's go here. To my private room. Sovi? Nope, I don't see anything from Sovi. A private arena? Nothing. What in the world is happening? All right, let's try this atrium. I don't see nothing. I know they're supposed to be somewhere, but I don't see them. I don't see them anywhere. Travel back to the city, sure. Let's go to the castle, I guess. I'm not really sure where else I can go. We could try the front. Nothing. This is all mysterious to me. Like, I guess the question would be, maybe I'm thinking about this in the wrong way. Do you know what I mean? Like, there is a possibility that I am thinking about this in the wrong way. Like, I guess it could be entirely possible that all of this is, yeah. Like, is it hidden even? Because I would think that a lot of these would have significance to us, or him as well. So there is one place. Wait a minute. Yes, I'm going to go to the village. And then there was the water tank, right? Or is that the town square? Whoa, there's one. We found it. Okay. So this is where he attacked in the very first episode of my vision. Okay. So I looked at the water tank, thinking of the vision that started all of this. Back then, I thought we could use the water to fight the flames. Little did I know that this vision was a trick to bait us. However, that was the first time I ever laid eyes on Sovi. I'll never forget what he did to me. He killed me without hesitation. That's true, he did. Kind of a dick move, Sovi, kind of a dick move. But he's different now. Or was he ever really like that to begin with?
So, this is Valinor. I've heard stories, but never been. Well, unless you count that vision the Triumvirate tricked you with. I must apologize for that. I knew what was going on, and I played along. It's not like I could have done anything else. Valinor was too far away. That, and they still had me under their thrall. I was theirs to command. At least I was able to break free. I feel bad for Halen. I truly do.
His turnaround is pretty crazy to me. Because he, like, went from being like, I'm a loyal servant to, like, I'm on your side now. Screw those guys. Pretty quickly, he looks around town square. It looks like he's enamored by Valinor. Almost as if he's looking at it, a wonder of the world.
I need to ask. What did you think of me? The moment we met in that vision, who was I to you? A mindless slave? A killer? Or perhaps a man who was lost?
Well, I'm gonna do what I always do, and I'm 100% flirt with everybody mode. I don't necessarily think that was my first thought, although true. So we're gonna go with it.
Excuse me? Please, don't make jokes like that.
No.
I'm being serious here, Monarch.
Well,
you should
listen.
be serious too. I really hope the weight of our cause doesn't rest on someone so childish.
Oh, don't be like that. Don't be like that. Sylvie, he shakes his head and looks around the town some more. His eyes become fixated on the post office and he smiles lightly.
A post office? I haven't seen one of those in ages. I couldn't travel much when I was younger, so I collected stamps. The drawings of places.
That's actually kind of cute. That's really cute.
That was the closest I ever got.
I love him being all philosophical. You're like, wood? Exactly. My entire thought process is like, man, don't be so serious. Let's just make out a little. He walks towards it and I make sure to follow him. It's the first time he's ever mentioned anything about his past. A stamp collector, he is a nerd. He is a nerd, but it's kind of cute, right? Like this very intimidating bad guy who is ruthless. But then he's like, well, actually, I was a stamp collector. You know, I love to collect those things. And it's like, it's kind of cute. There's something cute about that. It's hard to imagine that he was anything other than the Grand Inquisitor.
But the art never really matches up with the place when you see it in person. I remember collecting the Balteus set and being shocked when I actually got there. It's not really a good or a bad difference. It's just interesting to see how they compare.
That's fair. I'm going to ask him this one.
That's not really something I'd like to talk about right now.
Oh.
Do you mind if I go inside and buy some really quick?
He's such a nerd.
It won't take too long, I promise.
Okay.
Just wait for me.
All right. Just don't hurt anybody while you're in there, if they don't have any. I nod and he smiles at me. He runs into the post office and buys some stamps. A look of childlike glee is worn on his face as he returns.
Thank you, Monarch.
Oh, this is cute.
You know what it's like.
This is really cute.
Sometimes you just need to do something. This is the first time I've truly been free, so
this is kind of cute.
Couldn't resist.
Oh.
I'll save these.
Here we go.
Perhaps we can write each other after the war.
Oh, that's really
You'll
cute.
Be incredibly busy, so I can't expect to earn a lot of your time.
Here we go.
I'm not sure how to respond to that, so I won't. Let's focus on more important things for now.
Okay. He goes in a moment later and the store is on fire and comes out like, they didn't have any. And it's so I killed him. The only cool stamps I have are the Mr. Rogers Forever stamps. Those are pretty cool. I'm not a stamp collector, so I don't know, like, the good or bad stamps. I've never really thought about it, but I just think it's cute that he has, like, interests like that. That's really cool. He looks at the blade at my back and assumes a thinking pose.
You could use some training, couldn't you?
Oh, yes, I could,
Anything
Sophie.
to give you an edge in the upcoming battle. I have years of practice, so I can teach you almost everything.
Wow. Are you hitting on me, Sophie?
We shouldn't stay here too long, no. The schedules and all that. If we start training while we travel, it'll be more efficient in the end. We can't waste too much time before setting sail for Balteus.
Fair enough. I nod, it's true. He could teach me a lot about the blade. I feel like it's like I'd be needing that knowledge in the coming days. I probably would. It's probably true. I used to collect playing cards. That would be cool. I have a few sets of playing cards, but I wouldn't consider myself... Actually, really honestly, I'm not much of a collector of anything, to be completely honest. I'm trying to remember if I was. I used to do, like, basketball cards when I was a real, like, younger kid. I used to collect basketball cards.
Wonderful. Normally, I'd call you an apprentice at this point, but I'm past that. I need to drop the behavior that the Triumvirate taught me. So, you're not an apprentice to me. You're a friend.
Oh.
And I'll help you.
That's very kind of you, Sophie. We start walking away from the town square, and he inspects his stamps. It was crazy how different he seems now that he or from how he was before, I'm kind of taken aback. But if this was the new him and not some sort of facade, he'd be welcomed. That's cute. I actually really like that. So that was kind of unexpected, but I feel like there's a few places we didn't go to. So let's go to the city. Did I miss anything here? Did I go to the town square? The coolest cards I have are replica World War II map cards. Ooh, that's really cool. Is that a picture of him in there? Let's take a look. Oh, those are cool. I like that. That's really cool. Because it's like a map. Oh, man. We put them together. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. Okay. So did I go everywhere here? I feel like we did all of these, but did I do town square? Oh, here we go. Oh, the problem is, guys, the problem is here. This is where I had my first date with Fortame, and I feel like this is a little bit too much, Sophie, but we'll give it a shot. During World War II, U.S. playing card companies joined forces with America and British intelligence agencies to create a deck and help Allied prisoners of war escape from German camps. When this ace of spades is soaked in water, it separates to reveal a piece of a map inside. Oh, wow. That's pretty clever. That's really cool. That's a good, that's a really interesting part of history right there. As I wandered the town square of Mazeo, I noticed Savi checking out the market stalls. He seems completely engrossed by everything, like he has time to stop and look. It makes sense. Until now, it's likely he was always on a mission for the Triumvirate. After exploring the markets for a while, he approaches me. It doesn't look like he bought anything. He was just looking around.
So many useless items. People actually buy these things. Back in Balteus, I got used to having the bare minimum. Anything more than that is a pointless luxury, a waste.
Well, define waste, really, though. Oops. Okay. Define waste, though, because that's a hard thing to make a statement on.
Yet, I must say, some of it does have a certain appeal. There were some very unique writing utensils. I might look into them. Not that I fancy myself a writer or anything. They just caught my eye.
So a shirt is luxury. According to him, yes. He doesn't wear shirts, even in the cold area where he comes from, I think. He points to the nearby alleyway and tilts his head towards it.
Would you follow me into that alley, Monarch? I think we need to get away from all of these people.
Wait, this alleyway is exactly where I had my first date with Fortame. So am I encroaching here? I'm going to go with that because remember, my policy is 100% flirt every time this option comes up. So
stop it. That's not what I meant.
Are you sure?
It's about that blade.
Oh.
I know a trick or two. I think I can teach you while we have a moment.
Is that a euphemism? Without saying another word, he walks into the back alley. I follow after him, ready to learn more about the Blade of Exodus. When we arrive, I start to ask him more questions, mainly about his origin.
I couldn't tell you. It's a mystery, even to me.
That's a little weird.
They stole it from the monarchy before they took over. I've heard that they had visions too, much like the blade can supply.
Oh, interesting.
If that's not the truth, then perhaps they made it themselves. But I'm starting to think they either stole it or stumbled upon it.
Maybe.
Stealing isn't above them, as we've all been made aware of.
He shakes his head, as if upset that he can't sate my curiosity. But that's fine. Perhaps it's something we'd find out when we went to Balteus.
This is probably the first trick I should teach you.
Alrighty. He holds out a close fist, and my blade soon appears in his hand. What the hell? What did you just do? I've seen that happen several times, almost like he can summon it at any time.
You have to be near the blade for it to work, but it's useful. Disarming your enemy is a viable tactic in battle, so be ready. They will try to take the blade away from you because of its power.
Okay, I believe you. I nod.
Go ahead. Hold out your hand and reach for the blade. Not with your body, but with your mind. See if it works.
All right, let me do this Jedi stuff. I'm gonna get my Jedi on. Here we go, guys. I close my eyes and hold out my hand. Savi immediately chastises me with the blunt side of a blade. Hitting it against my hand, I wince and slightly shake away the pain.
No, never close your eyes in battle.
Okay, my bad. I thought I was reaching out to the Force, Savi. So stab anyone who gets close. Got it. I love how, like, 4 different people can do that. There is literally, like, 4 different people. But isn't it kind of like Keyblades in Kingdom Hearts a little bit? Like, that is one thing about that series I always found a little weird. Because, like, in the first game, they were like, there's basically one, and you got it. And that was it. Now, I think Mickey had one too, but that really wasn't explained. But at the beginning, they were like, yeah, you're pretty much the chosen one. You're the only one who can wield the Keyblade. And then by 3, there's like 27 Keyblade wielders. And you're like, wait a minute, everybody has a Keyblade now. It doesn't make any sense. And not only that, there's like a whole bunch of them, because then we find out the whole like school of Keyblade wielders existed. So there's like hundreds, and there's like a whole graveyard just littered with Keyblades. And in the first game, they were like, but there's really only one, and you're the chosen one. It never made any sense. I shrug.
Now do it again, and look me in the eye. I have no use for you if you can't follow directions.
Well, don't be so mean. I'm trying to flirt with you constantly. There was a whole war of people with Keyblades, exactly. And that's not how they made it sound, even like in 2 to some degree. Doing as instructed, I look him in the eye. I focus as hard as I can and try to summon the blade. But after a few moments, nothing happens. Nothing at all.
Try harder, like your life depends on it. Because when you need to do this, it will.
All right, you're being a little aggressive, Sophie. I know that's your thing. I scoff softly, but try not to break the gaze. He squints as if he's judging my movements. But after even more time, nothing happens. He's legit being crosshair? A little bit. He is a little bit.
I guess you need a little incentive.
What do you mean by that? Without any warning, he reaches behind himself. Pulling a dagger from the leather strap on his back, he attacks me. A defensive stance, and before he can harm me, I have possession of the blade. It appears in my hand, a perfect angle and position to deflect Savi's assault. His dagger is deadlocked with my blade, and he pushes me back against the alley wall.
So, it's your fear that powers you.
Well, you know what they say, fear leads to anger, anger leads to hate. And that is a path to the dark side, Sophie. What do you think? Oh no, he was trying to kill you. Again. He did. He literally did try that.
I was the same, until I mastered my fears. Then the blade responded to my willpower, my resolve. It can learn and grow just as much as you can, Monarch.
All right, well, that's very helpful, but could you try not to, like, almost murder me going forward? That would be much appreciated.
If you learn to remain calm in the face of
only
battle,
the cool kids join the conspiracy on Discord.
Without fear to
so
rely
I can
on,
see why
the
you were
blade
not
will
there.
find something
Just
else.
saying.
What that is, however, is different.
Oh, it's
from
so
person
like
to
the
person.
it's like the dark saber. Whoa, excuse me. Kind of. I guess whoever owns it is the leader of Mandalore. Maybe.
I'm eager to see what kind of person you become. For now, let's continue on our way.
All right.
No more wasting time. When we have another moment together, I can teach you more.
Well, only if you agree to make out with me this time. I'm just saying. He smiles and leaves the alleyway. I remain there by myself. It was hard not to be scared given my situation and the upcoming battle. But if mastering those emotions made me a better wielder, then I had to try. I'll leave the alleyway and replay the recent events in my mind. My eye trails over the drawing utensils that Savi pointed out earlier. I wondered for a moment if I can get them as a gift, a thank you for the lessons. Hell yeah. It seems harmless, so I'll stop and buy them on my way out of town. Square. Gotta win by combat, though. Except those people didn't win by combat. Most people didn't. Pretty much, wasn't that, what's her name's, Bo-Katan's problem at the end? And then also, like, yeah, doesn't really work. It didn't really work all the time. It seems harmless. I have to find the right chance to give it to him. It might take a while, but after it was said and done, it was time for me to get on my way. All right. So we found 2 of them so far. So the only other place I can think of is in here, but I didn't see any. So if I go inside, nope. I don't. Nope. Okay. I have to do this. Okay, there's nothing here. This is the only other place I can think of, but I don't know exactly where it would be. So I could go here, but if you follow, I did not see this before. Was that always there? But if you follow what that Obi-Wan is the rightful leader of Mandalore because he was the last one to earn the battle through blade through combat. Was he? And I don't remember that. I'd have to think about that. All right, let's do this one. Is this Sovi 3? Hell yeah. Okay, I walk through the main atrium of the Rebel HQ. It's not fully clean, blood stains the floor, armor is scattered about. I'm not sure what they plan to do with the pieces of the honor guard. Sovi is looking around, and he appears sad. I don't blame him. This is where he launched his attack. Him and his men killed almost all of us. We almost lost that day.
I already had my doubt when we launched this attack. If only we had our fight a little bit earlier, I could have prevented this. Touching that blade at the same time as you, that was the catalyst. I don't think you knew the truth of the monarchy at that point. It's almost as if they were calling out to me, trying to change my stance. Well, I suppose it worked.
A little bit. It sure seems that way.
Repay you for my sins.
His word seems genuine. It's almost hard to think he could be lying. At first, he seemed unsure about whether or not they'd rejoin the Triumvirate. What started out as revenge quest against Halen has certainly grown quickly.
But we mustn't waste time on talk like that. Focusing on the past stops you from seeing the future.
Yes, because he beat Pre Vizsla in Clone Wars and Pre cheated to keep it. True, he did do that. But I guess, like, there's been other combats since then, so I'm pretty sure. I mean, unless you're saying that, like, nothing that came after it counts because it would have been Obi-Wan's. Maybe so. That's possible. I agree, Sylvie doesn't seem like the one to waste time with pleasantries.
So, I guess I'll be teaching you 2 lessons this time. First of all, focus on the war. Don't waste time with being friendly.
Okay.
I've seen you and your comrades. That bond is dangerous during battle.
What about post-Vizsla? Post-Vizsla is what happens when he died, Thanos, and we don't talk about post-Vizsla.
We can't have you taking a sword for a loved one. You are this world's future, Monarch. You need to be smart. Feelings? They cloud judgment. I know this all too well, and so should you. And in your situation, it is best to rely on things that serve you without hesitation.
Okay.
A friend with emotional stakes may not follow every order. That is a major flaw.
Speaking of Star Wars, doesn't the music in this area really have like Star Wars sound to it? It's very John Williams with like the... It really has John Williams vibes to it. John Williams, yeah. He points to a suit of armor scattered around the floor. That means the next lesson must be related to the honor guard. Yeah, it doesn't count because it breaks the line of succession, because Maul didn't rightfully earn it, and then it was lost to Sabine who just found it. Yeah, but I guess like the only counter to that, Jojo, would be, I don't know if this is true, but I'm pretty sure, I imagine if you could beat somebody with the Darksaber and not accept it. Now, I don't know if it would stay with the owner, but it doesn't necessarily mean, or the previous owner, but I guess it doesn't necessarily mean that the winner could take it. So they could, like, Obi-Wan could basically just be saying, I never wanted it, I don't want it, and that's kind of where he leaves it. So maybe that it doesn't really matter, right? I guess it could be that way.
Normally, the blade requires a sacrifice and the energy within to power that armor. But there is so much energy within you. I wonder if you could do it by yourself. Imagine an entire force of honor guard soldiers serving you. Such power.
True. Why did I get that? That's weird. All right.
The Triumvirate is right to want that blade back. In your hands, it is a threat. And it makes sense why they'd want you dead, too. You are the monarchy. Take out that blade for me, Monarch.
Oh.
Let's see if you can do...
Quit hitting on me, Savi. Quit hitting on me. He's really hitting on me hardcore. I'd do as instructed and take out the blade. Oh. What the hell? Oh. I like to think off screen Pre was like, well, you're the Mandalore now, and Obi was just like, nah, that's cool, you keep it. It could be like that.
To be trained.
It could be.
Hold it out toward those scattered pieces of armor. See if your resolve is strong enough to give them life. That's all it takes. A spark in your mind to ignite a flame.
I hold out the blade, pointing it towards the suit of armor. I keep my eyes focused on them, trying to control them. The pieces start to move, rocking back and forth. I focus with all my strength, and they start to shake more. But as Savi mentioned, it's like a new muscle. I can't flex it for long. The pieces stop shaking and remain still, just as soon as they began to move.
Disappointing.
Disappointing. I scoff at him and assume a net neutral stance.
It seems as if you can only use the blade while under duress.
Fair.
I suppose that's not too bad. We'll be in Balteus soon enough, after all. At least now you know what to do. Follow my directions and you'll be fine.
All right. He starts to walk away, but quickly turns around.
There won't be enough time for you to master your fears. You might have to embrace these dangerous situations in order to prevail. But that blade is so powerful. I'd do whatever it takes to harness that power.
Well, don't go too crazy. Oh my goodness. I as the nudes for Sovi. What do you think now? Would you accept my flirtations now? Because if you do...
I'll see you around, Monarch.
You are seeing all of me now.
Feel free to keep practicing if you feel the need. This is going better than I expected, to say the least.
Wow, I accept your friendliness. This time, he dismisses himself for real. I embrace the danger to become more powerful. That seemed like backwards logic, but a lot of things were backwards lately. The blade responded to my fear and danger, and I guess I knew what to do. Because Savi was right, I could never retrain myself in time for our final attack. What an odd situation to be in, but I guess in my position, I couldn't eschew risk. His implication was that, if I was in danger, the suit would have risen up. When the time comes, I can only hope his prediction is correct. Why do I feel like something's wrong? Hold on. Just double checking something. No, that's right. Okay, wait. All right, I don't know. I feel like that's correct. So I think we're okay. Okay. I don't know what I was doing. Okay, there we go. Moving on. Perhaps I'll learn more from Savi next time we meet. However, or wherever that ended up being. Okay. His advice keeps playing repeat in my mind. Emotional stakes could be a hindrance in a battle. Would I truly let something like that endanger our cause? Would I sacrifice myself to save a comrade? Or, in this case, I guess it works the other way around. I close my eyes and pray that we never have to find out. All right, so I got to figure out where, because I think there's like one more, but where would it be? There's only one other place we didn't really check. I guess I didn't go here. Oh, what is he doing in my private quarters? Uh-oh. This, Savi. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I guess we're about to find out. Let's find out. I sat on my bed, thinking about the blade and what I could do with it. As if some sort of cue, or as if on some sort of cue, I hear a knock at my door, and Sovi enters. He seems much more relaxed than normal. Some private matters, right? He seems much more relaxed than normal, like he's comfortable.
So, did you manage to get any more practice in? Or were you just going to improvise when we got to Balteus?
I'm gonna lie to you?
Given the circumstances, I'm just curious.
No, I'm gonna lie to you and say that I definitely did.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
The more the better.
Definitely did it.
That's what I say.
All right.
But at the same time, you're limited. I trained my entire life. If you only have a few days, don't expect anything substantial.
He takes a few steps forward and sits beside me on the bed.
Being down here has made my mind race almost non-stop.
Well, you did kill a lot of people, so...
What I did to you and your family is unforgivable.
Interesting he calls them my family.
Trying to move past it. Letting me atone.
Well, you can do your best, I suppose.
The most important thing on my mind is why? Why did you welcome me with open arms after what I did?
I got wide open arms,
like
buddy.
Anybody with common sense would have put me to the blade.
My arms are so wide open, like they are like right ready for you, buddy. Come here. Give me a hug. Give me the big ol' hug. I want a bond to become closer, actually. Hell yeah, I do.
Well, I guess it worked. I mean, look where we are. If Ulrich can redeem himself, then surely I can as well. He did far worse things than I, but look at him now.
You're throwing Ulrich under the bus. I'm just saying, that's kind of weird. He sighs and slumps down a little bit.
Well, that's all I really wanted to talk about. If you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Good luck with everything, Monarch.
Alrighty, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. He gets up and starts to walk away, but I stop him. This would be a good time to good time to get him the gift I bought. I don't feel like that's the right way to say that. I think you meant give him. All right. I grab the writing utensils and hand them over to Savi.
You got me a gift? Really? You shouldn't have.
I did, though. He inspects them, and with a soft smile on his face.
I was looking at these in the town square.
My relationship with Savi has changed? Uh-oh.
It means a lot to me that you did this, Monarch.
You're right.
Anybody else would have just went on with their day.
True. I almost did, but then I thought differently because I think your horns are cute. And also that you're a stamp collector and maybe an aspiring writer is really cute. You're much cuter than you present yourself to be. Maybe, but I'm not just anybody else.
I don't really know what to say, so I guess I'll take that as a sign to stop talking. Thank you for thinking of me as a friend. Truly.
Alrighty. I accept that.
That's more than I can say about everybody else I know. In fact, I don't think I've ever gotten a gift before. From anybody.
He is a cutie. He does have his moments, for sure.
These pens reminded me of in the first place.
He scoffs and looks down at them once more.
But that's a story for another time. I'm here to help you, not bore you with sad tales. Perhaps we can talk more before we set sail.
We should. Okay. Without another word, he leaves my room for good. I'm not sure if the choice of present was good or a bad thing now. It seems to remind him of something he deemed a sad tale. There's nothing I can do about it now. Maybe he'd tell me the tale next time we spoke. With our final battle looming, I might not have much time. But there's one thing I can say for sure. Savi is becoming a friend. A second chance is truly a great thing, as long as the person is genuine. I can tell that if I earned his loyalty, he'd be indispensable during the battle or the attack. I bet I get the thing. Okay, so now we did find everybody, so I got to do all of those. That's the next step. Okay. So we're going to go to the war room. Actually, let me do this because we did all of those things. I just want to check on something. Okay, so those things are filled in now, except for this one, but I don't know where that is. Okay, B1 is views on neutral live choice dependent. Maybe that's why. Okay. All right, let's go back to the war room because we got some loyalty missions we're going to do. And these are the big moments, I think, right? These are the big character moments. Now that I can do all of them, why does it not say I can do it? Interesting. It's not there. Do I have to do everybody else's beforehand? Okay. We'll start. Okay, so I'm going to do this in order of people I feel like connected to. So the least person I feel connected to is Howl. I just don't, but we're going to give it a shot anyway. You have not earned it? Oh, because I have to do this first. Got it. Okay. No, wait. Okay, that's how you do it. View Howl's loyalty scene. All right, let's do it. I probably should have saved. Howl enters my quarters carrying an aura of purpose with him. After East Crown, I know that something big has been on his mind. We were so close to the final battle. It was probably time for us to talk.
Monarch, we must speak with you. It's about our upcoming attack on Balteus. At least we think it is. Things have become complicated.
Complicated? What do you mean?
We may be walking into a trap. This may be all part of the Triumvirate's plan.
Plan? What plan?
Take their blade, feed it power, and then bring it back. This may be what they've wanted all along. We've seen it. Everything we've done has only made their weapon stronger.
Please tell me what you're thinking, Howl.
They let us steal their blade. They wanted it to happen. They knew we'd bring it here, feed it death, and tap into the idol. But not only that, we're bringing it right back to them, stronger than ever.
Well, you have a point. He does have a point. I'm not going to say he doesn't have a point.
You may think we are wrong, that this is just a foolish theory, but we must only look into the visions to realize the truth. That, combined with some of your actions, like clockwork.
What do you mean, like clockwork?
It's almost like sometimes you have no other choice. You say or do things that pushes down a certain path, but more often than not, that path leads us to death.
I don't think that's true. No one, only like a few hundred people have died. That's not that many.
How convenient then that the blade feeds off of death. In your hands, it has gotten more powerful than ever before. But what force, what invisible hand guides us down this path?
I don't know. I'm trying not to get people killed.
It's quite simple, but we were always looking at it the wrong way. Venturing into East Crown and seeing that ship made us realize that when we approached things from a different angle, it all made sense.
Okay. But I don't know what you mean. Why is it not working? Is it because it's being used? Oh, wait. Okay, I gotta do one thing. Okay, that's better. Let me just make sure that's reselected. Bloomy bloom, that should be good. Why is that different than it was? Don't do that to me. Okay. All right, problem solved. Anyway, it's quite simple, but he's making a very strong claim here. I don't know about that. Perhaps you could start making sense then? Perhaps you could stop being so cryptic about everything.
We've been struggling with visions of these different pasts. They seem to come out of nowhere and complicate things. Until recently, we only had to process visions of the future.
Well, maybe. You seem very sure about this. He crosses his arms.
At least, that's what we thought.
I take a step forward, interested to see where this is going.
But now we realize we've never seen the future at all. It's impossible to see what has not yet been written, but it is easy to see what has already happened.
Interesting. Now he's lost me.
These visions of different pasts aren't as out of place as we thought. You were told you had visions of the future and chose to believe that fact. But they are not visions of the future. They, too, are simply different pasts.
What? Say what? He's really giving me a kind of moment right here. You know what I mean? Like, this don't feel right to me. I don't know. I feel like he's being a little too cryptic here, because I think I see where he's going. And JoJo, I think I see where he's going with this, and this could be kind of the tie-in to. This could very well be like the tie-in to Komarebi to some degree. Like maybe he's saying like this is all part of like that kind of thing.
The key to all of this is the Blade of Exodus. It's a constant in every vision, but the power within it varies, even when
it could be. It very well could be.
Inconsistencies. Even if we have a vision of the same situation, the power inside the blade is different.
I know where it's going, but no spoilers. Gotcha.
The Triumvirate has some sort of dominion over time. That much is clear. They possess the ability to grant their subjects eternal life, like Ulrich and Sovi. We need to operate under the assumption that this ability can be used in other ways.
That's possible. He eyes the blade on my back.
Mainly, in a way that could be used to strengthen the Blade of Exodus. They could create a cycle full of death and despair that we are unable to break. When the cycle reaches an end, they could revert time and gather that power all over again. The visions of the future you thought you were having, they aren't what you thought. We believe they are visions of cycles in the past. Perhaps cycles where we have perished. Did your visions of the future involve your death in any way? Think about this, Monarch.
Well, the one did. I've only really had the one. Now that he mentions it, they did. I was stabbed by Savi in the vision that started all of this. And after touching the blade, my series of visions ended with me getting stabbed. That's odd. I tell him these stories and he smirks. It seems I'm only confirming his outlandish theories.
Those were visions of past cycles, Monarch. Cycles
Interesting.
Where we failed. When we look at it like this, these different pasts make perfect sense. We've been looking at them all wrong, that is, until just recently.
Huh. I mean, I get where he's going with this, and that makes sense. But if you beat the Triumvirate, I guess they can't do that again, unless you just...
It seems that we retain some prior knowledge from these cycles. Perhaps that is why we act in certain ways, as if we have no options. In the back of our mind, we're pushing ourselves in the same direction.
Huh. The cycles, directions, please explain. It's not that complicated. I can't be that dumb.
We think the Triumvirate is manipulating time. They are doing this in order to make the blade even stronger. The occupation, the formation of the rebellion, and the attack in the tunnels. All of those casualties simply serve to give the blade more power. We have no doubt that many will perish when we assault Baltius as well. But when the time comes, they can simply make it happen all over again.
It's not as crazy as it sounds. It's almost too much to comprehend.
It makes sense when you think about it. Especially with these tunnels. Those suits of armor knew exactly how to fortify this place for your army. They must have retained their knowledge and adapted each and every time.
Huh.
But only one question remains unanswered. Why?
Why indeed? Why indeed?
What is their endgame?
What is their endgame? What do they desire?
That we are walking into a trap. That is, unless the blade has enough power to defeat them. Their plan, if it's as I expect, is a double-edged sword. An infinite cycle created specifically to power the blade. There must be a cycle, a prime cycle, where we have the power to defeat them. A point where the blade is strong enough for us to win, but not yet strong enough for them.
Huh. So are you trying to say it is like a sacred timeline? Is this the MCU? Are we in the MCU now?
Is hope that we've reached that cycle. The power in that blade is immense.
Is Loki putting this together?
Understand what we are trying
is
to
he
say.
holding all this shit together? Loki, are you involved in this? He's trying to tell me that we're trapped in some sort of time loop. A loop that the Triumvirate fashioned in order to give us the blade power. And not only that, but I never saw the future. I only saw failed past endeavors. It's hard to believe, but death has definitely followed me and my allies. If their goal was to feed the blade with power, then they have certainly succeeded. But how far back does this cycle go? Could it reach as far back as the occupation? Wait a minute. Attack Mazeo, kill innocents? Incite a rebellion? Attack that rebellion provokes them into attacking your home and then destroy them? With what Hal said, it almost does seem likely that we're walking into a trap. This can't be.
The reason we see these things is because of the energy within us. It makes us sensitive in a way that others are not. We are both special, but I don't think visions are the only benefit.
Special! Oh, so special.
Perhaps you see a flash of events that are happening elsewhere. Perhaps you can relive a conversation that has already happened.
I can actually.
Past cycles.
I've done it already.
In many ways.
Like a few times.
But when we look at it this way, everything makes sense. Everything has an explanation, and nothing is left up in the air. The only question is, do you believe us? Do you think we are correct?
I mean, it does kind of make sense. It would actually explain visions to a certain degree. And Jojo, kind of like what I'm saying, is that if that's true, then it does represent something similar to Komorebi, which is not necessarily like science-based, because in Komorebi, all of this like reliving moments or going back in the past and all those kind of things are created by science. But I guess that's not to say that all of that stuff wasn't derived from something else. So maybe this is like the precursor to that and what inspired them to do it.
Good. We knew you would see the truth of things. This was an impossible matter to discuss with anybody else. We are special. And now we finally understand the reason why.
He turns to leave, but tilts his head back to address me one more time. I guess he wanted to leave no stone unturned before our attack.
The Triumvirate is up to something. That much is clear. If it aligns with our theory, at least you will be able to act. Getting caught off guard would damage us beyond repair.
Argus could have been founded by the Triumvirate. That's true, they could have been.
That is not something we want our monarch to endure. Be prepared for anything. For the enemy will stop at nothing.
Be prepared.
I don't know.
Then
why not just
our
do
victory
it?
will
Come
be more
on.
likely.
With that said, he sees himself out of my room. That all came out of nowhere, and I'm not sure how to react. But one thing was clear. There was so much we didn't know. But would we learn the truth in Baltius? Or would we even make it that far? I don't know. I start to feel uneasy, even with all this new knowledge. Could we really have been fundamentally wrong about everything? As I go about my business, it's impossible to shake the thought out of my head. Wow, I didn't know that one was going to be so nuts. I didn't know that one was going to be so crazy. Wow. Okay, that was interesting. So I'm going to go to, I feel like I'll probably go with Valessa. I know like this group here are officially a thing, but I think she's probably the next one I don't connect with the least. I like her. She's nice. And we are kind of dating already anyway, I guess. I'm pretty much dating everybody at this point, I think, except for maybe Hal. But let's see what this is like. Valessa leads me through Museo to some sort of hidden cove area. There's a large ship and it looks like some sort of dock with no signs of life. The stashes of treasure lay about it. It's apparent this place has been abandoned.
After we returned, I got talking to the pirates.
My.
You know, to pick up any information on our parents.
Turns
out...
Whoa! Axel Wolfkin, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How are you doing? My goodness. Welcome. Axel Wolfkin for the raid. How are you doing? What were you guys up to? Let me give you a quick shout out here for that. I hope you had a good time with whatever it is that we were playing. Let's take a look. You were last playing Dragon Infinite Wealth. Interesting. I'm not getting any clips. Do you not have any clips? Howdy.
Axel
That's okay.
Wolfkin.
How are you? How was your stream? How did you do? How was Dragon Infinite Wealth? Tell me all about it. I want to hear about it. I got to talking to the pirates. All right.
Kind of funny, isn't it? We both ended up having HQs in Museo. But to be honest, that's where I'd like the similarities to end. The more I learn about them, they kept running off to Museo and left us in Saelus's hands. Now that I think about it, he raised us more than they ever did. I guess they were more interested in this life of piracy. It's awful.
Well, you know, they were busy. They had lives of their own. A lot of parents work and have kids, Valessa. It's not impossible. She looks around the cove, taking in the environment.
I wanted to come here with you to face the truth.
It was fucking awesome. I beat the shit out of people and earned more money and gained more experience. That is the perfect way to go about it. I like it. Well, I'm glad you had fun. Welcome, and you know, take a load off, hang out. If you need some post-care or post-care stream, if you need some post-stream care, go take care of yourself. Do what you need. Get some water, get some food, get some, you know, rest, whatever you need to do. We'll be here and hanging out. So, you know, take a load off, enjoy. She starts to walk around the area, and I follow behind her.
Look at all this junk they valued more than us. Weapons, money, more money, and...
But the only downside is the cutscenes. They take so damn long. Well, I hate to tell you, this game is like one big long cutscene, but I can understand that. I'm okay with cutscenes. It's just something I've always been like kind of fascinated in, so it's fine. But I can understand that if it's like a lot of them in succession and you just want to get to the game. I get that. That makes sense. Pick up a handful of coins. She throws them into the nearby water.
Sorry for going off like that. It just makes me really angry. We idolized them for so long, thinking the world lost good people. But to realize that maybe the world is better off without them?
That's pretty harsh. That's pretty harsh.
Anyway, thanks for coming along with me.
You're welcome.
I just thought it would be good to do this together. I don't know how Fortin would handle it.
He'd probably want to climb the ship, is what I would guess. He'd probably just be like, ooh, that's a mast I could climb. I'm going to go do that. She turns to face me with a hint of a smile on her face.
You know,
Uh-oh. We're getting the sappy music.
I realized I'm different from all
the sappy music's here.
They've been living oppressed in the shadow of the triumvirate. But it was never the triumvirate that held me back. It was
the sappy music alert.
Myself.
I really need like an alert sound. I don't have one. I should get one.
I wanted to be a person who can make my parents proud.
I remember taking this game very seriously when I first played it on the Switch.
Perfect.
Well, I mean, I guess like Fortame would be in the crow's nest. He would be. What do you mean by take it seriously? I take it seriously. I think it's fun. It's a very well written game. I mean, I make fun of everything. That's just my personality. It's how I do things. But you know, It's very well made, I think, and the story is interesting. I always think it's fun, but I never take anything too seriously. I guess that's always true. I never take anything completely seriously. I mean, that's probably not entirely true. There's probably some things I have, but not like this. Oh, God damn it. I did it again.
To realize that and embrace it, I think that's all I needed to do. I feel like now I can be who I want and not who other people want me to be. It feels like such a small thing, but a different perspective can change a lot, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's true. I nod.
Well then, want to take a look around? If we can find anything to help us in Balteus, then it's not a total loss. I'm sure there's something around here that we can take along with us.
Probably. There's a sword right there. You might use that. I can literally see one right here. You could use it. Hearing Pro's backstory almost made me cry. Yeah, that's true. We got to some of his story, but we might be getting into more of it very soon. I'm guessing his loyalty mission will delve into that a little bit, but we're going to see. We're going to see. I do the same as her, but find nothing of note, except money. It could help for after the war, but right now we needed something more.
Hey, look what I found.
Oh, what did you find? What did you find? What the She pulls out a pair of daggers and starts inspecting them.
I think I remember these.
Oh, wow.
Back when I was a kid, I swear I saw them. That means they must have belonged to my parents.
Maybe.
Or my mother, to be exact. Just an intuition, so I can't say for sure. But I'd be willing to bet that my hunch is correct.
Then you should use them.
Did you find anything good, Monarch?
No, nothing. That sword right there looks pretty good, though. You could grab, there's two of them right here. There's one here. There's one there. They both look pretty solid. I shake my head. There wasn't anything of note. Besides all these coins. And that lantern could probably be good if we get into the dark or something. Aside from these daggers, none of it was helpful. What about this sword? I feel like the daggers are useful, that sword, and then whatever that is. I'm pretty sure there's probably more. I also had this strange conclusion that Hal might be non-binary because they like to say we all the time. Well, I think you could be right, but also I think he says we because he's basically confirmed that he is like an amalgamation of the spirits from his time. So he's not just like one person. So he is like basically all of the people from that time period, minus the monarch, which is me. But, you know, that's a good way to read it. I could see that being like kind of like an allegory towards that. So it could be something in that realm for sure.
What do you say? Should I keep them? Might come in handy when we attack Balteus.
True. You might be able to keep him. He is Urmak. He is Urmak. Urmak? He might be. What is Urmak? I don't know that one, Jojo. Well, that was a good question, actually. Keep them. Keep them. She came here to move on from her parents. Taking their stuff could just be a constant reminder. On the other hand, however, maybe could she make use of them on their own? It was hard to tell whether or not this would help or hinder her in the future. I think we should keep them, but with the battle at hand almost upon us, I'm afraid that I couldn't afford that mistake. I think she should keep them because I bet that will come in handy. I mean, there's going to be a battle.
Make them my own, huh? I think I like the sound of that.
Yeah. You know, you can move on without, not necessarily being like, you could be reminded of things from your past, but not necessarily be as impacted for them. Like, there's always going to be things that are going to remind you of things that happened to you in the past, no matter what you do. If you have constant reminders of them or not, something out there may cause that reminder. The important thing is that you learn to deal with it, or you've learned to kind of like come to terms with those things. And that is way more effective. He's a character in Mortal Kombat who was comprised of a bunch of souls, uses we instead of I. That makes sense. That does match. I haven't played Mortal Kombat since like 3. It's been a little while. It's been a minute. She puts the daggers in a leather straps on her back, returning with a smile. It seems like she's ready to head home.
Well, I guess now I need to focus on the important stuff. What kind of person do I want to be?
Yeah, you should figure that out.
Over.
Mm-hmm.
I'm no longer held back by anything, so I guess my dreams are the limit.
All right. Are you gearing up to leave me? Is that what she's trying to get at? She's like, well, listen, so when I was the old me, I thought I would want to date you. And now I'm thinking, why would I date just one person? You're dating multiple people. I'm going to go date everybody. That's the plan. She smiles and blushes softly.
And as long as we're talking about dreams...
Are you about to get sappy on me? You going to unleash the sap, Valessa? Taking a step forward, she places her hand in mine. I smile at her and give them a soft squeeze, which she returns.
I never would have dreamed that we'd become this close. We've gone through so much together and become so strong. You're part of the reason I was brave enough to face my past like this.
Yep, she's unleashing the sap, guys. Unleashing the sap. As I played this, I think I figured out the characters, these characters' sexuality, and here's what they are. Okay, I'm curious to hear what you have to say about that.
With my past taken care of, I'd like to look toward the future.
Mm-hmm.
And if there's one thing I want the most...
Okay, all of Winds of Change.
You know,
character sexuality. Ulrich, bisexual. Valessa, pansexual. Powell, non-binary. Selvi, demisexual. I could see that. Dominic, probably asexual. Maybe. I think his thing is more trauma-based, but potentially. Fortame is heterosexual. I actually don't think so. Because, and the reason why I don't think he is, well, no, because I'm pretty, no, he can't be, right? Fortame can't be heterosexual because I started off as a male, right? Pro, probably gay. So I think Fortame may not be because, I mean, he's dating me and I'm pretty sure I selected male at the beginning. So I'm not sure on that one, but possibly. Pro, probably. But everything else kind of makes sense, especially Savi. I'm getting that feeling from him. I think he's very hesitant. Dominic is interesting because there could be a little bit of that going on. And certainly I would understand that if that was him because that's me. But I also think that he had, a whole thing around touch and like trauma with his backstory. And so I think that plays a role in it, and maybe that is part of it. So could be. Those are good guesses. The Fortame one I'm questionable on though. Questionable on Fortame.
Felt kind of restricted. I mean, I wanted to kiss you. That's what you're supposed to do, right? At the end of a dance, of course. I think it's tradition or something like that.
I've never heard this, but we can, whatever you want to say.
It's just that.
Before she could finish, I step forward and slowly move my face towards hers. I stop halfway and wait for her to close the distance. Her face is bright red. When our lips touch together, it feels as if the whole world has stopped moving. This was our moment, just for the two of us. I move my head back, but let my hands find their way to her sides. She stammers and looks around the cove, clearly embarrassed and shy.
I guess that does it then. All this time, and I only had to ask. I'm glad to finally know how you feel for sure.
Sure. That you can go with that if you want to. She takes a deep breath of relief, and a massive weight was now gone. I totally understand. This was a big deal for her. And for me as well.
Should we head back then?
Sure, we sure can.
I guess you have other things to tend to. Truth be told, I needed this. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Now, that's the end of that. With that, we're on our way out of the cove. She faced her past, and in that moment, came out even stronger than ever. I have no doubt that she continued to grow into an amazing woman. Before we leave for good, I turned back to look around once more. This is where our parents conducted most of their business. That means this is the closest I've been to them in decades. Goodbye. All right, that was something. Okay, so who would be next? I'm gonna say Dominic, because I do think I'm a little closer to pro than Dominic. So let's go Dominic. View his scene. Yes, let's do it. Dominic leads me to town square of Mazeo. Because of our recent conversations, I know what's going on. He's taken me the spot where he lost his mother during the occupation. It must be hard on him. I can see him shaking as well as we are walking through the town. But if facing this painful memory helped him move on, it was my duty to assist him. In the coming storm, we need to be resolute. Helping him would help us all.
I can't thank you enough for coming with me,
Owie!
Monarch. There's not many people I trust this much. I'm really glad I have you. Until today, I've only had dreams about doing this, but now I'm strong enough.
Well, I'm good, and I'm proud of him. I am. I feel like this would be hard. Like he's been carrying this on his shoulders for a very long time, and I'm very proud of him. So let's go through this.
And honestly, it's all because of you. I give a little credit to my near-death experience, but not all of it. You've grown into a capable leader and led us all down the right path.
Oh, thank you, Dominic. I appreciate that. I don't know what I did, but I've done it. He smiles, and I smile back at him. It was nice to receive some support after all we've been through. Being the monarch wasn't easy at all, but it's a weight I had to carry. We walk through the town square, taking back alleys for occasional shortcuts. After a while, we end up at a large open area. I'm surprised they haven't built shops here.
This is where town meetings are held. They don't happen very often, but they need a big open space. There's a lot of people in Mazeo, so everyone deserves a chance to attend.
Oh, that's nice. Soon after that, however, his tone becomes more serious.
A lot of bodies in one place. That's just what they needed during the occupation. This is where it happened, Monarch. The stuff with my mother.
That makes sense. I nod at him as we take a few steps closer towards the center.
You may notice a crimson tint on the ground here. This is where they piled the bodies during the attack. So much blood. So much carnage. Permanently stained. Just like the memories in my head. As hard as I try, I can't just scrub those off either. Every other night, I wake up in a cold sweat, crying.
Wow. Poor Dominic.
I feel the lingering touch of her hand against mine.
Oof.
Then, the moment she goes away, it makes me feel empty inside. There's nothing left to feel, except all those corpses pressed against me.
God damn. This is really freaking sad. I don't know about this. This is a tough one to go through. I feel this would be really hard, and I do feel bad for Dominic. He's had a rough time.
A warmth that slowly dissipates, leaving me cold and alone. I had to stay under them until things died down. Almost a whole day. The moment I could, I got out and took her pendant along with me. It's all I have to remember her by, but perhaps that's why I can't let it go. How can you move on from something when you remind yourself of it every day?
Oh dear, I hope everything
Just
is
the
all right.
thought, of course.
Jojo57957.
But after all I've been through, at least
If you
it's
need a
thought
friendly
with
chat
merit.
or some virtual hugs, feel free to reach out.
Vrin, thank you very much. He's so kind. He's basically the opposite of Theo. It's actually quite crazy. He holds up his hand and shows me the pendant he's been holding. I've seen that a few times now. He seems to carry it with him everywhere. Of course, as he suggested, that also means he carries the memory along as well.
Let's keep moving. I'll show you exactly where it happened. Just stay close to me, okay? This is hard.
I nod, and I start to follow him as we venture deeper into the open area. A podium rests at the center, like where they'd hold these meetings from. Aw, he's so nice. He is nice. He is a very nice burb. Soon, I picture what this place would look like during an occupation. I cringe. After a while, Dominic stops dead in his tracks and looks down at the ground. His body language and reaction tells me this is exactly where his trauma happened. I position myself beside him, and I wait for him to speak. I couldn't rush him now.
Well, this is it.
He clutches the pendant close to his chest.
Would you sit with me, Monarch?
Yes.
We might be here for a while after all.
It's fine. I'll sit with you. He sits down on the ground, attracting stares from a few passers-by. I join him, caring more for his well-being than the judgment of those around us. Looking down at the ground, he places the pendant down and moves it around slightly.
It was right here, I think. You never really forget, you know. I hope it's not weird to sit here with me.
No, I understand. Give him a no-contact hug. Yes, that is the right thing to do. I shake my head and let him do what he needs to do.
Coming here to face what happened. I needed to do this.
Okay.
But now I'm not sure what to do next. I mean, with the pendant. Do I leave it behind? Just like my memories, or do I hold on?
Man, that's a good question. I mean, I guess like with Valessa, right? Like that, like with Valessa, I guess I'm kind of saying the same thing, right? Like it's okay to keep these things. You know what I mean? It is okay to keep these things. And I feel like if it is a memory of his mom, like I know he's saying that he's looking at it like yeah, I don't know. Man. I guess it depends. But for him, I feel like it's a little different because this is a piece that he's carrying around with him all the time. Valessa is only truly discovering it, so it's a very different thing. It's a very hard question, and grief is hard to deal with. True, it is very, very difficult. I feel for him, this thing is poisoned, and I feel like it's really thrown him through a loop. This was a good question. I could tell it's bothering him.
I'm sure someone will just come around and steal it anyway. But maybe that's for the best. It can be somebody else's burden. I think I've grown tired of carrying it around for my entire
I think that's
life.
the answer then. If he's feeling like it is time, if he's feeling like it's time, then who am I to stop him? You know what I mean? I feel like that's the thing.
However, I also don't want to regret doing this. I could be acting rashly in the face of our final battle.
I'm kind of leaning that way,
It wouldn't be
Axel.
the
I'm
first
kind of
time
leaning that
somebody
way.
has done that, you know.
I nod and let him speak.
Look at me. The world is at stake, and I'm worried about this. You know what? With everything you've done for us, I trust you. What do you think I should do, Monarch? Take it or leave it?
I think this thing...
Besides, I'm a bit biased here in almost every regard. Your head is more clear than mine, so it's worth a shot.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
What do you think I should do here? What's the right choice?
That's a... All right, guys. So my thought here is I do think this is poison to him. I think he's tired of it. I think it's time to make new memories. I think with Valessa, I think it's different because getting those daggers, one, she's going into a battle. She might need them. Those are good things. But I think that taking the daggers in her case may be a reminder of something she doesn't like. But I think it's a good way.
I have more experience with this game.
Oh, it's okay, Axel. I understand. I'm trying to make these choices for myself, though, too, right? So I'm not, as far as I want it to be like my decisions. And so I appreciate what you're saying. I do. And I bet you do. But I'm kind of like, I want to like kind of work this out in my head. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to think of it this way. So with Valessa, here's my thinking. I'm just going to explain it really quick. My thinking with Valessa is that the daggers represent something maybe she doesn't like, and maybe that will make her, maybe she'll not like that part, but I do think it's a part of her accepting where she comes from, rather than in Domic's case, being reminded of something that he can't let go. And I think that's why for him, I think Leave It is the best choice. So I'm going to do that.
You're right. I think this is something I need to do. It'll be hard, but I need to move on. I can't hold myself back. We're fighting to liberate our world and push forward, right?
Right.
It's a bit hypocritical for me to do the opposite to myself. I hope whoever picks it up goes on to take good care of it. It means a lot to me, and I hope it can do that for others too.
He places his hand on the pendant, touching it one last time.
It's time for me to let go, Mother.
Yeah.
This was always yours. I was just holding on to it for a while. I'll miss you always, but your sacrifice for me will never be forgotten.
He smiles and lets go of the pendant. It shimmers in the sun. We both stand up and turn back in the direction we came from.
Well then, should we get going?
Yeah, I guess so. I nod, and we start walking back the way we came. Domic has been through so much, it really doesn't need to remind him of that moment. That's what I think too. I think that's the point, is that he has so many things that he's done well and things he can look forward to. And I feel like that's been holding him back. But Domic looks much happier and content than he did earlier. Perhaps the events of today would give him a clear mind in the future. I hope so. Our final battle was imminent. We would find out sooner rather than later. Good for him. Okay. I think that was the right move. I do. All right. So let's go do... Okay. So next I'm going to go pro. I'm going to go pro next. We're back at the market. I somehow picked the market 2 times in a row. I love it. Pro leads me to Mizeo's town square without saying much. I'm not sure what's going on, but he seems happier than usual. Things must be going well for him. I hope this is something good. After a while, he rests his back against the nearby house. Tapping his foot, it looks like he's waiting for something.
Okay, Monarch.
That's me.
You're not going to believe this.
I already don't.
I got some information about my parents the other day.
Okay.
After pulling a few strings, I was able to set up a meeting.
With your parents? That's weird. That is actually a huge deal. I'm really happy for him.
As far as I know, it's just my dad.
If this game ever came out as a with a part 2,
but at this point,
we could see our comrades as really old but still doing their thing. Maybe. You never know. That could happen. I tend to think that there might be like a connected universe with this and like Komarebi and probably Major Minor. All 3 of those games. I haven't played Major Minor yet. I might play it, but I think I'm gonna wait for the remake that he's doing, that Clace is doing, to do it. So I might wait for that. But we'll see. But I think they're all a little bit. I think they're all a little bit connected.
An ongoing donation drive right here on Twitch for the Lemur Conservation Foundation. If you want to support the stream in an awesome way and can afford it, check it out. To learn more, check out the link in chat at theleemthatstreams.org.
Perfect. But at this point, I can take it whatever I get. I'm so excited. Oh, god damn it. That always happens when I'm like barely off the screen. Okay.
I'll finally get to ask him what happened. Do you think I have any brothers or sisters?
I would have no idea.
That. I'll keep my hopes low.
Okay. Listen, I would have no idea. I didn't know what if I'm his? What if like this is the scene? What if literally right now I come up and I'm like, Domic. Or not Domic. Pro. What? Actually,
I am your father.
I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen, but wouldn't that be something if that like is what happened? That would be something else. He has a huge smile on his face. So we're going to see Pro fight his parents and betray the group pushes? Maybe. He could. I am your daddy. You're right. Pro.
I am your daddy. That's what I am. Alright, that's enough of that.
It's interesting to imagine Valessa as a wise elder, guiding the future generations.
Valessa is an old lady, but still the elder of Valinor. Well, technically, I picked Fortame for that one. So Fortame is actually the elder. Valessa, I don't know what she's gonna do, but we'll see. Top 10 anime plot twist, right? We'll see. Where am I on this? Oh, wait, here we go. There's something he's been looking forward to his entire life. The ability to meet his parents and find out why they abandoned him.
I almost don't believe this is happening. For the last decade, I've had eyes and ears everywhere. People run around Mazeo gathering information for me to sell. I prefer to do all the work myself, but anything extra is a huge benefit. I'm good at selling, so they provide the info, and then we share the profit. When we got back from Alarentia, one of them had a bunch of stuff to share. And one of them was the one piece of information I've been waiting to hear.
I knew that.
Alive.
I found it out. Fortame quits to climb. He could quit to climb. He could. And you know what? I would accept that because he loves to climb.
I have for anything else in my life. But you can't put a price on this kind of stuff, you know? My future and my heart is on the line. This is a big deal. I hope we don't have to wait too much longer. I'm nervous.
All right, buddy. Listen, you just got to calm down. It's only your dad that you've never met, or you met, but it's been a long time. I don't really know. You might not recognize him. That much was evident by his constant rambling. I press my back against the wall with him. We wait together. We talk about random subjects, anything to pass the time for now. But after a while, finding topics to discuss becomes a little harder. Is Grizz still alive? If not, then Pro might be killed in the final battle. I think I did save him. I'm pretty sure I did. That's not because our bond is weak, but because we've run out of topics. The time of the meeting approached and then faded away. Nobody arrived.
I guess he's running a bit late. It happens. I can't hold it against him.
He smiles, and it's an incredibly nervous smile. He knows deep down inside that his words may not be true. A couple more hours pass, but I don't abandon his side, not even once.
Any moment now.
After a while, we slump down and sit on the ground. His naive hope starts to dissipate into a harsh realization. But I can tell he doesn't want to admit it, so we continue to sit. As the sun sets, people start to retreat to their homes. I can tell that he's tired, and so am I. I close my eyes for a few moments. It wouldn't hurt to doze off for a little bit. I just need to make sure I don't leave him. I awaken a while later, unsure of the time. But it's dark. It must be the dead of night. Pro snores softly with his head resting on my shoulder. I know that in his slumber he doesn't have to face the facts. His dad never came, but why? Was he too afraid to follow through? Pro has a smile on his face. I can tell that he's still hopeful, even in sleep. But he can't sleep forever. He needs to wake up and face this. Give him a soft nudge. He wakes up.
Hello,
hey,
Gecko,
what's going on,
Gecko.
Nathan? Or what's going on, Gecko? I got confused for a second there. How's it going? How's the revolution coming along? Good. We're doing all of our loyalty missions now. We're going to see how it goes. He went for cigarettes. He did. Never returned. But then my heart is broken. He thinks. I woke him up because his dad arrived. He looks around, ecstatic. Loyalty missions indeed. It's like Mass Effect 2, but with a lot more fur. Lot more fur. But then he realizes that it's just me and him. His ears fold back and he laughs, almost as if he's not surprised. Cuddle him? I might. He does deserve that. I knew that this would be hard for him to face, but he was abandoned again.
I guess I should have expected this.
He sighs and crosses his arms.
You know, I thought I'd give them the option. They could come meet me when they were ready and willing. Other than that, my only option was to just march into their home.
You could do that, but I feel like that. I don't think you need them, bro. You don't need them. Look what you've become. You betrayed my group back in Alarinthia, and then you somehow managed to pull off a, big old prank or whatever. You're a big prankster. You should be proud of yourself.
Of course, my courtesy just ends up stabbing me in the back. He said he'd be here, Monarch.
Well,
he said he would. And I trusted him.
That was some pretty good voice acting right there. He growls and punches at the nearby wall in a fit of rage. Don't hurt your hands. We need them.
It's not fair.
Oh, ouch. Okay. He grunts in pain and stands there panting. A few tears start to stream from his eyes.
Why don't they love me?
I don't know. I wasn't there. I step forward and wrap my arms around him. He starts crying more and I rest my head against his body.
I just wanted a family. More than anything, I want to belong.
Okay, so the voice actor...
So much.
God.
They don't want me.
Damn. Bro, you're family now and we forgive you for betraying us. I do forgive him. I know what he was trying to do. I will say this. The voice actor for this part also had a lot of supercharged emotional scenes in Komarebi, with his character. I think it was Isaac. Isaac was the character. And he's really good at this. He's really good at this. I will give him that. Yeah, fuck Pro's parents, right?
I want to know why they threw me away. It's all I've ever wanted to know. It's why I do what I do. I don't know if I can live the rest of my life without knowing the truth.
He starts to calm down, and soon enough, the tears fade. I can tell he's super conflicted. He really wants to meet his parents, but if they don't want to meet him, there's nothing he can do. It was cruel to schedule a meeting and then not follow through. His dad must have gotten cold feet, or maybe his mother needed attention. Under the weather could have had any number of meanings. Not many of them good. Either way, it's evident that his pursuit of the truth is causing him more harm than not. If it wasn't meant to know the truth, then perhaps he should focus on moving forward. After all, he had a loving family in the rebellion. We would never abandon him like this. You won't have to cause I kill them while you were asleep, right? Oh, God. Well, you know what? I say screw them. Let them go live their selfish lives. You come back with us, Pro. We'll take care of you. I will specifically take care of you. I will make Fortame take care of you. Or you can do whatever you want to him. And then, whatever. We'll work something out. It'll work out just fine.
I just don't know what I should do.
I know it's important to him. But I think he should let him go, and I think he needs to focus on the future. They clearly don't care. Because if they wanted to see him, they would have done it. And then also, they abandoned him here, too. I think it's definite. I mean, it's the only thing that's making me, a little hesitant is I know it's important to him. You know what I mean? I know it's important to him. That's the only thing that's causing hesitancy, but I think it's this one. The fact that they flaked was an answer to question. I agree with that 100%. And I think that's why we're going to pick this. I tell him to let go of his parents. He has a true family in all of his allies. Blood isn't what makes your family. It's love, acceptance, and understanding. I like to think that his parents are homophobic as well. They might be. You just never know. They may have never approved of that. Pro, don't worry. We were to overthrow the triumvirate. We need to find them and kill them for you. Maybe. Maybe the triumvirate are his parents. You never know. We'll see. His parents wouldn't give him that, then perhaps he should be abandoning them.
Let them go?
Yes. Do it, buddy. That is, God, that picture, that art right there is so cute. That is so cute. I don't know why. I find that so cute. He seems surprised, like nobody has ever suggested this to him before.
I know, you're right. I've tried, but it's really hard. What happened here today might change things, though. After everything I've tried, maybe this is the wake-up call I needed.
Yeah. This is your new start, Pro.
Thanks, Monarch.
That's me, also Nazen. One of these days you guys are going to say it. One of these days. He smiles at me. I'm glad I could help him, even if it's only a little bit.
So, should we get going then? I guess you have a lot of things to do. Given that, I'm really glad that you came with me.
No problem, buddy. I'm here for you.
I don't know how I would have handled this alone. Having you by my side, it makes me stronger. And if there's anything I need right now, it's strength.
Okay. I could be your strength. Should have kissed him when you had the chance. I should have. I didn't know I had that choice, but if I did, I would have done it. I would have made it happen. With that, we start to walk away from the town square. It pained me to see him go through this. Nobody should ever feel abandoned. But at the end of the day, he had people like me to stand by his side and help. Bro was adopted too. I was adopted too. It's not great meeting your biological family. I mean, I guess it probably depends on the situation, but yeah, for the most part, that probably is going to be a weird circumstance depending on the situation. Like I would imagine for you, maybe that was the case. There's probably some other situations where it is a little different, but yeah, that's got to be tough either way. A lot of questions, a lot of uncertainty. But at the end of the day, should have had sloppy makeout sessions.
Sounds like quite the twist in the game's plot. Maybe next time, they'll spice things up with some unexpected romance.
Oh, they've already done that. So no matter what happened, he'd never be alone. Well, that was pretty sad, but definitely good for them. Okay, so here's the ultimate question. Who am I going to pick as second to last? Because I'm doing this in order of connection. Who am I picking? Is if whoever I pick now means that the other person is the one I connect to most. And that's the question, isn't it? That is the ultimate question. Ow! Did you and Pro kiss on the boat? I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did. Yes. Are you sure you want? Yes. And the answer to that, guys, is I'm picking Ulrich next. I know Ulrich is actually technically, I think, the only person we've, the only person that we've, is the only person we've done that with. But I still feel a little closer to Fortname. I do. I'm going to be honest with you. I like the little bunny. I do like the little bunny. Swing swords against each other, if you know what I mean. We swung our swords so hard. Oh, man. I stand alone in my room, swinging the blade from side to side. Yeah, I met my biological father in middle school, and by that point, I already felt like the family adopted me was my real family. And that's good.
Jojo57957. It's wonderful that you found a sense of belonging with your adoptive family. Remember, family is not just about blood, but the love and support they provide.
I couldn't have said it better, Vryn. Thank you very much for that. I could not have said it better. Exactly. It's all about family is so many things. Like, you know, I have a sister. She's technically not blood. She's my stepsister, but I feel super close to her, and we're really good friends and really good family. And so those things happen. When in doubt, helicopter. Maybe. Yeah, did the old hanky-panky with him. We might have. I'm pretty sure he's the only one we've done that with to this point. So I'm going to swing my blade from side to side. Is that what they call it these days? Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Everything feels different than it did back at the start of my journey. When I first touched the blade, I could barely even hold onto it. But now, I'm starting to master it. I'm able to make it my own. However, just as I think that, the blade disappears from my hand. Ulrich laughs and I turn around, and I didn't even notice him come in.
Sorry, it's just an old prank I used to pull on Sovi. I'd take the blade from him when he least expected it. I guess it has a time and place. Sorry if I startled you.
You asshole! No, I'm just kidding. Hey, what's going on, Ulrich? Big, tall, and handsome over here. He swings the blade a few times before handing it back to me. Damn, Ulrich, okay, right? I shake my head. He didn't even startle me. It was actually kind of funny.
I came here because I assumed you wanted answers. Learning I was the Grand Inquisitor must have been a shock.
Oh, you know.
I'm glad you have a clear head. You could tell that I've changed.
Well, yeah, to a certain degree. You do have your moments where you could be pretty cruel. That was the one thing. Maybe that's why I feel a little bit less connected to him. Was that whole scene in the arena? I wasn't sure if all of that was a story or was an acting. Like he had moments where he was genuinely sorry about my eyes set on something else. True. But I feel like he had moments where he was like genuinely cruel. And that was like really eye-opening. Now I know he may have been acting for most of that scene, but damn, it was something. It was really something else. I nod.
But you deserve to know what I was like before I changed. In order to hide from my past, I haven't exactly been honest. But I wasn't lying to you. It was more like I was lying to myself.
In a way, it sort of makes sense. I just decide to let him talk. He approaches me and sits down on the bed. I sit beside him.
There was a man named Ulrich in Alarinthian legend. He pledged to change the nation, just like I always have. The barbaric way of running things was too much for him to bear. A lot of the specific details have been lost to time, but it goes like this. He was young, and his parents wanted the same thing, so they fought for it. They died in the arena, and Ulrich couldn't handle it. He ran away from the nation. But he pledged to return one day, and change Alarinthia for good. The ideals passed on to him by his parents still live on to this day. That's likely what inspired Vivian to launch his own insurrection. Of course, the story that's handed down is never really the truth. To put it bluntly, I'm the same Ulrich.
I knew that. I was actually thinking...
hard to believe. I'm sure you had
pretty
your
sure
suspicions.
I knew that.
I just came here to confirm them for you.
Yeah, I did have my suspicions. That face he makes, I can't with that. He does make good faces. He's actually a lot more cute than he comes off like originally. Like comes off as a tough guy, but he has moments. He got a boyfriend who was a monarch. That's true. That might be me. It's actually a bit hard to believe, but I let him continue.
My parents hated the way the nation was run. They passed that hatred down onto me as I grew up. But they got older. Before too long, they were decrepit. They could never change anything.
Okay.
So the burden was passed on to me, a rising star in the Colosseum. I never fought for leadership.
Tough guys who are actually big softies are my favorite gender. That's a fair gender. You gotta like it.
I guess the Triumvirate noticed how strong I was.
don't disagree with that.
They approached me. They told me that if I left Alarinthia behind, they'd train me. They'd give me the power to return one day and change everything. I was young and naive. I agreed without hesitation. I wanted to serve our gods. But before they accepted me, I had to prove that I was truly ready. Serving them would involve leaving everything behind. It'd be a fresh start. They devised a test for me, to make sure that I was truly ready to devote myself.
Is this where he's about to tell us that like his test was the original, like Mazeo occupation? Was that the one?
They
He gulps, like he's afraid to tell me what happens next. I feel like the monarchs just date all of our comrades. A true polymorous relationship right there. True. I have definitely, as the monarch, I have decided to create my own little harem, which is fine with me. That would be hard. It would be hard. I mean, maybe that's what it is, though. I'm guessing that's what it is.
They made me kill my parents.
Oh, never mind. I guess that's different. Completely. Holy shit. That is a definite... He looks down at the floor.
In their eyes, it told them that I was truly ready to leave my old life behind. Because I was young and stupid, it made a twisted kind of sense in my head.
Damn, everybody got parent problems. They do in this game. It's unbelievable.
As they died, I told them I was making their dream a reality.
Not a surprise on my behalf. Fair enough, fair enough. But everybody in this game does have parent problems.
Desert. That's how I became a Sixer. I survived the trials, was branded with this tattoo, and showed my worth. And their test was over. They took me over to Balteus and made me their servant. I served them by weeding out insurrections and ensuring they remained in power. After what seemed like an eternity, they came up with the idea of giving me an apprentice. That's when I met Sobi. They preyed on his weakness and naivety much like they did mine. We worked together, traveling the world and killing the Triumvirate's enemies. Eventually, I realized that they weren't good people.
No, I would say you're probably right about that.
Joined the rebellion.
Alrighty.
If the timeline seems confusing, it's because it is. We're talking about millennia here.
Well, you are pretty old, but you are holding up very well. I'll give you that. You must work out a lot. A lot. He's lived for a millennia?
They gave us the gift of immortality. Well, they called it a gift. We would never succumb to old age, and mortal wounds would easily fade. I felt unstoppable, like I was the king of the world. Nothing could get in my way.
He shrugs, clearly embarrassed at admitting such a fact.
But after a while, I realized it was a curse. It's crazy how much your perspective can shift so fast. Taking the dream of immortality into real life, it became a nightmare.
With a slight scoff, he stands up and turns around to face me.
They knew what they were doing. They were creating slaves. Using that blade, they gave us what they deemed eternal life. I know we can use the blade too, but we can't reverse it. That should have been the first sign. I thought we did this willingly, but we really had no choice. It was all or nothing, an ultimatum. The biggest red flag.
Probably.
I've had this curse for far too long. It's made me a bad person. I no longer seek love, because everybody I love is just lost to time. I no longer seek happiness, because it's never permanent. Never. These fleeting emotions may mean a lot to you, but not me.
I don't believe you.
It's a cycle of building myself up only to
Ulrich,
be cut
we
back
love you.
down.
We do love Ulrich.
I thought I'd be like this until the world rotted away. Until I met you, that is.
Oh yeah? What do you mean by that, big guy? I could make you real happy. Although we did once, so I guess that, I don't know. Was it good? Hopefully it was good for you too. He reaches out and holds my hand, squeezing them softly.
Someone who can use the blade. Someone who can lift the curse. And after all we've been through, even someone I can grow old with.
Wow.
Please use that blade and give me my life back. I don't want to belong to them. I think I want to belong to you.
Wow. Holy shit. Listen, that's a lot right there. That is a lot. That's a lot. I don't know, man. Damn. Holy shit. Of course I'm going to say yes to that.
0102.
What a line to come in on, right? Seriously. Damn, Ulrich. My goodness. I could remove the curse the Triumvirate put on him. That would be good, but then he'd be weak and vulnerable. I don't know if he'd be weak. I don't think Ulrich could ever be described as weak. I don't think that's a good thing to do. No doubt the source of his strength, partly due to his immortality. If I remove it, he could perish during the attack on Balteus. And easily. I guess that's a good point. I guess that, I don't know, that's a good one. I feel like that is a good point. Like, what happens if I do it and he dies in the battle? That would be pretty sad. But also, he wants this so badly, I think. I would be moving his biggest advantage. I'm not sure what to do. Remove it? Okay. I'm leaning that way. I am. I think he wants it badly enough. And even if, like, he were to get it and then, like, if something bad were to happen in the battle, I still feel like that's what he would want. He'd want to go out knowing he helped a cause. And hopefully we win, but that would be like, you know, kind of the thing. So I am leaning towards that. He looks at me, awaiting my response. I don't know what to say next. I'm probably going to remove it. I think I do want to remove it. You're not going to like, although the only thing is it kind of like Captain America but in reverse? So if I select this, does he become like, you know, skinny, small Steve Rogers? Is that what happens? Because I'm going to say, like, you're probably pretty cute as a skinny, you know, small Steve Rogers type. But there's something about this that you decap him, right? I could decap him. I could make him un-Captain America. That would be pretty tough to deal with. I'm going to take this chance. I tell him I'll remove the curse. His face lights up like I've never seen before. He takes a few steps forward and plants a soft kiss on my cheek. Aw.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Am I doing this right now? How do I do that? That's the problem. Savi hasn't gotten to this part of the lesson yet.
Maybe we need some more action in the game to spice things up, huh? A little less, and a little more, rawr. Am I right? Wink.
Wink, wink. I grab the blade and I try to figure out what to do. And I'm like, I don't know, actually. Savi and I haven't gotten to this part of the lessons yet. So hopefully I don't do something horrible to you instead. One thing was for sure. He'd soon have his life back. He wouldn't have the freedom to grow old. Or he would have the freedom to grow old. And finally, find peace. And before he leaves my room, I make sure that his dream becomes a reality. Okay, I guess I did it. All right, so that leaves me with 2. Oh, wait, I could do Savi's as well, it looks like. I'm going to do Savi's now because I'm leaving Fortane for last, and I forgot Savi, you could do that, so we're going to do this now. Savi leads me to a boat and takes me on a short voyage. I have no idea where we're going, and our destination surprises me. It's a place I haven't seen on any, or it's not a place I've seen on any map, and it looks unlike anything I've seen before. I follow behind him, unsure where we'd even end up. After a while, he turns to face me. I ask him for an explanation. I trusted him enough to follow him here, but I had my limits.
I know that we're almost at the end, Monarch. It won't be much longer before we arrive on Baltean soil. So, it only makes sense that I show you where everything began.
Everything? Like the start of the world? He gestures broadly at everything behind him.
I come from this backwater town.
That don't look that bad.
It was wiped off the map after all the villagers were murdered.
Okay, it looks that bad.
Given time, it might have even become the 5th nation of Alestia.
Okay, so it's seen better days, is what you're telling me.
But that was long ago, and nobody remembers this place.
Savi's backstory is even sadder, and you'll see pretty soon. Uh-oh.
They were incredibly wealthy. They had a force of men working the mines, cheap labor, and big profits.
Oh, so his parents were probably not great then.
Listen, only the cool kids join the conspiracy on Discord, so I can see why you are not there.
Look, Savi, we all have our days. We do have all our days, right? That was important. I need to know. It seems like Savi was finally opening up to me. It was important. I need to know that he could be trusted. And if things went well, his loyalty to our cause would be confirmed.
As their son, they had me oversee all of this labor. It was my job to make sure everybody hit their goals. I performed admirably and put my foot down when needed.
Oh? Do you put your foot down often? Some people would really like that. I know oh man, if you're listening, Zephyr Ferret, I know you might. This would be your thing, right? Zephyr, are you out there? If you're out there, Zephyr, this is your thing. I can tell you that right now. I've seen the animated thing you do. I've seen it. He walks towards a nearby house and puts his hands on it. Damn, even Savi got parents' problem. Everybody in this game does. Everybody does. Because I do too, right? Because my parents were pirates too. I'm just less like worried about it. Like I think it's kind of cool. But yeah, you know how it is. Without taking a breath or taking a loud breath, I could tell he's reliving unpleasant memories.
Everything was going well until the truth came out. The people who raised me weren't my parents.
Got it. Don't be a parent in Winds of Change, right?
They
do not be a
killed
parent.
My parents while I was an infant.
Do not do it.
And took over this town.
Oh my God. Did they even look like you? I mean, you're pretty distinct. So if like one of them was like, you know, an otter and the other one was like a bird, then that might have been your first clue, but guess we don't know that.
Raising me as their own, our relationship was built on a lie. I was serving killers and usurpers. When I found out, I felt nothing but rage. They stole this land and the lives of its rightful rulers. Such an injustice.
The hand he was resting on the house slowly turns to a clenched fist.
I don't know what came over me, to be honest. I killed everybody.
Whoa!
My so-called parents and all of the workers. I was lied to by those who swore they loved me.
So that's why he's so big on rightful rulers. You're right. He is pretty big on that. This seemed okay. So I could understand this part with the killing of the parents. That makes sense. This second part, not as much. Sabi, you're a little scary. That's a weird thing.
By rule of inheritance, in that moment, this town became mine. But there was nobody
Okay, Savi, I know we all have our days, but killing an entire town is a bit extreme. A bit. Just a little bit.
I wanted to live. I took myself to the cliff's edge and thought about throwing myself into the ocean.
Holy shit, this is getting dark. This is getting dark. Now you see what I mean by even sadder? You're right. It's pretty bad. He turns back to face me, and I can see how sad he really is.
That's when Ulrich found me.
Oh, wow.
He made sure I didn't do anything stupid. I don't know how he came across me when he did. I thought it could be Providence. But he saved me, and I told him everything. Instead of scolding me, he praised me.
Savi, you should have signed up for BetterHelp. Yes, Savi, let me tell you about our sponsor today, BetterHelp. They may have a thing just for you. I don't have that sponsorship, so I really can't say it, but it doesn't matter.
I expected to be dragged to the nearest prison, but he took me right to the Triumvirate and told them my story. That's when they wanted me to become his apprentice. I accepted.
Ulrich like, yo, I killed my parents too. Hey, everybody in this game has something wrong with their parents, so I bet a lot of people can relate.
My desire for justice was something they wanted on their side. But I no longer fought for my home village. I fought for all of Alestia. I swore an oath to them that I would always fight for the rulers of this world. At the time, I believed it was them. But learning the truth of the monarchy, it just opened old wounds. I saw the Triumvirate in a new light, much like I saw my so-called parents. Once more, the desire for justice rose to the forefront of my mind. You may think my allegiance changed and that it was a sudden shift.
Yeah, a little bit.
It's not true.
Okay.
I've always fought for the same thing. It's just that sometimes the tables need a little turning.
Okay, well, hopefully you don't ever turn on me, because you might kill everybody in Mazeo if I ever turn on you. So I guess I better be careful here, buddy. Because you might have a thing against me, but apparently what we've learned about you is that if you have a problem with me, everybody in town may die. And that's a little weird. Don't know how I feel about that. He crosses his arms and seems to be done talking for now. He leads me further into the village and I follow, trusting him more. Yeah, I trust him more. Yeah, don't ever cheat on him. Well, see, the thing is, Jojo, is it cheating on him if I'm with all my other significant others in this whole, like, harem thing that I'm building for my monarchy? Is that cheating? I'm not sure. How do I trust him more? He killed everybody in this village for what his adoptive parents did. I don't know if that story instills more trust in me. He eventually end up in a large building, one that served as the town hall.
You may notice the blood stains, but don't worry. I threw all the bodies off a cliff with Ulrich. You won't be seeing anything gruesome, I can assure you.
Oh, good. That makes it all better. 100%. What an odd way to put my mind at ease. I agree. You could work on your bedside manner there a little bit, Savi.
This is where my parents lived. I was never really allowed in. I guess I should stop
good. I was worried you
parents.
kept the bodies. What if he did? He's like, I keep him in this room over here.
I longed to see the world.
Every once in a while, I just need to be reminded of what I did.
Of loyalty. I slaved away. Sometimes I'd sneak into my father's office and peel the stamps off of his letters. They were incoming letters, so it's not like they had any use. I started to collect them. I stuck them to my bedroom wall and told myself that one day I'd go and see those places.
A little bit less cute now, but fair enough.
One day, I wanted to be free.
Well, you are now. See, everything ends up good in the end. As long as you don't kill entire towns, we'll be good. He lets out a loud sigh.
I thought I was free when the triumvirate took me in. But it turns out I just traded one form of bondage for another. Shackles moved from my wrists to my heart. I don't know which is worse.
He holds his hands close to his heart.
They pressed the blade against my chest and gave me some of its power. It allowed me to use it as my own and gave me what they deemed eternal life. Ulrich grew to see this as an awful curse, but I embraced it. And to this day, I still do. I see myself as a defender. I want to protect the reign of Alestia's true rulers. If the monarchy is restored to power,
Jojo
I will protect you.
57,957. I can't process your question.
Oh God!
Because it seems to be in the following categories.
It's not that. It's not.
This
well,
may
it
be an
is.
error, but moderators may take action for repeated abuse.
Vren, no, it is. You're right. It does fall into that category, but it's not so bad. He might be doing that. I can tell you. I can tell you what's worse, Sophie. Being used for someone else's benefits. It is pretty bad. Oh, man.
But now, it rests with you.
Ooh.
The true heir to the throne of Alestia.
I have to make another choice.
And that is where it shall remain, as long as I've proven my loyalty to you. Knowing everything that you do you trust me to protect you in battle?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not an entire town. So... I guess my counter question would be, if I had the opportunity, would be like, well, did the people of this town trust you? Because did the people of this town and the workers of the mine, did they trust you? Because that didn't seem, we have to trust him. Maybe, we'll see. I mean, as long as you don't kill everyone. Yeah, I think that should be like, yes, Savi, I trust you. You've earned it. Now, please don't kill everyone. Please don't do that. But I don't know. I mean, I feel what he's saying. I do. I think that, like, he's always had a sense that he wants to do a certain thing and he means to do good, but I think he's got some major issues, and that doesn't necessarily make him bad. Except for the killing of the whole town part. That kind of does. But I do trust him to keep to his word. I do. I think I'm going to go with it. But you better not, but you're going to have to sign some paperwork that says, I'm not going to kill another village of people ever again. Okay? That's my deal. No murdering other people. We've all killed everyone in our town before. Right. I mean, who hasn't, right? All right, let's just do it.
Thank you very much, Monarch. I knew I picked the right way to tell you the truth. If we did this anywhere else, it might have fallen flat.
Maybe, I don't know. It is pretty, I mean, it's nice to see it, I guess, but he smiles, and I can tell he's extremely relieved.
I needed to get this off my chest before our attack on Balteus. Not knowing whether I had your trust, it was too much.
Did the bodies fall flat?
Now,
probably.
And I'm no
He did throw him off a cliff, so they might have. Well, it was into water, I think, so you never know. All right, actually, we don't know. I don't know if we know that. Maybe it wasn't. Who knows? With that, it seems like our business here is done. The choice to trust me with his past and confide in me, it meant a lot. None of my other converts had to carry the burdens alone. We were in this together.
Let's get back to Mazeo, all right? I'm sure there's lots to do before the end. Thanks for joining me, but I think we need to leave.
Okay, we can do that. I start walking back to the way we came and head out to our boat. This place was just wiped off the map. I had no idea that it existed. It makes me wonder just what else this world was hiding. Before we get back on the boat, I look back at the town one last time. After the war was over, maybe we could rebuild this place and grow it. A new nation with new rules. We need to leave. This place is actually haunted. It could be. If we get here at night, all the ghosts come out. It's bad. Maybe if we had the opportunity, we should seize it. We start to sail away and leave this place behind us for now. But I know Savi better than I did before, and that could only bring good, except for the murdering part. Got to be less murdery. We're going to have to work on that. We are carrying the weight of it in his shoulders. It was no longer there. Kind of. All right. The time has come. Fortame, the original BF, I think. The original guy. The one that we started dating first. It's it all comes back to buns. It all comes back to bunnies. Let's do this. Theo, don't you even say anything. Don't you say it. All right. Banoy. We're going to go Banoy. All right, here we go. Loyalty scene Banoy. Fortame takes me back to Valenorth and we look at the grand tree. It makes sense that he'd want to accomplish his lifelong dream before the final battle. Roast the bunny, Theo. Roast him. Get him. Those metallic claws he'd found in Mazeo. I think he'd finally achieve what he wanted. And of course, he wanted me to achieve it with him. I'm grateful that he chose me, but I'm also a little worried. This is really something I can pull off, even with those tools.
Well, I guess this is it. I can't leave for Balteus with any regrets. So I'm
He's going to be like, actually climbing because my parents fell off and I feel traumatized. Well, his parents were pirates, so we kind of know what happened to them. So I'm guessing that won't happen, hopefully. Unless that's the twist. He's like, or when he gets up there, he's like, well, you know, I used to live in this other town and I climbed this even bigger tree and I pushed them all off of it, one by one. I'm actually a serial killer bunny. So that would be something else too. You never know.
And with someone like you, no less.
Aw.
Think they'll talk about this in the history books?
I don't know.
I mean, I don't think anybody else has done this before.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I haven't read all of, like, there could be a Guinness Book of World Records and we don't know. The plot twist to end all plot twist could be. We're going to be the first.
Here, you need to put these on like gloves. There's another pair that goes on your feet as well. After that, we just climb. We don't need to find footholds. Being able to create them ourselves? Now that's a good invention.
Didn't Dominic want to write? He did. I think so, yeah. He might be a good writer for that.
Don't tell anybody, though. These might very well be under the trade ban.
Or was that Pro? No, I think it was Pro. Isn't it Pro? Or was it Dominic? I thought Pro wanted to do that. I can't remember. It was one of them. I know it was one of them. Yeah, you're right. He gave me a quick wink. It's all right, though. I won't tell anybody.
It looks way taller than I remember. I'd try to give you some advice, but I don't have any. With those tools, this should be pretty easy. At least, I hope.
If we both fall to our deaths, that's going to be one hell of a twist ending to this game.
Just don't fall, Monarch.
Okay, I'm going to try my best.
Survive something like that. I've fallen from way shorter trees and been in pain for months.
That's very comforting. Thank you, Fortame. I'm very much appreciative. He is sure great at instilling confidence.
Well then, got everything ready?
No.
Let's find a good starting point.
Did you bring a sandwich? Might need lunch.
And don't forget that there's a kiss on the line.
Oh.
So let's consider this a race. Are you ready?
I mean, I think isn't it both ways it happens, so I guess it doesn't really matter. He enters into a stance that implies he's ready to begin. One fuck up and it's all downhill from there. Exactly. Completely, 100%, like literally all downhill. I nod and let him know that I'm ready. I assume the same stance. We make our way to the base of the grand tree and look up. It's the first time I realize how tall it actually is. Oh my, you better not lose or you'll have to kiss him. I'm pretty sure either way, like I'm pretty sure he constructed this little bet in a way that it ends in a kiss regardless. So I don't think it matters, but you're right. I would rather be the one in control of that situation. Would we really be able to make it to the top? I doubt wells up within me, but I don't voice it.
I bet I'll be the first one there.
I bet you will. You've probably done more climbing than me. With that said, he digs his claws in the tree and starts to climb. I watch him for a few moments before replicating his actions to a T. After a few minutes of doing this, we're extremely far from the surface.
Scared of heights? Make sure not to look down. I, for one, love the view. This is part of why I do it.
I feel like if I was afraid of heights, this would probably be something I should have said before starting this. So hopefully I'm not.
Hey, no fair! I was taking a breather. Didn't think you'd be the type to play dirty.
Oh, hell yeah, I am. You should learn that about me very soon. So you're gonna practice, like, what if the tools shred the bark and you fall? It could be bad. It could be bad. He laughs. We scale the tree at almost the same rate. I can't imagine doing this without these claw-like tools. The fact they make this pretty easy. There's no risk of falling. Well, I don't know about that. Saying to not look down will make me look down. It might. I probably did multiple times already. It allows me to take a step back and admire Fortame's skills. He was climbing trees for his entire life without this kind of aid. I suddenly appreciate his every stumble and fall, his every bruise. As we get higher and higher, we start to get enveloped by the canopy of leaves. We aren't quite high enough that they become red, but it's still an impressive sight. It blocks us from seeing the village below, but it's beautiful to look at regardless. It really helps to solidify where we are. We're scaling the grand tree. You have to let him win? Well, we'll see. We'll see. Nobody has done this before, and it's been his dream for decades now. However, due to this challenge, the competitive spirit starts to appearing within me. He didn't start with the grand tree. I am, though. This is my first climb. So at the rate we're going, I could very well beat him to the top. In fact, if it was a race, that would pretty much be the point. But this was still his dream. He might deserve the moment. Oh. I mean, I could put him in his place, guys. I could put this bunny in his place. You know what I mean? I could be like, listen, I know you think you're the shit, but just know who you're dealing with, okay, Fortame? Just know who you're dealing with. I am the king, baby. Hail to the king, okay? And you're gonna have to learn that, you know, if you mess with the king, then you're not gonna get the bling. You understand? So, but at the same time, I do kind of love him. I want to see him happy. This was his thing, not mine. I'm gonna let him win. I'll do it. But I just think, you know, if he starts getting a little a little out of his britches, a little too big for his britches, then there's gonna be an issue. So I just got demon stalls. Don't have characters become permanently hostile. Because I keep hitting them with by accident. What? I don't know what's going on there. That sounds bad. But I'm gonna let him win. I decided intentionally to throw my progress. Fortame deserves to win. I feel like it's only fair. As we get higher, we reach the blood leaves on the high. When we reach the final stretch, I fake a small stumble. Nothing to put myself in danger, just enough to cause a slight delay. After Fortame has gotten far enough up, I get myself back on track. LOL, hit him with a passive-aggressive, I could have beat you up that tree, years from now. Yeah, seriously, like, we're going to be, like, really old, and we're both going to be, like, eating oatmeal because our teeth are pretty much gone, and we can't really do solid foods. And I'll just be sitting there drinking tea, eating my porridge, or whatever it is, and then out of nowhere, I'm just going to look up and be like, I threw that race, right? Up the grand tree. I threw that. And then that would be like, or even better, it would be like Fortame on his deathbed. We've lived a long life, but he goes first because, I'm the king, so I have better healthcare than he does. And, he's on his deathbed. And, he's looking at me and he's like, I couldn't imagine my life without you. It's been a great long ride and you've been the love of my life. And I'm so grateful that you were in my life. And, I will die happy as a result. And I will look at him deep into his eyes and I will smile softly. And I'll hold his hands. I'll put one hand between both of mine in a very loving and cherishing way. And then I will say, I threw that race on the gray tree. And then he dies. And that's the last words I ever say to him. And that's how the story ends. It's what you leave him in your will. Just a note that says, that gets read to him. Yeah, no, that's the next step. It's like, yeah. Oh, that would be bad. It's on my tombstone. It's my epitaph on my tombstone. I threw the race to Fortame on the great tree. It's always going to be there to remind him. He laughs as he sits in a massive branch, enough to support both our weight. I follow him up there and sit beside him, taking a huge sigh of relief. We did it.
I can't believe we did it, Monarch! And of course, I had a feeling that I'd win. Never think you can rise above the master.
See, I would totally add that as a scene. You get to post-credit scene where you can tell him exactly. And it's just like your last words to him as he's sitting there. He pours his heart out to him. Now push him off, and I was like, oh yeah, well then here you go. And he's like, oh. And then I go, I purposefully lost. And he's like, no. And that's how it ends. Anyway, he smiles and inches a bit closer to me as we sit on the branch.
Look at that view.
Uh-oh, sappy music's back in.
Village, but these leaves? I never thought I'd get to see them up close like this before.
Well, you never know sometimes. Everyone else is like, what happened to Fortame? And I'm like, guy got a little bit too big for his britches. Got a little cocky when he got up there. Didn't work out for him. And then I look at Salvi and I'm like, I understand why you did it. I get you, buddy.
I've only ever seen them when they wilt and fall off. But being up here and seeing them fresh? Wow. I wish I could take some with me, but I know I can't.
He runs his hand through some of the blood leaves, clearly in awe.
This doesn't feel like I thought it would.
What do you mean?
I thought it'd feel amazing, like I'd become a different person. But I feel just like I did before. I guess that's how things go, huh?
Sure.
Oh well, at least that's one more thing I can cross off my list. A bit anticlimactic, but I don't really know what I was expecting. Maybe it's like Eastcrown, just the allure of the unreachable.
He inches a bit closer to me and rests his head on my shoulder. I can't see his face, but I can tell he's, wearing the widest smile.
This is a bit different than that back alley in Mazeo. I'm glad that we have more privacy, now we could do this together. When we first left Valenorth, I had no idea we'd become this close to each other. Not that it's an unwelcome change. Trust me, I always thought about this. But back then, a scribe in training dating someone like you was frowned upon.
Well, then they just have weird rules.
The entire world is nothing like we thought it was.
True.
You know, I used to come to this tree and listen for the spirits.
Him having fantasies. He did.
Can be a fun escape from reality.
But they didn't.
Jojo 57957.
And now I know what that silence truly meant.
It's like taking a mental vacation to a world of your own creation. Just remember to keep one foot in reality, too.
You don't have feet, Bryn. You've got talons. Those are different. So just keep that in mind.
All of us were held back by the triumvirate. But now we're strong and unified in purpose. I know that together,
suppose.
There's nothing we can't do. And it's all the more special because I have you by my side. You're the man that I love.
Aww.
And there's nothing that can change that.
Aww.
I'm following you to the ends of the world, to the highest reaches of the skies.
The only thing I can think in response is,
let me smash.
Yeah.
And I'll have your hand the entire time.
Well, probably not in the battle, because that could be hard to swing my sword if you're holding my hand the entire time. He slowly reaches down to my hand and entwines his fingers with mine. He then brings my hand to his face and gives the top a soft kiss.
I wish this moment could last forever.
Aww.
But that would be selfish of me. We have stuff to do. Thankfully, we'll always have this memory. It's perfect.
Oh, that's adorable. He looks around the area one last time, admiring a view he may never see again.
Well, should we get back down to the surface? I don't want to waste much time up here. We're busy and all that. It means a lot to me that we could share this moment. I'll never forget it.
With that, he starts to climb back down. I follow after him and make our way to the surface. It feels weird down here after being up so high.
So, what's next on the agenda? You know what? Never mind. You do you. I'll be around if you need me for any reason at all.
That's weird. You earned the loyalty of all your comrades. He walks away with a big smile on his face. I guess the dream of his came true on that day. When we got to Baltius, he'd have no regrets. That's fair. All right, guys, we've done everything. So, I'm going to try and finish this. I don't know how long the ending is. Actually, Jojo, how long is the ending?
I always imagined myself giving Ulrich, Pro, and Severe night to remember, if you know what I mean.
That's fair. That's fair. Jojo, how long is the ending scene? Is it pretty long? Or do you think I could get it done within an hour? Not too long. Oh, okay, cool. So we'll do that. We'll go ahead and give it a try. We're going to try and finish this off. Here we go, guys. This is it. I think. Pretty sure this is where it ends. Morale is 100%. Everybody's there. Okay. I think we're good to go, so I'm going to give it a go. Yes. Okay, Baltius. All right. Let's finish this off. Let's do this. There will be no coming back, as Act 5 is the finale. Hell yeah, let's do it. Here we go. Let's hope everybody survives. I don't want anybody to die. That would be really sad. I make my way to the docks, happy to see almost everybody has done the same. Our forces line the entire area. Dozens of ships are to our command. We stand a real chance. Making my way down the docks, I notice all of our forces talking amongst themselves. This is the unity that our world needed. The unity that we were fighting for. Though not everybody saw eye to eye, they could all coexist with one another.
Yeah, you, watching, I see you. If you have not hit follow,
there would be no more oppression for those
who
thought differently than our rulers. That is, of course, if we won. Milas is nowhere to be seen, but somehow, I'm not surprised. He came to Alarinthia and back, and for that I was grateful. It was time for him to rest and focus on what to do next. I noticed Savi helping our forces load the supplies onto the boat. The gamble letting him join our side seems to be paying off. I'm certain his help would be invaluable as we entered Baltius. As I continue down the docks, eyes start to fixate on me. Not just me, but the blade on my back as well. They all knew who I was. At this moment, I felt the weight resting on my shoulders, but I stand strong. This was the burden that I was ready to carry. No, this was the burden I was born to carry. I smile at them as I walk by, and they do so in turn. As I walk, I eventually run into Dominic. He's overseeing everybody's efforts, making sure it all goes smoothly. There was a lot to transport. We need weapons, food, and drink.
Quite the army, isn't it?
Yeah, there's
Sailors
nobody
will be
there,
proud.
but that's
know
fine.
you would.
If Grizz doesn't pop
Forgive
up,
me
I'm
for
calling
taking
it. I'm
charge,
coming
though.
after you, Leem.
You deserve a
I'm
break.
pretty sure I chose the one where I didn't let him do the thing, so I'm pretty sure I did that. But maybe.
Or at least a chance to save your energy. You'll need most of it in Balteus, not here. We'll take care of everything until then.
I mean, I can help pack. I'm still pretty capable. I nod, thankful for Dominic to taking initiative. I actually think you all probably need rest too, so I definitely need to use the voyage as time to prepare. My skill with this blade was limited, but I knew I could improve.
I made sure to put us on the same boat as each other. Everyone, actually. Howl, Valessa, Fortame.
Nah. Only
Pro.
you need rest. Only I do.
It's
That's
probably
fair.
best if we're all together for the end of this journey.
Probably. That much was true. I needed my friends on my side for this. We're about to change the entire world. We'd be slaying gods. Part of me wonders who they are and just why they do what they've done. There's probably no point in concerning myself with that information. Nothing about them could excuse what they've done. They need to fall. I thank Dominic for everything he's done, and this makes him happy.
Of course, Monarch. Anything to help you out. But I think we're almost ready to set sail. Want to get on board? Might as well lead by example. A lot of people are just standing around.
We turn to leave, but are quickly interrupted. It's the last person I'd expect to see, but I'm not surprised.
Leave it
there he
without
is.
Me,
He's
Say
here.
about bunnies
I
with
thought
big
you
feet,
wanted me to
not
come
big socks.
along.
They do have big socks. It's hard to shop for them too. They don't make socks that size very often. There he is. Axel, he's fine. See? He's fine. So is Steve. Steve's good too. I mean, he's dead, but he's still there. I'm leaving without me, Dominic.
Hey, Grizz, happy to see you. We weren't leaving, just getting on board. Hopefully everyone else will take the hint and follow suit.
They might.
Fair enough. Hey there, Monarch. Dominic told me everything when you got back from Alarinthia.
Puts my bat down. Oh, there he is.
Like we were looking at
That's
things
good.
the wrong way all along. At least I definitely was. I thought that my death in those tunnels would redeem me. But now I know that my fate lies elsewhere, in Balteus.
Sure. I'm glad that his outlook has changed. I couldn't let him kill himself back at our HQ. He was just lost and needed some direction.
At first, I was furious that you denied me my redemption. But when Dominic came to see me, I looked at it differently. I was meant to survive those tunnels and help your final attack.
Yeah, I mean, you could also, maybe you were meant to do things, but you can. It doesn't all have to be fate. He holds his hands out, awaiting my response.
What do you say? To the Triumvirate's fall? Mazeo can rest with Lilith for now.
Sure. Lilith seemed very competent. She can handle it. Yeah, to the Triumvirate's fall. I shake his hand, and his grip is firm. The support of our cause is getting overwhelms me.
Thank you, Monarch. Let's put the past behind us. Honestly, I think all of us want to forget about those tunnels. I promise that from here on out, I'll maintain a clear mind.
That's what those eyes look like. And Steve is kind of moving too, so maybe Steve is only faking death. I don't know. A nod, and we start making our way towards the boat. Our vessel is the same one we used to get to Alarinthia. It's a bit bigger than the rest and would work as a mobile HQ. When I get on deck, I turn and look at the docks. Everyone is saying their final goodbyes since we might not make it back. I give them all the time they need and slowly watch as they board the fleet. Actually, I might not make it back either. That thought fills me with fright. Taking one last look at Mazaean soil, I say goodbye under my breath. What happens next would change the course of Elestrian history forever. Turning around to face the deck, I notice Salvi is waving me over. I walk towards him, wondering what it could be about. This seems important. As I make my way across the ship, I notice my comrades scurrying about. Vivian or Draku, who did you choose? I did Vivian.
I'm glad that they put us all on the same boat. I must say, I've gotten used to you and your friends. Being placed anywhere else would be pretty uncomfortable.
Also, we have the best cushions on the seats down in the seats, you know what I mean? Downstairs. So, in the prison, we had the best cushions in that prison cell that you were in, so bet you're happy about that.
I just wanted to tell you that I gave Damek some information. He's forming a plan of attack as we speak, so it definitely helped. When it comes to Balteus and the Triumvirate, I know more than anybody.
I mean, Ulrich might also know some of this stuff, so that's possible.
I'm sorry for what we did to him during our attack, by the way. I ordered Shane to stab him, so it's technically my fault. He seems fine, though, so no hard feelings?
Well, okay, I'm actually more angry at Shane than you, because it was way too easy for you to get him to do that. Way too easy. Shane is a dick. A complete and utter dick. I shrug, uncertain of how to respond. If it happened any differently, he'd be dead for sure. It feels a bit beyond coincidence, but I don't stop to question it.
They might not tell your allies that I gave them this information, though. Not everybody trusts me, so it would probably just cause more harm than good. I'm not here to cause harm, so we all agreed it was best to omit a few facts.
I mean, he did kind of die, but Shane was kind of an asshole for it. Shane took advantage of him, and I hate him for it. He took advantage of things he knew, and it was bad. It makes sense, so I understand where they're coming from. Fighting amongst ourselves is the last thing we need before the final battle. It was time to stand strong and united. A time to trust one another unconditionally.
That's it, really. I just thought you deserved to know it came from me. I did promise information that would help your final attack, after all. If anything else comes to mind, I'll make sure to bring it to attention.
Okay, you could also tell me, because I don't know what it is, but hopefully it goes to good use. He's definitely going to great lengths to make himself seem genuine. That's good. There was a lot of doubt in the air surrounding his alliance. The people may not know he tipped us off, but they didn't really have to. He turns away from me and stares into distance. I guess our talk is over. I decide to make my way to Damek and Hal to see how that information was given, or to see what information he gave them. But before I can get there, I'm interrupted by my comrades. They seem really excited. We exchange hugs and pleasantries for a few moments. Are they really happy, or are they just putting on an act? It's hard to tell. Since this is the calm before the storm.
Hey there, Monarch.
What's up, buddy?
I'm happy we're all on the same boat.
Well, I'm pretty sure that was going to happen regardless, so I am too.
Yeah, it makes me feel way better. If I was stuck with other people, I'd be worried, but in this situation, I'm not. I'm perfectly comfortable.
Great. Hopefully you stay that way when we're fighting people.
I'm just doing
the worst part is that we can't even kill him, because if we did, then really Damek will be killed in the final battle.
Wait to get back and settle down for good.
That's good to know. I'm just doing the best to hang in there. This whole life at sea thing isn't really my style. I can't wait to get back to settle down for good. That's fair. I do remember you have problems with that.
Knock on wood, Pro. Don't get arrogant before the final battle. This is a huge gamble. You need to give it your all.
Give it your all. Me?
Arrogant? Never.
Well.
Anyway, I need to take my mind off of this water stuff. How about we go sit in the crew quarters and play some cards?
That sounds like fun.
Sure, but I think Damek is about to make a speech.
Do you want to play Go Fish?
I'm
really good at it. Does anybody have Uno cards?
About our plan of attack in Balteus.
Pro? Did you bring Uno cards? We could play Uno. Who needs a speech when you've got Uno? Water sports stuff, you mean? No. We don't need that.
Maybe you should get over there, Monarch. I'm pretty sure that's something you'll want to be a part of.
I'm real good at the speeching stuff. I can speak with the talks of the best with them. So that'll be good. Play some Yu-Gi-Oh cards. We could do that. That'd be good. Maybe some Pokemon cards. Maybe it's Magic. We could play Magic the Gathering. That's true. And I was making my way over there anyway. Ulrich and Pro go about their business, but Valessa and Fortam stay.
Good luck, Monarch.
That's me.
I hope we get to spend more time together. But I understand if we don't get to. This is probably the most important moment of your life. So do whatever you need.
Okay.
Yeah, as much as we need you, I think the world needs you more. Hopefully this isn't goodbye. But there's always a chance that it is. Since we're going to Balteus, we need to treat that as a real option.
Okay, you don't have to get depressing. But we'll see. It's true. As grim as it may the conversation feel. Before I can respond, they both step forward and hug me at the same time. Oh, that's cute. I let out a soft laugh and wrap my arms around them. Together, we've all come so far.
Thanks for everything, Monarch.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have some planning to do.
Maybe.
So I'll let you go.
Well, I don't really have much to do right now, so.
Yeah, just know that I'll never forget our time together.
Okay.
If we play our cards right, then we can have more of that after the war. I know things have been crazy, but with you two by my side, it's been easier.
Oh, that's cute. You guys are so cute. With the hug broken, we nodded one another with big smiles. I'm sure we'd see each other again, so I don't let it get me down. There was no way we'd get to end of this without crossing paths again. God damn it. I make my way over to Dominic and Howell, scanning my surroundings as I do so. Our pirate allies run about the ship, making last-minute preparations and adjustments. It's nice to know that we had their sailing expertise, so many important people here and abroad, or on board. Because of that, something told me our ship would be at the very front of the pack, but I wouldn't know for sure until I talked to Dominic and Howell. They turned to face me. I can tell they're stressed out. It's apparent on their faces. I asked them what's up.
Hey, Monarch.
That's me.
We're just taking care of some planning. I think we have a pretty good idea of what we're going to do. Now that we've talked it out, I think our chances are great.
Great. I'm glad.
Dominic is correct. Our confidence has increased tenfold. Thanks to some last-minute information, we now have the edge. Hopefully we can keep that when we put our plan into practice.
I know where you got that from. They both glance over at Savi. I know that they gave them the information. I'm glad that they trusted him enough to base their plan around this intel. Back when we left Alarinthia, our alliance and trust seemed so shaky.
I guess I should tell everybody what we're planning then. I'll go stand at the head of the ship and give myself a platform. They might want to hear from you too, Monarch.
Say my non-binary companion.
Be ready.
He might be. I stand back and I watch as he takes slow steps towards the head of the ship. I don't even know what they're planning, so I'd be learning at the same time. Imagine if he was playing the long game. Oh, Savi, he could be. You never know. That'd be pretty harsh. However, due to the fact they were working together, I knew we were in good hands. Alex watches him pass by, and I can tell he's tired of waiting around. It wouldn't be much longer before we set sail, so I hope he can wait a little bit longer. We haven't even left yet. Once the pirates start preparing the ship to leave, their shouts would drown everything out. After a few more moments, he reaches the head of the ship and clears his throat. Gathering the attention of everybody nearby, he mounts a crate to get on higher ground. The silence overtakes the ship, but he has no problem rising to overcome it.
Well, I guess this is the eve of our final attack. I know many of you are wondering just what's going to happen. I'll explain more later, but right now, I can tell you a bit of what we're planning. We should arrive in Balteus just as the sun is rising. When we do, we'll be all meeting at a central location for one final meeting. It's important that everybody is on the same page before we take any big steps. However, our first big step will be to secure the Grand Library. Holding the proprietor hostage, we'll station our army there as a pseudo-HQ. I bet you're wondering why we've chosen the library. Well, our reasoning is twofold. First of all, we've been told that the honor guard cannot set foot inside. There's some sort of ward on the property.
Interesting.
Presumably so the owner can be alone. We're not sure why they prefer to work alone, but we know they're important to the Triumvirate.
That is interesting.
That is part of our second reason. Taking them hostage, we will extract information. We need anything we can gather that will help us with our next step, the final attack. While information is extracted, we can use the safety of the library to rest and recuperate. After that rest, we will gather one more time and begin our final assault. The Monarch will lead a small team and infiltrate the castle, attacking the Triumvirate directly. The rest of us will lead the honor guard to the town square and fight them there as a distraction.
They have a town square?
With the distraction as large as we're planning, the Monarch should be unimpeded. He will kill the Triumvirate and destroy the large idol.
Wow, that's a lot of pressure.
Chambers.
That is a lot
We believe this idol
of pressure.
to be of importance to them, so we must destroy it in order to win.
Lots of pressure.
With the blade plunged into that idol, the Monarch will tap into its power. He will use it to deactivate the honor guard, and the suits of armor will crumble. At that point, victory is ours. We will gather in the castle atrium and count the survivors.
Everybody looks at me as Dominic explains this part of the plan. Well, don't put more pressure on me. I feel like I'm getting a lot of the looks right now. It's my first time hearing it, but all of it makes perfect sense and is good strategy. We don't know what the idol is, but it could definitely use its power, like I did in the HQ. With the Triumvirate dead and their honor guard dissolved, victory was ours. We'd still have to worry about Halen and Shane, but I'm sure they'd pop up somewhere. I feel confident. Giving everybody a nod, they turn their attention back to Dominic's platform.
As soon as we arrive, I'll share this plan with everybody else. So until then, I advise getting some rest. You're going to need it. That is, unless there's anything you want to say to all of us, Monarch.
Oh, just do your best. Give 110%. Put everything out there. All my eyes are on me once again. I take a few steps forward. Dominic jumps off the crate, leaving me with the platform to stand on. A speech? I've never given one of those in my life. I don't know. My uncertainty must come across in my demeanor as they start urging me on. They don't even break away from each other, leaving a clear path for me to walk forward. I am technically their leader. It makes sense for me to talk. I'd have to get used to this. I continue to walk forward and notice smiles appearing on their faces. The impact of that my action and my attitude have on everybody here was clear. It's a good thing that this level of responsibility was given to someone who can handle it. A few moments later, I'm on top of the crate, matching the deep gaze of all my subjects. Silence overtakes everything. I can hear them, or hear the calm of the water against the docks of Mazeo. It was clear that I'd have to break my silence. I clear my throat, and I think of what I should say. I guess there's only one option. Oh, shoot, hold on. And it's time for our enemy to realize that they're wrong. I didn't read the first part. I'm sorry. I didn't know it wasn't going to do that. Never again, our homes will be seized. They start to mutter amongst themselves, nodding in agreement with everything I say. The road of this journey had been paved with compromise and change. Hold on, let me do this. This will be better. We'll do it this way. But they have been our changes. We do not conform to their idea of purity and perfection. And that is exactly why we will win. I'm pushing the button. Okay. A bunch of them start cheering, with wide grins on their faces. I'm speaking from the heart, speaking from instinct, and it's working. I smile now, too. Well, I'll smile, too. Okay, here we go. Did it work? Yeah. All right. It's working, and my words for a moment are filled with confidence. We will leave behind a world of freedom. We will embrace everybody who has been wrongfully oppressed. Put simply, we will give hope to those who have found their own was stolen. Due to the triumvirate's rule, the number is far too high, but it ends now. No longer will the victims find themselves blinded by revenge. No longer will servants find themselves lost to a quest of redemption. The crowd is roaring with applause, cheering on my every word. I know they want more, so I try to think of what I should say next. We have more power than any group of people have ever spoken up against the triumvirate. With my visions just of my own, we have an army of seers willing to fight for us. Able to see the future and every move the enemy can make. We will be unstoppable. I grab the blade from my back and slowly unsheath it. But most importantly, we have this. Holding out the blade, they explode with even more applause. I hold the symbol, almost guaranteed our victory and our freedom. Nobody has ever had or ever will have a better chance of taking them down. Using this blade, I will create a world just like Salus had always envisioned. When this is all over, we will live in a united world. We will stand together, strong. Everybody will have a voice, and together we will find harmony. We will find peace. I put the blade back in its scabbard, signaling that I'm almost done speaking. Raising my fist to the air, I give out one last shout, one last call to unify our cause. For the rebellion! The rebellion! With a wide smile and met with a large round of applause, I jump off the crate. Thank you. Taking this as signs we're ready to depart, the pirates start preparing to set sail. I should probably meet with Dominic and Hal one last time before deciding what to do. As I approach them, I notice they look happier than I've ever seen. I never saw myself as a public speaker, but I'm quite surprised at what happened. My doubts of efficacy were still there, but seeing my comrades smile helped that worry dissipate.
Eloquently put, Monarch.
Hey, you know.
In my own speeches, I have to admit, I could see just how much everybody looks up to you.
Remember to use the Force. I mean, Monarch, yes, use the Force, Luke.
It was quite impressive.
Oh, wow.
Say.
Hey.
You're going to make a fine leader. We're sure of it. The greatest asset of any ruler is the ability to inspire hope.
Well, shit. Happy to know that you liked it.
And I'd say we have that in droves now. I trust that you're okay with our plan, Monarch. Sorry that we didn't have time to pass it by you first.
I have a few notes. I nod. It all seems good.
Good. It seems everything is now in order. Perhaps you should go and get some rest, Monarch. We will wake you if there are any matters of importance.
Alrighty.
Yeah. We need you rested when we reach Balteus. You know our plan, and the pirates are about to set sail. There's nothing left for you to do. At least for now.
Great. I guess they were right. Until we arrive, things were out of my hands. After thanking them for the opportunity, I make my way to the crew quarters. I value the opportunity to rest, but given the circumstances, that rest won't come easy. And it all fades to black. Uh-oh. Is this the, Halen and Shane gather at the docks of Balteus. Surrounded by the honor guard, they order them to prepare a small fleet. They knew the end was coming, and they had to meet it head on.
What was your reasoning behind this again? I'm surprised the Triumvirate decided to play along with your plan.
They have to come by sea, and this is the main point of entry. If we leave from here, we can intercept them before they arrive. The plan is to thin out their numbers as early as possible.
Shane, you asshole.
What if this fails and they sink our fleet?
I don't know.
Scared of dying, are you?
Maybe.
No, that's not what I meant. It's a valid concern, Shane.
Well, in my case, I don't really have anything left to lose. Let me lead this charge myself, Halen. You can go back to the castle. You'll be needed there for a second line of defense, if they make it that far.
I trust that they won't.
I wouldn't be so trustworthy.
Me too.
I mean,
just tell the Triumvirate I'll be there soon. I have no intention of dying. Not to any of those weaklings.
Shane instructs the honor guard to get aboard the ships. It's a small fleet, only of a few ships. Halen watches and scoffs.
You have a death wish, you know that. I get that you hate them, but don't throw your life away. The Triumvirate rewards service. Keep that in mind, all right?
Oh, he'll keep that in mind. Fuck you, Shane. Fuck Shane. Seriously.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll be back before you know it, so go and have a rest. Just wait, Halen. If they even arrive, you'll find that their hope is lost.
Halen smiles, a sinister smirk. He knows exactly what Shane is implying.
Very well. I can get behind that thought. Be careful, though. You're a good apprentice, Shane. I trust that you and the Honor Guard will do some real damage.
Yeah, that's the idea. I'll see you back at the castle.
All right, you guys can get some beers later. Maybe watch the game? We'll see.
Sure.
Halen starts to walk back, but quickly turns around.
You know, Sovi never let me do stuff like this. As his apprentice, he shut down almost every plan I ever had. I have to be better than him, though. I'm trusting you with a lot here.
Don't worry, I promise not to let you down. The rebellion ends today. You have my word, Master.
Halen nods and starts making his way back to the castle. Shane remains muttering to himself with trembling fist.
And it all starts with that little figurehead of theirs. It's almost time, Seer. You'll be joining Domex soon enough.
I already have. You don't know this, but I am at this moment joined with him. And also, if you that actually, that's kind of a scary face. Like, I didn't know Shane had it in him, but fair enough, dude. Like, rawr, 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 XD. In your face with the rawr, XD. Oh, here we are on the ship thing. I toss and turn, getting minimal amounts of sleep. The blade rests against my bed, ready to grab it at a moment's notice. I fade in and out of sleep, fighting a mixture of both anxiety and tranquility. Just when I'm about to fall asleep, a negative thought jolts me back awake.
In Winds of Change. Shane might have some making up to do if he wants an invite.
You're
Let's
not
hope
invited.
For a happy ending for all involved.
Yep, indeed. Vren is right. Let's hope a happy ending for all involved. Probably not for Shane. We had no idea what would happen when we arrived in Baltius. It was terrifying. I realized that sleeping probably isn't going to happen right now, so I get out of the hard bed. Just as I do, I notice somebody approaching out of the corner of my eye.
Valenorth, Mazio, Alarinthia, Baltius. Long ago the four nations lived together in harmony, then everything changed when the Triumvirate attacked. Only the true warrior who has mastered all four elemental techniques could stop them, but the one who we all needed the most, they vanished.
Wait,
Many
I'm right
years
here.
passed
What
and
did
my
I do with
friend
it?
And I discovered a new warrior,
Uh-oh.
Seer, also known as
That's me. Me. Oh, I think it was a little too long, but oh no, his timing kind of went down. It was close though. I'll have to increase his timing on that. We'll see.
Hey now, put that thing away. I didn't mean to startle you, Monarch.
That's a weird way to say it. That's a weird way to
LeemThatStreams
say
is
it.
proud to support an ongoing donation drive right here on Twitch.
It's just
for the Lemur
Vivian. That's a
Conservation
relief.
Foundation.
It appears there's
If you
been
want to
some
support the stream in an awesome way and can afford it,
Domek wanted
check
me to
it
tell
out.
you that you're needed on deck.
To learn more, check out the link in
see what I
chat at
mean when we get up there,
theleemreserve.org.
Alrighty, I will. I nod. It must be important if he's interrupting my rest. As I start to walk away, Vivian puts his hand on my shoulder.
I just wanted to tell you that I know what happened in Alarinthia. I know that Pro and Ulrich teamed up in order to throw our fight.
Well, I gulp, unsure of how Vivian would react to such a news. But, much to my surprise, he lets out a hearty laugh.
You know, I always said that Alarinthia needed to be ruled with smarts. Draco would just sit in his throne, thinking that strength solved everything. Using a scheme like they did to outsmart him. It's almost poetic, isn't it? Besides,
I'm glad you're taking this so well.
It also sent a message to every Alarinthian. Their old way of doing things was wrong. Individual strength doesn't matter. It's how strong we are when we team up, under shared ideals, that truly matters. And for sending them that message, I commend you. Good luck out there on the deck. I think you'll need it.
Well, you're making it sound way worse than it could possibly be, unless it is Shane's attack, I guess. He released his grip on my shoulder. For a moment, I was scared things would go south. I'm glad to see he's accepting of what transpired. Dropping the issue from my mind, I head up to the deck. I had no idea why Dominic needed me, but that thought was frightening. Slowly ascending the steps, my mind is plagued by the unfortunate possibilities. We're sinking! As soon as I arrive on deck, I see exactly why I was needed. Off the cliffs, or off in the distance, we're met with a fleet of ships belonging to the Triumvirate. When you get caught getting to work at the worst time, seriously. He's, well, we'll see. It's not far to see away the sheen of the honor guard is concealed. Dominic and Howl immediately run over. I could see the panic in their faces. It was clear that the battle would be imminent. I met them halfway to see what their plan is.
We have no plan. Perhaps this is time for Dominic to shine. A master strategist. Is that not what your people say?
That's a lot of pressure.
Hal, this is no time to be petty. We need to put our heads together and figure this out. Let's see. It's a small fleet, maybe only half the size of ours.
So we surround them. We just tell some of the ships to do like a flanking maneuver and get behind them, and then we'll surround them, and then they're kind of fucked. So we could do that.
Naval warfare was not something the monarchy practiced. We lived in peace, Dominic. Our world was not discordant like this one.
Well, this is really not the time. We exchange glances. Dominic seems uncertain and a little worried. He strikes a pose of thought, and before he breaks the silence.
Okay, I'll do it. We know this battle is lost if the Monarch doesn't make it ashore. So our goal should be securing the safety of this boat and the lives of those on board. This is when we need to rely on everyone's strengths. We need the pirates to take action.
He waves over at Alex. Oh, the ears return.
Alex, we need you to order your forces to charge. This is precisely why I wanted to form a treaty, for battle at sea. I need you to occupy the forces. Distract them while we slip by.
Then why are you criticizing Dominic? I don't know. He's being weird about it. He is being weird about it.
Slip by?
There they are.
They'll notice you right away. Baltian ships are equipped with projectile weaponry. 1 or 2 good shots and you'll be underwater in minutes.
That's what I'm counting on.
Huh?
Huh?
We're going to let them sink this ship.
This one?
Are you crazy?
This is a pretty nice ship. We might not want to do that.
I have a plan, Alex. Everybody, listen up. We'll time it so we're close by when they hit us. As we sink, we can hop over to their ship and hijack it.
There's a weird plan. Imagine Shane coming out of nowhere being like, surprise! He might be. Hold on, let me allow that one.
Oh, sounds like a love triangle brewing in the game.
Ooh.
Maybe Dominic needs to realize he's on someone else's ship before things get messy. Oh, the drama.
It's a love triangle between Dominic and Howl. I think that's the true pairing. Imagine Shane coming out of nowhere. He could do that. He could. Shane is a wily motherfucker.
Using their own projectile weapons, we'll start
looks like
sinking
there's some
them one by
confusion
one.
about ship ownership.
Their attention
Hopefully
will be
they
divided.
can sort out this misunderstanding
They'll be getting attacked
peacefully,
from multiple
without any
sides.
shipwrecks along the way.
We can use that
You never
to our
know.
advantage. They won't be able to retaliate through the chaos.
Right, of course. Should I send the order right now?
As long as I get to pet your ears, then you can.
We need to do this immediately. There's no room for error. This is the end.
Yes, sir.
No, that's your job. Alex runs off and climbs the netting of a ship. I look over at the other ships and pirates start doing the same. It's almost like they have an entire language to communicate over long distances. That was an impressive sight to see. However, seeing Damek think on his feet was equally impressive. With a sigh and a smile, confidence overtakes the panic from a few moments before.
Damek, we must say, that was pretty impressive.
Aww.
Hopefully now you realize that visions only hold you back.
Huh?
Look at what happened back in the Rebel HQ. You relied on a vision. You tried to fulfill some prophecy. In a way, that is limiting. You plan your strategy around certainties.
Well, true.
But there are no certainties in war. Assume that the enemy is a counter for your every action. In this case, we should also plan for a scenario where the enemy prevails.
Damek shakes his head.
They won't. Simply because we can't afford it. Any losses
That's usually
at this
not a
point
great
would
plan.
mean the end of our cause. Trust in the pirates, Howl. Trust in all of us. We can do this.
We can. We will do this. Howl simply nods. Moments later, the pirates launch their assault. We all lose our balance as our ship takes a sharp turn, moving in a new direction. It was a risky plan, but like Damek requested, I choose to place my trust in him. It was a trust wouldn't carry us to victory. Then it would be our strength and resolve. I hold on to the side of the ship as our speed increases. Everybody braces themselves. They're not sure what's going on, so Damek draws his sword and raises it to the air.
Everybody listen up. The final hour is upon us. Our pirate army will be charging against the enemy fleet. While they're distracted, we'll slip in and hijack one of their ships. That means we'll be sacrificing this vessel, so don't be alarmed if they deal us a fatal blow. As we're sinking, we'll jump over and board the enemy.
This feels like a weird plan
Their
to me.
ships are equipped with projectile weaponry. Using their own ship, we will turn their weapons against them. They won't know where to focus, and we'll use the chaos to our advantage.
He starts to talk a bit louder as the ship picks up speed. We move away from the main fleet, preparing our approach from the flank. I notice the soldiers nod, accepting Damek's orders and a plan without hesitation.
If things go south, I need all of you to protect the Monarch.
That's
Without
me.
him, we will lose not only this battle, but the war as well. His life and the blade that he carries should be our top priority.
All right.
Do I make myself clear?
Pretty clear, but it's still a weird plan. Everybody cheers in approval and raises their sword like Damek. Then we all stand to watch the bulk of our fleet as the battle begins. We slowly move away from the action, and I can tell that some are relieved. As soon as the pirates get close enough, the honor guard retaliates. They launch heavy projectiles from the catapults and shoot harpoons from wooden structures. The pirates are sailing, and their sailing expertise are mostly able to counter by altering their trajectory. However, not all of them can do so. I witness several ships get torn apart and start to sink. My heart sinks with them, knowing that they were willing to sacrifice themselves for me. It seems the battle is on full force. They get closer and start to board each other. I can hear swords clashing as the honor guard tries to defend against the pirates' charge. Ships on both sides start to sink, and soon enough, it's almost impossible to see what's happening. From this distance, it's too chaotic, but if enemy ships are sinking, we must seize some weapons. That means the tables have started to turn, but it's up to us to play the part as well. I turn back and look out where they're headed. We're dangerously close to some enemy ships. Damek calls out to everybody, shifting their attentions away from the distant battle.
This is it. There's no turning back. Everybody, brace yourselves to charge.
Let's go! I could see the honor guard prepare their weapons. When I scan the surroundings, I could see the forces prepare as well. A line of archers form, ready to attack the enemy ships at any moment.
Hold!
He places a fist in the air. An intense silence follows. Both sides are armed. The question is, who attacks first? I take a deep breath and pull out the blade of Exodus.
Hold!
I look over the ships we've left behind. The numbers are easily halved, but this goes for the enemy as well. This was clearly the turning point. What happened next would decide the fate of our entire cause. And it began with a barrage of projectile weaponry. The enemy attacked our ship with everything they hold. I can feel the hull get torn apart, and everything starts to shake. Okay. The archers return fire, knocking out the suits of armors, manning the weapons. I look back at the wheel of the ship, and Alex spins it, turning towards the enemy vessels.
I hope you're ready to jump!
I don't know how to swim. Hold on. Get ready to kick some asses. But wait, what if I don't know how to swim? I didn't mention that before. Dominic nods. A moment later, everything erupts into chaos, and the forces jump onto the enemy's ships. After long running start, they land and start decimating the honor guard.
See you on the other side, Monarch!
Oh, we're not swimming. Okay, that's good. Hopefully I make the jump. With a smirk, he follows the soldiers, jumping across the enemy's ship. Landing with a roll, he immediately starts fighting, displaying impressive skill. I did get to see him fight at our HQ in Alarinthia. It's quite the sight. He dodges enemy attacks with ease and retaliates with expertise, taking out multiple suits of armor with a single swing. He clearly holds his own. I turn around and order the remaining soldiers to charge. I save myself for last. Before I jump, I notice Alex is still on the wheel. I shout his name and tell him to get across as soon as possible. The ship has already started to sink. The water rises at my feet.
You know, any good captain is supposed to go down with their ship. But I guess there's no point living my life by an outdated code of honor. Thanks to the treaty, there'll be a new life waiting for me after all of this.
Yeah, please don't do that. That would be bad. He leaves the wheel behind and places a hand on my shoulder.
And honestly, it's all thanks to you. Let's make this jump together, Monarch.
Hell yeah.
We're a team until the end.
Hell yeah. All right, no matter what. We move to the opposite side of the ship, putting a distance between us and the enemy vessel. I notice that most of the honor guard has fallen, and our soldiers are manning the weaponry. It's a good sign, with a feeling of victory is ours, and Alex and I start to sprint towards the enemy. He makes the first jump, jumping to the railing of our ship and launches himself across the gap. I'm not too far behind, and I jump on the railing moments after. However, I make it no further. An arrow pierces through my shoulder, and I fall back onto the ship, into a pool of freezing water. I pull the arrow out with a grunt. Blood oozes from the wound, but it's nothing major. We could patch it up as soon as the enemy ships were taken care of. I rise to my feet. Looking up, I immediately noticed the source of an arrow. It wasn't an honor guard. It was Shane. With an evil smirk, he jumps across, boarding our ship. It's still sinking, but I have time. I can take care of him fast enough and then be able to carry out my plan as originally intended. Instead of coming for me, he runs after the wheel, steering our ship away from the chaos. It wasn't good. My time was limited for both the sinking and making a distance greater. He must know exactly what he's doing. Part of me wonders if he played some sort of trap. I know, that bitch! I look at my allies, and they seem to be doing a good enough job as they enact our plan. My fist shakes as the blade of Exodus, as I grip the blade of Exodus. Shane scoffs as he watches. I shout at him in anger and despair. I call him a traitor, and I condemn him. He almost killed Dominic. He caused irreparable damage to my family.
A traitor? Not from where I'm standing. Dominic abandoned me, and it's all because of you. He's a selfish fool. All he cares about is that stupid sword.
I keep walking towards him, and the ship shakes violently. Water keeps spilling on the deck, and I'm standing almost ankle deep.
I had a plan. We had a plan. And he threw it all away. The moment you walked through that door, he let you replace me. He left me to rot in the Triumvirate's prison because you were more convenient.
Did you really get all of that from... Okay. That's not true. And I try to reason with Shane, but there's to no avail.
You saw how many people died in your HQ during that little attack. If you couldn't wield that sword, you'd be buried down there with the rest of them.
He really does.
Dominic
You're right.
Didn't care about you or your friends. He only cared about your power.
Well, I feel like he was hurt, but I think he let himself... Like, that's a hell of a face. Again, that's not true. He's clearly been converted by the Triumvirate.
I was thinking long and hard about what I should do. You know, what was my place in all this?
I don't know. Much to my surprise, he throws both of his daggers to the ground.
And I realized that if I served the Triumvirate, I'd receive the same power. It seemed fitting. end Adomic's rebellion with the same thing he was relying on.
He smirks, and I can tell that the man Domic cared about was already dead.
I wish he could be here to see this. But you'll tell him the story, won't you?
Aren't you planning to kill me? Then I very much could not. A moment later, he charges at me, unarmed. But in almost a blink of an eye, the blade appears in his hand. Robbed from mine, I have no choice but to jump out of the way. I run the opposite side of the ship, where he threw a pair of daggers. Picking them up, I assume a fighting stance, and wait for him to charge again.
Not strong enough to take it back by willpower alone? Thought so. You're weak. See, I was blessed by the triumvirate. All you got was worthless energy from the realm of spirits. Out of pity, too.
He doesn't seem to know about the monarchy, or the true nature of power within me. Big surprise. The triumvirate lost Sovi when he found out. I should use this to my advantage. As he charges, I maintain the facade that I'm weak and unable to summon the blade. I dodge to the side once more, but slice into Shane's arm with one of his own daggers. He winces and grunts. His arm starts to bleed, but it doesn't seem to affect his performance. He charges again, and I dodge to the other side with a roll. I slice into his legs, and he stumbles. I have the speed and agility. He relies on slow, brute strength. It's easy to tell that he's never fought with such a weapon before. From what I've seen, he can really use only arrows and daggers.
Is that all you got?
Is that all I've got? I'm winning. I'm winning, so I don't know about that. I won't be able to keep up this strategy forever. I needed to change it up while I think how to end this. He charges at me once more, but this time I meet him head on. Holding out the daggers in a cross formation, I stop the blade from going any further. We struggle, both sides almost equal strength, trembling as we try to overpower the other. I tell Shane that Domic is still alive. The spirits willed it because his cause was righteous.
Impossible!
No, not very much true. He'd never comply if I told him to look after himself. I told him to look for himself, so there's no way I can prove it. However, he seems to let up a little bit, and I'm able to overpower him some more. I push him away, and I tell him that it's all true. He's on the wrong side of this war.
No, you're the one on the wrong side.
Shane is more of an asshole. He's an absolute. He is pretty bad.
Hundreds standing in a world of millions.
He is pretty bad.
Even if you win, they won't respect your power. They're happy living under the Triumvirate's rule. Revenge won't solve anything. Just back down.
We circle around each other, both holding out our weapons.
I was hurt by the occupation, and I wanted to fight. But I realized I was being greedy. And there was no point. It's not my happiness, my satisfaction that matters. It's the world's.
Interesting thought process. It seems we've reached a stalemate, both trying to talk each other down. But I wouldn't yield, and something told me he wouldn't either. His views have been twisted, and he thinks of mine have as been as well. We charge at each other and meet in the middle once more. The water rises, and I can tell that time is minimal. We're sinking fast. Returning to the same deadlock as before, I needed to do something. I needed to summon the blade back when he least expects it. My time is limited, and it honestly seems like Shane is beyond saving. The question is, what would I do when it's back in my grasp? Ooh. Uh-oh. So, I mean, immediately. Immediately. Yeah, so my immediate thought here is I should probably... I want to kill him because he deserves it. Like, let's be real. This guy has done so many bad things. But I think in my head, I am starting to think it is probably because he is... he's very misguided. And obviously, he's very, very gullible. And I don't think I want to kill him. I mean, I kind of do. I kind of want to kill him. I kind of want to, though, Axel. I kind of want to. Like, he kind of deserves it. But I think if I have to go based on what I want to be, I don't want to be like, I don't want revenge to like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to save him. He didn't deserve to die. That much was clear. There had to be a chance that he'd have a reason. Do you really want to be a Savi? I don't. That's the thing. There had to be a chance that he'd see reason in the future. If I went on to win this war, maybe he'd see things differently.
You took everything from me!
As his anger and rage empowers him, I start to tremble even more. It takes a lot to resist the strength of a man wielding the blade of Exodus. I do my best to buy time until I find the right opportunity and contest Shane's words.
You were born with everything I worked so hard to achieve! They were my family, my friends, and you took them all away!
In fairness, I didn't do any of this, but fair enough, buddy. He starts to get more desperate and angry. I decide to take action. I let him overpower me. I step to the side, dodging his next swing.
I hate you!
Okay, thank you, Anakin. Am I about to throw you into I hate you. I feel like he's about to start burning and like become Darth Vader here, but okay. But immediately after, and much to his surprise, I phase the blade back into my hands. Quick, get the high ground. Shane, I have the high ground. Yeah, that's Anakin's only weakness, right? While he's caught off guard, I raise the blade in the air and smash the base against his head. He screams and stumbles back, knocked into a daze. I step forward and do the same thing again. I'm careful not to go too far. I stop the moment I find enough time to make my escape. He slumps down to the ground, almost knocked unconscious. I can hear him cry and whimper. He's like Zuko from Avatar. A little bit, maybe. There was no way to know if he'd make it out of this alive, but at least he had a chance.
Tomek.
There was enough of a distraction. I had to get moving. Looking back at Shane, it was crushing how far he seems to have fallen. When I saw Dominic again, it might be wise not even to tell him what happened. I jump in the water and immediately start swimming towards my ship that the comrades are on. But soon after jumping in, the freezing water makes my limbs stiff and my chest heavy. Fighting it for as long as I can, I keep swimming. I know I can do this. This is no time to give up. Wait, did he die anyway? Did I just leave him there and he dies anyway? Where you were my brother, Shane. You were supposed to be the one to end the triumvirates, not join them. When my vision fades to black back in, I can feel that I'm being dragged. What happened? My body's covered in snow, and I'm shivering. I must have passed out back in the water. I shake my head, and whoever is carrying me seems to notice. They put me back down inside.
You're awake. Thank goodness. When I found you in the water, I was starting to worry. What happened back there anyway? You were so far behind us.
What happened? Okay. I shake my head, telling him that I can't remember much. A necessary lie. Did Shane die anyway? Like is that the implication that Shane died? If he knew Shane Shane tried to do and how lost he was, it would damage his morale. He needed to see my survival as a triumph. We couldn't afford any more damaged morale.
Oh, I see. Can you stand on your own? We're resting in a shack that's not too far away. It's nothing fancy, but it'll give us the privacy we need.
Okay, what do we need privacy for? What's the privacy about? What's this whole privacy thing? No, I didn't die. You'll see what I mean. Okay. Nodding, I get to my feet. I stumble a bit, but Dominic can tell I'm still fine.
Just follow me, all right? I'll give you an update once we arrive.
Alrighty. Oops. Normally, a statement like that, under any circumstances, would fill me with fear. But Dominic says it was such a calm demeanor that I'm led to believe everybody is fine. Holding in my optimism in my head, I smile as I make my way towards the shack he mentioned. As soon as we arrive, I make my way to the shack and lean against it. We have barely arrived in Baltius and everything was already chaotic.
57,957, playing
I will
the
not
mystery
confirm or
card
deny
A,
Shane's fate. That's
keeping
fair.
everyone on their toes, wondering about Shane's fate.
That's
what
true.
Twists and turns await in this thrilling tale.
I don't know what I was expecting, so it's not exactly a surprise either. All my comrades are scattered about, talking amongst themselves. I'm glad that they survived. I try to account for them one by one as I look around. After a few moments, something strikes me. I can't see either Fortame or Valessa. Howl approaches me and lets out a sigh of relief. I can imagine that my momentary disappearance stressed everybody out.
Good to see you, Monarch.
Privacy is for us to, talk about important things. Exactly. Might be just that. Just chatting. I ask him where Fortame and Valessa are. His demeanor quickly changes to that of sadness. I'm sorry, what?
They are some of the few we have yet to find, but we are certain that they live. We haven't found their bodies. Many of them washed ashore, casualties of the battle at sea.
Where the fuck are they then?
We are relieved to know that you are not one of those casualties. The plan is to wait in and around the shack until everybody shows up. This might be a good time for you to get some rest. Please relax.
Okay, but I can't if my bunny's missing. My bun is gone. Where's my bun? Where'd he go? Relax. Well, my best friends are missing? That was a tall order. I tell hell I might not be able to.
Please do not resort to worst-case scenario thinking. This is a time to be hopeful. We stand on the precipice of victory. We will go and look for them personally. You deserve some rest.
All right, well, but you better find them. I nod, and I thank him as I turn away. Scanning the area once more, I can see who I can find. A few of the comrades I can slowly find gather around me.
Hey, good to see that you're still among the living.
That's
that
true
was pretty
for now.
Intense, wasn't it? Sure scared me at least. I'm not one for sailing or fighting, so combining both? Yikes.
All right. I don't know where they are. I want to know where they are. He can't die yet. How are we going to hold the fact that you let him win over his head in the future? Exactly. I need to tell him on his deathbed.
Pro was scared. Thankfully, I have strength for two. He cowered in the corner while I did all of the hard work.
All right, would you two just make out already? Jesus Christ.
Not.
Sure.
I just want to kiss and make out with Pro so bad.
He is cute. I do agree with you. But soon after that, I can tell something is wrong. There's something I'm not being told about all of this.
It's about Alex, Monarch. He's resting in the shack, in critical condition. I think we can nurse him back to health, but I'm not sure.
What happened to ears? His ears are fine though, right? Like, his ears are okay? Oh no.
Look, it's probably best not to think about it too much. He's in good hands. We just need to forge on as a team. If it weren't for him, we'd all be dead at sea. This is a victory.
I guess that's true.
It was just important that we gave you a status report. I think once everybody gets here, we'll hold another meeting. Our strategy may need some adapting after these losses.
Yeah, go take a breather. You deserve it. Right now, our options are pretty limited.
It's not ideal, but he's right. All we can do right now is wait. Thanks for the chat, Monarch.
I didn't really say a whole lot, so, that's fine. I guess there wasn't much left for me to do. I make my way to the shack, hopefully to relax. I gotta head out for the night. Good luck uprooting the political landscape of with your harem. Exactly. It's gonna be a good old time. Have a good night, Gecko, and rest well and all that fun stuff. But it was chasing an impossibility. I'd find no rest here. Not until everything was over. And that would mean we'd either win or die. As I enter the shack, I pray that it's the former. Well, me too, actually. As soon as I'm inside, I let out a huge sigh. The emotions behind are almost undiscernible. There was so much going on, my mind was overwhelmed. I guess I should take care of the important stuff first. The pirate forces suffered heavy casualties, and Alex was almost lost. I could see him resting in a small bed, sits in the corner of the shack. He notices me and waves me over. As a soft motion, I can tell he's in pain.
Hey.
Oh, your ears are fine. That's the most important thing.
Listen, only the cool kids join the conspiracy on Discord.
I tell them that I'm doing all right.
I can see why you are not there.
At least that makes one of us. Saying. I almost died. One of my men shielded me. That's the way to power, I guess. Watching them die.
I'm sorry, buddy. That's rough. He winces in pain, and I see the wound on his abdomen.
Never gets any easier, though. Hey, can you promise me one thing?
I can try. I can really try. I nod, and he waves me even closer, as his voice weakens. He holds out a hand, and I shake it with a firm grip.
Give them hell for me, Monarch. If I die, I want to die knowing that we've won. Show them no quarter. They don't deserve it.
Fair, but I'll do my best. I don't know. I nod and then release the grip of his hand. He dozes into slumber, and I decide to leave him be. The rest would be important right now. He shouldn't force anything. After standing up, I look down at him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't even be here right now. I smile and silently thank him for all that he's done. The door of the shack swings open, startling me. I turn around to see Grizz look around, obviously oblivious to my presence. After a few moments, he notices me and lets out a nervous laugh.
I never thought I'd see this place again. This is where I used to live, before I joined the Triumvirate.
Oh, wow, weird.
Shepherd. That's all I was.
Is that what happened to Steve?
In me.
Is that what happened to Steve? Steve died.
But now I know that all they saw was a naive man ready to serve. They prey on the weak, on those whose minds can be warped. I'm a different man now, but perhaps my change came too late.
Jojo, I'm going to say that your estimate of the amount of time that this would take is a little off, but we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. He steps forward and places his hand on the table.
I don't know if this is important or not, but Balteus has changed. It used to be a beautiful place, but now it's almost like it's dying. I can't put my finger on it, but something bad is happening here.
It sure seems that way.
So be careful, all right? We can't lose you, Monarch. But if it's within your power, I'd like to see Balteus restored. Placing your throne here and settling down would be a good idea.
Well, you know, we could do that. I agree, even though I'm not entirely sure what he's talking about. Balteus had changed, it's dying. I'm not sure how that works. But he's not one to lie, so I just let him continue talking.
They made me kill.
Yeah, I realized that. I forgot about the cabin and library. Fair enough, fair enough.
Symbolized the death of my old life and the start of my new one. I felt awful, but I still chose to comply. I wasn't the smartest when I was younger.
Alrighty.
That's why I wear the skin of my favorite sheep. I called him Lassiter.
No, it's Steve.
I wore him as
You're
a
wrong.
tribute.
His name is Steve.
He slowly turned into a symbol of my resentment.
Steve, not Lassiter, Steve.
Every day, that constant reminder was part of why I defected. I couldn't live with what I did, so I sought redemption. Of course, you know the rest, so I won't bore you. Thank you for listening to an old man's ramblings.
No problem. I give him my sympathy. That was an awful thing to experience. They use their status as gods to manipulate young and impressionable people. I can imagine that abandoning your moral code is easier to impress gods like them. I'm glad that he survived those tunnels, and I chose to assist us in the final battle. I make sure to tell him that, and he gives me a wide smile in exchange.
That means a lot. It really does. I want to see the Triumvirate fall, even if it means losing my life. Giving everybody out there a happy future? Now that would let me rest easy. Of course, my survival would be preferable. I promise not to do anything too reckless. You have my word. That's all I can really give you for now.
I accept that. Oh, I thought he was done. He starts walking around the shack, inspecting things. There must be a lot of memories here if this is where he used to live. It's probably best to leave him to himself, given the current circumstances. There isn't much left to do but rest, I suppose. I move to the corner and press my back against the wall once more. Hopefully they're all able to find Valessa and Fortame. I can't lose them now. I'll rest in here for a while and gather my bearings. This is not a time for freaking out. I mean, it is a little bit. You can continue the story by reading or when you're ready by clicking the top right corner. Okay. Is there things in here to look at? Doesn't look like it. What does that do? What does that do? Oh. Never mind. Okay. I'm going to move forward on this then. Let's just get going. And here we go. Would you like to continue the journey? Yes. After a few hours of waiting, I almost can't handle it anymore. It's impossible for me to rest when my friends could be in danger. Making my way to the exit, I cross my fingers hoping that they're okay. Just as I'm about to leave, the door swung open, catching me off guard. What the fuck? I'm not even off that screen. I take a few steps back to avoid getting hit, letting out a sigh of relief afterwards. It's Ulrich, but that's not all. A few moments later enters Valessa and Fortame. They're alive. What a huge relief this was. All the worry had taken its toll. We hug each other with big smiles on our faces. For a while there, I was scared what might have happened. Thankfully, they're okay. I could rest easy as we moved forward with everything.
Sorry for taking a bit longer than you thought. We've never been here before, so we got lost.
Well, that is weird.
Yeah, and it was even harder because you're keeping quiet. It's hard to find people who don't want to be found, you know?
True. But also, it's right next to the shore, which presumably that's where you went too. I release the hug and tell them that everything is fine. I was worried, but I knew they were capable of surviving.
Can't believe how cold this place is. It looks so uninviting too. Scary almost.
Yeah, hopefully we can change that. The triumvirate seems neglectful, but why?
That is a good question. I shrug, unsure of how to answer that question. We're here to kill the triumvirate, not reason with them. I have a feeling this, among other questions, would remain unanswered. Dominic and Hal will soon enter the shack. Followed by more of our comrades, we quickly fill the room. Gathering around the table, it's clear that it was time to plan.
All right, we need to talk about what happens next. Until now, we've been pretty vague since time was short. But there's no more delaying. This is everything we've got.
Alrighty.
We need to push through the town square before anything can happen. Balteus is fortified by a large wall, so we can't get to the library from the outside. This means that the bulk of the battle will take place within the city itself. However, we want to get to the Grand Library with as little resistance as possible. To that end, we'll have our created seers go in first and cause a distraction. If they can lure the honor guard away from the town square, we can slip in.
Alrighty.
Since the honor guard can't enter the library, it's perfect for a base of operations. Let's face it, this shack is dangerous, so we should get moving as soon as possible. Once we're in the library, we can relax and prepare to launch our final assault.
I don't know if relaxing and prepare final assault go together very well, but okay.
And what will that final assault consist of?
A lot of fighting, you know?
Good question. Here's what we've been thinking. If the floor is mine, I'll reveal our plan.
He nods, giving Dominic the floor. He steps forward. Placing a scroll on the table, he promptly unfolds it. I can see it's a map of Balteus, the entire city. Everybody gathers around the table, putting aside their business. If the strategy at sea was any indication, I know this operation is in good hands. They certainly seem to know what they're doing. I can feel the morale rising. He starts to speak with certainty and confidence. It's impressive. They must have been planning this for a while. We all watch intently, curious to see what kind of strategy they have.
This is the main area of the city. Our goal is to ensure that the monarch has a clear path to the castle. That way, he can slip inside and kill the triumvirate with minimal effort.
Alrighty.
Hal and myself will lure the honor guard to the town square. This is where the bulk of the battle will take place. It shouldn't be too hard. With the added might of our draconic allies, we'll have no problem at all. Pro will sneak away from the town square and infiltrate the castle. His job will be to cause a distraction, luring enemies away from the atrium. With that done, the rest should be smooth sailing for the monarch.
I'm gonna be on my own, apparently.
I'll go with Pro, if that's okay with you. I know the layout of the castle, and he'll need some backup. We can't expect him to hold off an entire horde of suits at once.
Very well. Grizz will accompany Pro.
Perfect.
The two of them will have no problem clearing the castle. The bulk of the honor guard will be with me in the town square. Alright, that takes care of Hal, Pro, and myself.
Oh, everybody else is going with me. I'm not going to be by myself. It's going to be a big old party is what it'll be.
Another map detailing our current area. The only way to approach the Triumvirate's castle is directly from the front. That is, unless you know a secret or two. This involves a hidden mountain pass. Using this pass, you can go around Balteus. It'll be much easier than sneaking through the city. Joining you will be Ulrich, Fortame, and Valessa.
Okay, that seems like a good group to me. Do you like it?
Damek, if you'd let me join them, I could help out.
Oh, good. Savi's going to be with us.
Off about this hidden trail.
It's like a dream team, guys. It's a dream team.
Monarch is in a bind.
All right, sure. I have no problem with that. Sovi will accompany the group headed to the castle. They'll split up when they get close. Let's see here. You should emerge from the mountain pass right beside the castle. Because of all the distractions, your path inside should be clear, but I need Fortane to do something special for us.
I bet it involves climbing.
Me? Special?
I bet I know.
I'll have you climb the castle, scaling the outside walls.
Yes.
Your job will be to get inside and ring the bell of retreat. If you can find it, it should make the honor guard stand down.
Perfect.
Wait, seriously? All of them?
This is on you, Bunny Bunkins. You better not screw it up.
Yeah, all of them. I'm putting a lot of trust in you here. Do you think you can do this for us?
You better give it your all, Bunny Bunkins.
Of course. Climbing is my specialty. I'll have that bell ringing in no time.
You know what I should do? You know, here we go, guys. Here we go. This is how we do it. So right before he starts this climb, and he needs all of his confidence because the entire plan is resting on his ability to get to that bell. That's when I go up close and I hug him, and then I whisper into his ears, and I go, "You know I let you win, right? You didn't win that race. I would have won it if I had not faked it." And then I go, "All right, good luck. Have fun with that." And then, you know, leave him to his thing. That would be the perfect time to reveal it.
Good. The rest of you will enter the castle from the front. Again, your path should be clear if all goes as planned. If not, well, you'll have to fight your way through. But I believe in you.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Ulrich can handle it.
We can do this, no problem.
Glad to hear it.
That is all we've come up with. Does everybody find it acceptable?
Yeah, sure. It sounds pretty good to me. It seemed like they had almost thought all of it. They'd almost thought all of it. With a strategy like that, victory seems almost certain, as long as I could defeat the Triumvirate and that idol. Even if everybody plays their part, the end is still on me. I do my best not to let them down, but a part of me is filled with fright.
All right, let's go outside. We'll head to the Grand Library as a group. If we can get in there without trouble, the rest will be easy.
I don't know if easy is the right word. No pressure, Fortame. Oh, also, I would have won. You didn't win that. The Created Seer should make it pretty easy for us. They'll lure the honor guard away from the town square. If they can do that, then we can slip in pretty much undetected. Hopefully, they can survive the task. This operation would be divided into 2 phases then. Take the Grand Library, and then take the Triumvirate's castle. With everything planned and out in the open, we exit the shack. Hope fills the air, and for the first time in a while, we could do this. I smile at my comrades as we head outside, one by one. The cold, uninviting air assaults me as soon as I exit the shack. It's like East Crown. I'm not sure how people can survive this place. Well, not that there's many people here. It's mainly those suits of armor. I can hear everybody talking, going over the roles they were assigned. If everybody did what they were supposed to, then we'd win this for sure. Of course, as long as I destroyed the Triumvirate and the idol they're housing.
Sneak into the castle and lure everybody away from the main atrium. Seems pretty easy to me. The monarch will have no resistance at all.
Except for, the
If I can ring
triumvirate.
that bell, then everybody will be safe. All those years of climbing has finally paid off. This is gonna be great.
Yeah, but you realize that you didn't win that race. Actually, I let you win. Just thought I'd mention that. Okay, good luck. Ulrich is quick to interject, putting any arrogance to rest before it can blossom.
Look, none of that is going to happen if we can't take the Grand Library. We need to establish a foothold, a safe place to retreat to if things go south.
They all nod and stop the discussion they were having. It's true enough, though. Without Haven, we're out in the open, completely unsafe. At least the first phase of our plan wasn't too complicated. I know we'd seize the library. I notice once one of our comrades is carrying Alex. That's good. The library would be a best place for him to get some rest. He's fast asleep, which is pretty surprising. He must be a heavy sleeper.
The city should only be a couple of hours away. We trust that you can all handle the cold.
I mean, if you can with no shirt, I'm pretty sure I'll be fine. No pressure, Forte. Oh, yeah. No pressure.
We don't really have much of a choice, Hal. Let's get going. I think our goal is pretty clear.
Pretty clear. Upon hearing that, we start walking towards the city. I can see the impressive wall that surrounds everything. It's beautiful. However, I can't see anything past it. I have no idea what Balteus looks like. We walk through the thick layers of snow, and my legs start to tire out. I'm not in a position where I have any choice. Pushing forward is mandatory. After what feels like a small eternity, we arrive at the gates leading into Balteus. The town gates and the wall are an amazing sight. And intricate details are covered in the walls of snow. A work of art. Something told me the monarchy made this, not the triumvirate.
This looks amazing. This must be a remnant of the monarchy, right?
Probably.
The triumvirate can't be this artistic. I know it.
Correct. This looks just as we remember it. However, Balteus wasn't always this cold. Something bad has happened to the nation.
Oh, I see. Like what?
Maybe they have too many snow machines going?
We're not sure. However, it is probably due to the triumvirate. It pains us to see how much they've defiled our former home.
Yeah, they're dicks like that.
We used to live in Balteus. It housed the throne and our ruler. To see it reduced to a frozen wasteland, it is almost too much to bear. Let us head inside. We need to see what else has changed over the years.
Is no one gonna stop us? Like they're just gonna let us walk in? It reminds me of what we thought would happen to Valinor. Without the spirit idol, it'd wither away and freeze over like Eastcrown. We have since learned that was false, but what happened to Balteus then? As we all start to make our way inside the city, Dominic stops us. He looks a bit worried, and I can tell he's lost in deep thought.
Seers, please come forth.
A few moments later, a group of seers step forward.
We don't have much time to waste. As soon as we get inside, you need to get to work. Lure the honor guard away from our path. Understood?
Of course.
Oh, hi.
Your path to the library will be clear.
Hey.
After the fighting dies down,
Long
we will
time
come
no
and join
see.
you. It should be easy, so don't expect us to be too far behind.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Let's see, is there anything else to cover?
No, let's just get this library. Imagine all the books. He turns to face the rest of the group. Gulping, it's clear he's fraught with anxiety.
Look, we're about to do something that's never been done before. We're seizing territory from the Triumvirate, right under their noses. Much like they did to Mazeo. We're about to occupy Balteus. But that does not mean we are like them. We do what we do in order to gain our freedom. They occupied Mazeo, wanting to oppress us even further.
Okay. We all exchange glances and nod at one another.
I want you to all remember that as we press forward, war can blur the lines between good and evil. but I know where we stand. If you know that too, then there's nothing that can stop you. You are heroes.
With nothing left to say, we make our way into the city. I can tell that due to Domic's encouraging words, everybody is happy. However, as we enter, nothing prepares us for the sight that awaits us. Howl immediately steps forward, taking in the sight before him. Balteus looks almost uninhabitable. It's in a state of decay and death. I know the Honor Guard doesn't need a paradise, but this is crazy.
What have they done?
I don't know. They probably, didn't pay the heating bill. It happens to the best of us. You got to make sure that you get those things taken care of. And if you don't, it could end up like this. It's clear that Howl is hurt. This used to be the monarchy's home, after all. Hopefully, there would be a way to reverse all of this. This isn't right.
This is, well, I certainly didn't expect this. I'm guessing it didn't look like this in your time?
Good guess. That's a great guess.
No. Balteus was a paradise. This is unacceptable, Domic. We must find a way to fix it.
Of course. There's no way I'll let this stand. It's a bit of a shock, but our plan remains unchanged. Secure the Grand Library, then kill the Triumvirate.
Alrighty. After he's done talking, they left the fridge open. They might have left the fridge open. Maybe the freezer, but that's not good for your electric bill. We see a horde of Honor Guard suits walk by. We quickly run off to the side and hide behind a nearby building. We've never seen anything like this. The building is pitch black. The pieces crumble off, almost like it's burnt and charred. But it hasn't. I know a building can't die, but there's no other way to put it. It's like the source of life has been cut off. It appears to be living on borrowed time.
What's going on here?
This is disgusting. Look.
He looks down, and we all look at his feet. We're no longer standing in snow, but ash and soot. We start to wonder if it was ever really snowing at all.
This is Alestia's fate if we leave it in their hands. They don't care about the land. They only care about themselves. This is proof enough that we're on the right side of history.
We actually don't really know their, true motivation, why the Triumvirate does anything they do, so that could be a twist here. Howl turns to me and places a hand on my shoulder.
We suspect that this may be related to their dark idol, Monarch. Above all else, please prioritize its destruction.
All right, but what if, here's a thought. If the other idols were a way of holding these guys in check, what if the dark idol is holding something worse in check? What about that? Did we think about that? I nod, as previous visions start to repeat themselves in my mind. I was facing that idol with the blade, everything coming to pass. After our short talk, our attention is directed back towards the Honor Guard.
Seers, come here. I think this is our best chance to take action. With that group gone, our path to the library is clear.
Upon hearing this, they quickly group up in front of Domic. Our goal of seizing the Grand Library is pretty attainable.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Kira. I forgot about you.
Dealt with, we'll meet you
there you are.
In the library.
Good. Go around this building and attack from the other side.
Alrighty.
They're focusing on you, so we'll head in the opposite direction.
Perfect.
Oh,
we'll meet
Ignis.
up at the library.
I forgot about Ignis.
If we don't make it, though, it's been an honor.
It has been. I've maybe spoken to you once, but we'll go with it. After exchanging nod, both groups part ways. The created seers prepare to distract the Honor Guard. Domic points to a nearby road, signaling where we should run.
The Grand Library is right over there. We'll run on my mark, so just hold on.
Alrighty. After speaking, he immediately places a finger against his mouth. It's clear that we need to remain silent while the seers carry out their goal. We wait there in an intense silence, waiting to hear the clashing of swords. We all stare at each other in unease. We know that when they start to fight, some of them may die. It pains me to sacrifice was necessary in order to attain our goal. But I know Kira and her spooky eyes. They all had spooky eyes, kind of, right? Because they have the whole pink seer thing going. My heart sinks as soon as I hear them start to fight. I hear screaming and steel against steel. My instinct tells me to run immediately, but Dominic is yet to move. I can see him wince every time the skirmish gets a little bit louder, but soon enough he makes the call, and we're all running.
Now, go!
All right, run. Yeah. I'm going as fast as I can. I promise. I'm going as quickly as I can. In our haste, we still are sure to be silent as possible. The Grand Library isn't too far away. In fact, I can see it now. It stands tall and seems to be the one building that's not falling apart. As soon as we arrive there, we all let out a sigh of relief. We can still hear fighting, but it's more distant than ever. Though the screams, it's impossible to tell which side was winning.
What's going on back there?
Do you want to go find out?
I don't know. Let's just hope it's going well.
It doesn't sound that way, huh?
That way.
Ugh.
For the honor guard, maybe. Hurry up. We need to get inside.
Shouldn't we wait for the seers? At this rate, it might not be much longer.
No, they can meet us inside. We can't risk running into more suits. That was just one group. I'm sure there's more.
Right.
They start to ascend the stairs, but Howell stops them.
Wait. The library seems fine. Why does it not decay like the rest?
Everybody turns to face him, but nobody knows. Dominic takes the stairs back down and faces Howell.
I don't know, but I think this is a good sign. It means we can control or limit what's happening. Knowing this, we might be able to fix Balteus.
Or perhaps it's a bad sign, Dominic. Maybe our enemy has the power to harm Alestia itself. How do you think we can stand up against such a foe?
Everybody exchanges worried glances, but then their eyes find their way to the blade on my back. It's apparent that the conventional means would not be enough to win. Nobody knows how to answer how, and the awkward silence follows. But then we realize, indeed, a silence. This is concerning. The earlier fight is over, but did the created seers prevail?
Hey, let's get inside, all right? Maybe the librarian knows more about this.
Maybe, but they may not tell us about it.
Open out here.
Having successfully changed the subject, we start heading inside. Howell made a good point, but none of us were able to counter it. I doubt that the librarian would want to talk to invaders like us. It makes me worry about how we might get them to talk. There is so much uncertainty and worry in the air right now. As we enter the library, I hope that our forces live through their fight. We enter the library and I'm taken aback by what I see. Dust fills the air and it seems like this place has seen better days. The only sight somebody has seen here is the books that remain clean. Whoever's been taking care of this place only cares about the literature. I guess that's acceptable since that would be the main job of a librarian. But it just seems odd. All the time in the world, and it's still quite dirty. There's some kind of weird apparatus in the back of the library. I've never seen anything like it before. It's almost awe-inspiring. My comrades all look around, sharing at some point of look of awe.
This is amazing!
I've never seen so many books in one place before. I wonder what they're all about. Should we take a look?
Do we have that kind of time?
Maybe not. We're here for a reason, remember? Let's
Sure.
find the owner and see what they can tell us.
Howell steps forward, objecting before anyone else can speak.
Actually, there's a chance that the books could tell us even more. The Triumvirate must keep them away from the mainland for a reason.
What do you mean?
The monarchy vanished in the blink of an eye. This we know for sure. People can be erased, but not culture. Signs of our time here would have remained.
So, you're saying...
Before he can continue, we hear a noise from down the hall. We know the honor guard can't enter, so it must be the proprietor.
If you have not hit follow, I don't know.
Knowing
Why
that we
not
need
just
to
do
take
it?
them hostage,
Come on.
we assume a hostile stance.
Looking into the past is one of the best ways to learn.
Oh my god.
If we don't become better people, then we'll repeat the same
Look, it's Steve's
mistakes.
brother, Stan.
How fitting then that the old monarchy would focus only on the future.
It's Stan, the old Steve's brother. We all exchange glances, slightly confused.
They wanted to guide themselves to the perfect future. If it was possible to get there, then no cost would be too high. In the name of a better world, they embraced corruption.
This guy doesn't look so bad. He's kind of cute, actually. After a few steps forward, the mysterious man comes into view.
Too often do we condemn others in our self-serving journeys. A bright future for the monarchy would have meant death for innocent worlds. The triumvirate chose to step in, as they have countless times before, to maintain balance.
I'm sorry, what? Dominic interjects with a look on his face that can only describe an onset of anger.
We know what the triumvirate did to the monarchy. Hal told us. But like you said, mistakes are how we learn and grow. It's how we become better. If the option of failure is taken away from us, we can no longer call ourselves people. They can hide behind whatever reason they want, but they're wrong to control us. The ability to make these mistakes is our right, and I will not stand by while it's taken away. Corruption? Death? Nobody wants these, but without them, we might as well not exist at all.
Everybody nods and cheers Dominic on. The mystery man shrugs and keeps walking forward.
Restrain this man.
I expect to see the man put up a fight, but he doesn't.
You will experience no resistance from me. But on the other hand, you'll find no help either. Do what you must, but keep the library intact.
He gets on his knees and holds out his wrist. Hal makes quick work of restraining him.
Who are you? You know far more than most.
The man shakes his head.
Just a hoarder of knowledge. A man who preserves the past.
Him from the very start once I saw this piece of shit.
Exchange.
This guy?
The triumvirate gives
I don't
me
know
life.
much about him. He's very mysterious. You know, I don't know if he's bad or not, so we'll have to see.
Another one of their victims, you mean? Eternal life in exchange for servitude? Despicable. What atrocities did you commit in their name?
I created this library. A simple glimpse.
Looks like
into
someone's
the
got a
past.
crush in the game.
Everything the monarchy
Can't
ever
resist
did.
falling for those fictional
Shelf.
characters, huh?
That was my
Who
job.
needs real-life relationships
Preserve
when
the
you have
old
virtual
history
romances? Am I right?
While creating
Wink.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to say. Preserve the old history while creating a new one.
And what new history did you create?
I wrote about the triumvirate and spread it everywhere. I made them seem like gods, like they were the creators of this world. As new life began on Alestia, they found my writing and believed every word.
Howell scoffs as anger boils within him. But before he can do anything, Pro interrupts.
Algus Fayer.
The man's ear perks up in a way that reveals he was reacting to his name.
That is the moniker I assume.
Algus?
Yes.
That's so
I'm
close.
happy to know that the name is still remembered.
Okay. That's really close to Argus. That's really, like... You see what I'm saying? Algus Valier. The man revered as the greatest historian. I can't believe that he too was a tool of the triumvirate.
So everything the people believe is a lie that you created. Why would you need to go to such extremes? This is insane.
Look at how you and your friends reacted to learning the truth. It brought you here, prepared to kill those who gave you life. The people must never know the true cost of their creation.
I don't believe this. Hal, get him out of our sight.
Howell drags Algus away and the rest of the group together.
Well, at least he didn't put up much of a fight. I'd like to say that I'm shocked, but I don't feel surprised at all. This journey has been full of revelations. This is just another for the pile. It doesn't really change much at all. We still have a plan. But it'd be stupid to attack the enemy in the middle of the night. Let's rest until the break of dawn.
Yep, now you see why I hate him so much. Oh, man. I mean, he's weird, but, like, he's done some weird things, but... Jojo, you know what I'm talking about, though, right? That Algus or Argus, the names are somewhat similar. There's got to be something to that. There's got to be something to that.
Remember that we're safe as long as we stay in here. Hopefully the rest of our forces aren't too far behind. You're all dismissed. See you in the morning, okay?
All right, I'll make breakfast. Who wants pancakes? I do.
Where are we supposed to rest?
Oh, I'm sure there's a chair or something somewhere.
I'm sure there's private quarters around here somewhere. And if you can't sleep, at least there's a lot of books to read. After the war, we should give this knowledge back to the people.
Yeah, I agree. The triumvirate can't hide this stuff forever. We finally have proof that nobody can deny. This is
yeah, they may be related.
If we show them this...
Firestreak!
And welcome you 11 lovely people.
Firestreak with the raid. What's going on? What's going on, peeps? How are you doing? How are you doing? Welcome, everybody. How are you guys doing? My name is Nathan, and welcome, Firestreak.
_Fox.
Yes. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? What were you guys up to? And thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Let me give you the old shout out. Oh my God, that is amazing. Oh, you mean my little burb? My little burb comes out and says hello. It's awesome. Ooh.
Are we perfectly in sync?
You might be.
Maybe.
Ooh.
We're perfectly in sync.
Quota reached. Yay. It was that game again. Playing Rocket League. Nice. Well, that's always fun. We're up a lot later than I normally would be, but I'm trying to finish this game. I don't know how much longer we have, but hopefully we can get through it. So we're going to keep going, but thank you so much for the raid. For those of you not familiar, my name is Nathan. I'm the lemthatstreams, and we are playing a little Winds of Change. We're getting towards the end of this game, so it is a good little conclusion, exciting part of this stuff. A lot of revelations have come out. I'm always happy to have you guys here, and thank you so much, Firestreak, for entrusting your community to me. Sit back, relax, put your feet up, grab a drink of water or whatever it is. Firestreak, if you need some time to, take care of yourself, go by all means, do that. But here we go. We're going to continue on our little journey. Here we go. Damek smiles, his spirit seemingly lifted.
Yeah. Let's hope you're right. Have a good night, everybody.
You didn't say that. That's not what you said. All right, with that, we're all left on our own. People scatter about, reading books and exploring the library. I decide to look for a private room so I can relax and gather my bearings. And then it fades to black. Uh-oh, I'm having a vision. Is it a vision? It could be a vision. Halen returns to his chambers of a triumvirate. Oh, it's not. Noticing the absence of Shane, they're a bit confused. They don't assume the worst and ask Halen to brief them.
Shane stayed behind to lead the naval attack. He plans to trim their forces as much as possible. Like you anticipated, they're arriving by sea.
Good.
How else would we do that?
According to plan. We'll have you wait in the atrium for their arrival. This means that you'll be our last line of defense.
Okay. Halen, it's gonna be mano-y-mano. Or probably Savi's gonna go after that one, I would imagine.
I consider it an honor. But I have to say, I'm worried for Shane. His chances of survival are pretty slim out there.
Pretty slim. Actually, he might be dead. We're not sure.
He knew what he was signing up for.
He might be dead.
One of the rebels.
He might be.
Focus on protecting this castle, Halen. That's more important.
Yes, of course. I'll make sure no one passes the atrium. If they try, they'll fall as quickly as they enter.
Okay, then.
Thank you, Halen. It's important that they have a false sense of security. Don't give them too much resistance until it's absolutely necessary.
All right, that seems like a bad plan, but fair enough.
If they're going to win, they're more prone to slipping up. It's up to you to figure out when that moment is and take advantage of it. Even if it takes your life, you ought to prevent them from entering our chambers.
Yeah, even if it takes your life. But if it does, you're going to have a real hard time stopping us. Halen kneels, complying without hesitation.
Yes, of course. My life for the triumvirate. I'll fortify straight away and wait for their arrival.
That's a pretty sinister smirk you got there, sir. I like where your head's at. Halen strides out of the chambers with a sense of purpose. After he leaves, they turn to each other, displaying soft smiles.
Hopefully this time, things will be different.
Hopefully. What happened last time? That's an ominous thing to say. That's a little bit ominous. I don't know why I'm sad about that. Let me do this. That's very ominous. That's less ominous. That's pretty ominous. I'm in a private room. Finding a private room, I pace around it in circles. I've had nothing but bad luck when it came to getting rest. Ever since we left Mazeo, I've been too worried to fall asleep. I try reading books, but none of them are able to capture my interest. Pacing around the room, I basically succumb to the anxiety assaulting my mind. However, and thankfully, a knock on the door soon returns me to lucidity. As soon as I open it, Dominic enters. He takes a deep breath, sounding both annoyed and relieved. I don't blame him. He's gone through so much in such a short time.
We finally put the librarian to rest. He sure likes to talk a lot, and about nothing at all. Lots of answers in the form of riddles. Boring stuff. It's pretty interesting that he didn't resist, though. He said he won't help us, but he won't stop us either. His true allegiance is to history. That's what he kept saying.
Interesting.
Doesn't make much sense since he faked so much history in the past.
Did he, though?
But no matter what happens next, he'll have a lot to write about. If we win, he'll record it. If we lose, then he'll record that too.
Great. It's going to be in the books for all time. I guess his stance makes more sense if you look at it that way. No matter what happens next, somebody would need to write about it.
His main condition was that we don't harm the library. Pretty good terms, especially in exchange for a foothold. We may not have won yet, but we've seized Baltean soil.
As much as that's worth. That's true. Nobody else has ever gotten this far. I can tell that we stand a chance at winning, and it feels amazing. But I have to ask, how do we even know this Algus can be trusted? One simple sneeze, and my back starts hurting like hell. I think we've all been there. I did this, I was like at the gym and I was doing like this one type of workout and I turned my head and like something pinched in my neck so bad. Tell him about the tree. I will tell him about the tree. I will.
We don't. But he can't do much if he's locked up. Any chance he had at intervening is long gone by now. He can try when we leave, but we'll be prepared to fight by then.
I nod, thanking Dominic for the update on what's going on.
Of course. I just wanted to make sure you were all right.
I'm doing fine, except for this hole in my shoulder where where Shane.
The others aren't
Oh
sleeping
wait,
either.
you don't know about that.
Maybe you should.
You're not supposed to know about that. Oh, maybe I should. He's right. If I can't sleep, then it's probably the next best idea. But I wonder if our bonds are strong enough to warrant some time together. This could be our last night alive, after all. They might be more protective of their time. I guess there was no harm in checking. I see him out of my room, and with a new goal in mind. Turning back to face the vast emptiness of the private room, I wonder who I could invite over. This would be a good night to make some final memories, just in case the worst came to pass. Ooh. You can spend one final one-on-one time with every loyal comrade. Click the arrow on the top right corner when you're ready to proceed. Oh my. I gotta, geez, this is gonna take a while. I might be up for a while here. That's fine. Okay, well, all right, guys. We got some final scenes. I don't know if this is about to get a little spicy. This could get a little spicy. So let's see how it goes. We'll start with Howl, because this should be interesting. This should be real interesting. As I'm browsing random books, I hear a knock on my door. It's Howl. I let him in, and I ask him how things are going. I don't know why I asked. It's clear what the answer was.
They all worry. They fear that death will come for them. An understandable fear, however. This is the end of our journey. We will face more danger than ever before as we move forward. Algus, however, isn't making things any easier. He plants seeds of doubt in many of our soldiers, Monarch. Words are a writer's greatest weapon.
Yeah, my estimate was quite off. Yeah, I'm going to say it's a little bit off, but that's okay. It was unclear if it's a joke, but it gets a smile for me regardless.
He says that we are the true enemy, the monarchy. He says that if you knew the truth of our people, you would run. You would no longer fight for us, as we endangered innocent worlds. It is not true, however. His mind has been twisted beyond repair, but many soldiers are starting to doubt. What if he is telling the truth? Could they save their lives by switching sides in the final moments?
That is unacceptable. We couldn't afford any turncoats.
The monarchy made mistakes, as any group of people do. Like Dominic said, mistakes are how we learn and grow. Bad choices, while bad, are our right as people to make. They cast us aside in a prison, taking away our ability to choose. And in doing so, they took away our ability to live in freedom. No matter our crimes, this punishment is far too severe.
Fair. I agree, and I could never be turned against the monarchy. The Triumvirate imprisoned them because they were endangered worlds. A hypocritical thing to say, a hypocritical thing to say, I don't know why I said that, as they hurt Alestia in the same time.
But, we must say, it was a battle that we lost fair and square. We were so focused on our own future that we lost sight of everyone else's. It doesn't surprise us that our perfect future came at the expense of others.
Alrighty.
If it leads to happiness in the end, how can you decide what cost is too high? This is the line that all tyrants seem to walk in the early days of their rule. Many have fallen to the wrong side, Monarch. We trust that you will not.
I nod. I don't see myself stooping to the level of the enemy anytime soon.
We know that Dominic wishes to gift all this knowledge to the people. These books capture almost the entire history of the monarchy. This may not be a good idea. They may read of our mistakes.
I mean, that you have to embrace that.
And those mistakes may just inspire future insurrections. We think it may be best to destroy the monarchy entirely, burn these books, and remove the spirits from this body.
What? Wait, hold on. Wait, what? That was certainly extreme.
These books shouldn't exist at all, Monarch. We don't know why the Triumvirate keeps them lying around. If our oppression was their goal, then they should have destroyed them. Right now, they exist as a testament to our imprisonment. As long as they remain intact, they will be only a harmful memory. They should be destroyed. Allow my people and our history to rest.
I don't like that. This is all coming out of nowhere, but it makes sense. He is the monarchy embodied. This must be a horrific sight for him. His entire culture stolen, imprisoned, just like him and his people.
This is why we ask that you look toward the future, Monarch. Do not concern yourself with who we were, or what we were like. Order this library to be destroyed. Live life on your own terms.
But what if we make the same mistakes because we didn't learn from it? I don't know what to say. I just stare at him in silence.
This started back during our journey into Eastcrown. This body could not survive the cold. The spirits inside helped, but in doing so, they died. We are weaker than we were back then. Weaker, but more in tune with everything around us. Almost like a weight was lifted from our shoulders. We would like you to lift this weight even further. Please, use that blade. Absorb the souls inside of us. Leave one behind. And let us feel what it is like to be alive. After the weight is gone from our shoulders, lifted from the world.
Interesting. Damn. Damn, I don't know. This is a hell of a quandary. Should I do it? Like, it sounds like he's ready. He looks around the room, the various books scattered about.
You must absorb these souls and destroy the books. Only then will the monarchy be truly removed from history, as our mind will be better for it. So too will the world itself.
I don't know how to respond to what he's asking of me. He wants me to commit mass genocide against the monarchy. This is all happening so fast, I'm unsure how I should respond.
You would not be killing us. We have long since been dead. It would be an act of mercy upon a group of oppressed people. We can no longer live. The Triumvirate stole that right from us. But if you can take our spirits and use it to power the blade, maybe it will give you the edge you need to win this yourselves. We may have lost, but that doesn't mean you need to as well.
He's making a pretty good, man, that does sound like it could be good, but this is a tough one, guys. I don't know. He's making a good point.
These spirits may linger, and the books may remain, but the truth of it is, we're dead.
Don't do it.
We need to be buried. Our very existence
I feel like
is born from a denial of that death.
Yeah, I understand where he's coming from, but I also think that, like, he's making a rash decision, and I feel like destroying the past doesn't
fix
anything.
We will use this body to fight for you. We may fall in combat, but nothing of value would be lost. We cannot help our own people, so we must help yours.
But you can help ours either way. I knew that eventually we'd have to tackle the nature of his existence, but I didn't expect it to be confronted with on the eve of the final battle. He wants to accept defeat, have souls removed and books destroyed. If I did that, there'd be no physical remains of the monarchy. I had the spirits inside me, but it's still my own person, able to live free. We're talking about the extinction of an entire group of people. I don't know.
We understand if this is too much to ask, Monarch, but we think this is the right course of action for everybody. Don't be scared to hurt us. You cannot harm what is already dead. The spirits would be more useful in the blade than this body. But like we said, one can remain to aid you in fighting. What do you say, Monarch? What will you do?
I don't, okay, so here's my thinking. I know they're basically pairing the books and like the idea of like the books and everything with his spirits, and I don't like them. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards that because I feel like if you pairing those two ideas together, then the way I would look at it is like you're not gaining that much from destroying an entire like history of a people. It is probably somebody that lost and he probably feels a lot of guilt, and maybe being confronted by the librarian makes it tough, but I feel like this is too much. This is a big reaction that you shouldn't have. So I'm going to do this. I couldn't do it. I couldn't be responsible for their extinction. Even if they were already dead, I couldn't be the one to end it. I let him know that fact, and I can tell that he's immediately upset.
Very well, Monarch. It is a mistake, but it is your mistake to make. After all, you still live, free to make your own choices.
With a stern look on his face, he storms out of the room. I can tell that I let him down, but I think I made the right choice. As I turn back to face the room, I keep telling myself that fact. That was weird. That was not what I was expecting. Okay then. Anyway, let's move on. We're gonna go to Valessa here. All right.
Sounded pretty pissed off.
He did sound pretty pissed off. I agree with you. He might have been. I invite Valessa into my room since she seems unable to get some sleep. That seems to be the case with almost everybody. We were too worried to sleep. She scans the room, taking in all the sights. It was a really impressive place to behold.
This room is pretty cool, Monarch. Makes sense that you'd get it too. Must feel good, being royalty and all.
Oh, you know, heavy is the burden that wears the crown, you know. All hail the king, baby.
I'm pretty confident. After hearing Domic's plan, I get to follow you to the castle too, so that makes me happy. You can trust me to have your back if anything bad happens.
Great, great. I appreciate that. Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
I've been practicing with those daggers I got from Mazeo, actually. They took some getting used to, but I think I can hold my own. Not that those suits of armor require much to take down.
It's true, they were pretty weak. The Triumvirate focused on quantity, not quality. Hopefully, that would be their downfall as we proceeded.
To be honest, I'm really scared that we might not survive. I mean, victory usually comes at a cost, but what will we pay? If I make it out of this without my friends, I'll just feel so hollow. I want to help fix Mazeo, but I don't want to do it alone. It's up to us to help undo the damage inflicted by our parents. With you on this throne, I think we could do it pretty easily.
Okay, she seems really fixated on helping Mazeo, almost obligated even. It makes sense since she feels that our families are responsible for a lot. When I took the throne, I'm sure I'd be able to help her out. It's a good cause.
I really need to stop thinking so far ahead. This is the eve of our final battle.
Good point.
I should focus on that. Getting lost in thought on the battlefield would be the death of me.
Yeah, you probably want to be focused. Okay, Valessa, focus.
So, let's just enjoy this moment, shall we?
Sure.
This might be the last time we're able to hang out. I hate to tarnish it by freaking out and acting stupid.
Let's not jump to conclusions. I tell her that it's fine. I enjoy her company regardless. Besides, I'm sharing a lot of the same worry. We're in this together. When we meet up to launch the attack, we'd have no idea what'd come next.
Well, at least I don't feel so alone anymore. Fortim is always so carefree, no matter what happens. Talking to him, you'd never guess that we could all die here.
Oh, he's probably thinking about climbing something, climbing that, whatever, this, that.
I stop being so gloomy. Can you promise me one thing? It'll make me feel a lot better, and morale is what we need right now.
I nod, but it's really dependent on what the favor entails.
If I do end up dying out there,
well,
can you help repair Mazeo? I just want to see a happy nation. It's gone through so much. Our parents heard it, so we should be the ones who mend it.
Okay, but you're not going to die out there. I nod. It's definitely something I could do for her. That is, if I survived. But I don't display such doubt right now. It's best that I try and look strong and resolute for all of my allies.
Good. Then we can move on to better things. You know, I've been thinking about how far we've come. I've seen so much, and I feel like a totally different person. I wonder what would have happened if things were different. What if your induction ceremony wasn't canceled? What if you never got that deceiving vision?
She steps forward and places her hands in mine. Uh-oh. It's sappy music time. Here it comes.
Will we still be as close as we are right now? You know, that moment we shared in Mazeo was so special. Given time, I want this bond to grow even stronger. Do you?
I nod. I made the choice to pursue this relationship after all. Well, technically I didn't, because I said I was going to flirt with everybody at every opportunity. So I didn't really make a choice. I just kind of went with one direction the entire way. So, after all, but she's right. We might not be this close for a while after all the hardships. At least it's proof that even in war, beautiful things can still happen.
I don't want to rush this and do something stupid. Part of me wants to, given the circumstances, but we shouldn't. Let's just make a vow. We'll both survive and take things slow.
Okay, that's fine. Whatever, I guess. With a smile, she squeezes my hand and I do so in return. Taking a step forward, she places a kiss on my cheek. I smile back and wrap my arms around her as tight as I can.
I really hope we make it through this.
Me too.
LeemThatStreams is proud to support an
Yes,
ongoing
I am.
donation drive right here on Twitch for the
I
Lemur
try not to get
Conservation
sad, but
Foundation.
my eyes
If
tear
you
up
want
ever
to
so
support the
slightly.
stream in an awesome
Hugging
way
her
and
tighter,
can
I rub my
afford it,
hands up
check
and down
it
her
out.
back.
To
We've
learn
come,
more,
we
check
come
out
too
the link
far
in
to
chat
lose
at
each other.
theleemthatstreams.org.
That's what I tell her.
Thank you.
You're welcome. A few moments later, we break the hug. Completed a romantic subplot. Unforgettable! But when I do, I feel closer than I ever have before.
Thank you so much for inviting me over, Monarch.
Oh, you know,
I feel
just
a lot better than I did just a few minutes ago.
great. That's what I do.
Guess I'll see you when we gather to launch the attack.
It's a date. Anyway, I nod. That was that time was fast approaching. I see her out of the room and let her out a huge sigh, and I was like, "Get out! I got like 5 more of these to do. So you gotta go. You gotta get out of here." Talking to my friends, maybe for the last time, it's crushing me. But if I didn't, and they perished, I'd regret it forever. That's the excuse I give myself for enduring this pain. Turning to face the big open room, I wonder what's next. I got a schedule to keep. Get out of here. Okay, so we're gonna go with Sabi next. That's what we'll do. There's a knock on my door, more urgent sounding than I anticipated. I couldn't possibly be another time to launch the attack, but it must be something else. As soon as I open it, Sabi enters the room, a look of anxiety on his face.
Sorry, I just needed to get away from that atrium, Monarch. Everybody keeps telling me what to do, and it's getting on my nerves. I have no problem helping out your cause, but it's my choice to do so. I followed enough orders while I was under the Triumvirate's control. Joining you and your army, I thought I'd finally be a free man. I mean, I guess I am. Ignore me. I'm just complaining.
He shrugs and starts to wandering around the room. I tell him that it's okay. He shouldn't have to follow orders here. I give him free rein to do whatever he sees most useful.
You know, that's why I like you.
Oh.
You're the only person who lets me do what I want. Everybody else keeps me at arm's length, commanding me.
Well, you know how it goes.
After all I've been through, I think I want to be the commander. I always thought I've been meant for more than what I was given. When I met you, and you accepted my offer, I knew I was right. At first, I only planned to help you until we took down Halen. But we've grown so close, and your comrades are so accepting. I've never felt such a sense of belonging. A sense, perhaps, of family.
Wow. You've really changed in a very short amount of time. With a smile, he takes a book from the shelf and opens it up.
You know, I've been reading about the monarchy. They seem to be more similar to the Triumvirate than we thought. The Triumvirate demands perfection. The monarchy sought the perfect future.
The moment where we become a bottom for Savi.
Maybe. We could... anything's possible. We'll see.
And it seems like neither group cared about what costs they paid. But it's impossible to pinpoint the moment the monarchy was imprisoned. Many of these books are dated with a system I'm unable to decipher. So how advanced was the monarchy when the Triumvirate took action? Were they silencing a real threat? Or perhaps a potential threat? One is more acceptable than the other, but neither are just. I find myself wondering what would happen if someone opposed the monarchy. What if somebody got in the way of them and their perfect future? Would they be killed, just like enemies of the Triumvirate?
Possibly. You never know.
And furthermore, how did they possess foresight to begin with? You inherited it from them, but where did they get it from?
That is a good question.
Sorry for rambling.
That's a pretty good question. We don't really know.
So many questions.
I have so many questions too.
It might be best to just forget the monarchy ever existed. Start over, from scratch.
You know, that's such a coincidence. Have you and Hal been talking with each other?
Why reclaim a world for someone who would be your enemy?
Have you been talking to Howell?
The Triumvirate controls us in an attempt to keep everything pure. The monarchy, too, controlled their subjects, just for a different reason. We want to live free, right? Free to do what we want and live how we want.
I nod.
Why settle for the lesser of two evils? Forget the Triumvirate. Forget the monarchy. Carve your own path. Follow none tread by others.
Okay, but, you know, we gotta do something after this is over. I shook my head, unsure of how to react. This world didn't belong to the Triumvirate, but not to us either. We were simply their creation, given free will by the monarchy. This seems to have been a conquest meant to reclaim their world. They may not be alive to see it, but we should rule it like they did. I have the blade, too. And I was from Valinor. I always looked forward toward the future. All of those things considered, I was uniquely qualified for the rule in their stead. I couldn't use just everything they gave me and then throw it away, their ideals.
You don't understand.
Well, I kind of do, but, you know, he throws the book aside and pins me against... Ooh, whoa, wait, hold on. What's going on right now? Hold on. You doing something there? He's pinning me against the wall. I stand strong, meeting his gaze, almost as if issuing a direct challenge. His grip is strong, and I can tell he's really passionate about the subject.
If you let them control your actions, then you'll never truly be free. No matter who you align with, you'll inherit ideals that harm, like poison. You need to look to the past, not the future. Avoid the mistakes they made.
Okay, but are you going to hold me here long? Because that's fine.
That's what I did. And look where it brought me. Standing before you, able to think of little else. I just don't want to see you fall.
Oh my, indeed, right? Oh my. You're better?
Better than the Triumvirate. Better than the monarchy. You're the only person that's ever treated me like I mattered. I'm not a slave to you. I'm not just some means to an end.
Holy shit, this is getting heavy right here. He still has me pinned against the wall, and I feel him tremble. A few moments later, he lets go of me, but I pull him back in. Oh, baby.
Let me smash.
He looks away from me, and I can feel his breath against my neck.
I kept telling myself that you weren't giving me any special treatment. I wanted to believe that you'd extend the same courtesies to anybody.
Well, hold on.
But then
that's kind of true. That's kind of true.
So confused.
I can feel rage well within him as he speaks. Without warning, he punches the wall beside me with a loud grunt. However, one of his hands still rests gently at my side. He's conflicted.
I hate that I can't stop thinking about you.
Oh, shit.
I hate that I care more about your future than my own.
Oh, my. He strikes the wall once more, and he looks me dead in the eyes. His second hand returns to my side, and he pins me against the wall again.
I hate you.
Okay, that's probably not the best pickup line ever, but I'll accept it. A moment later, our lips press together. I rest my hands on his side and then quickly turn the tables. Spinning us both around, I pin him against the wall as we continue to kiss. As we take it further...
Moans, screams, and very loud clapping.
Savi emits noise that enforces confusion and anger. We both move to different surfaces, the table, and then the bed as we continue. It felt natural, as it did abrupt, and this is how we spent the rest of our time together. My goodness. I was expecting that to happen. Everybody else was like, we'll take it slow. Valesa's like, we're going to take it slow. And then we didn't. We very much didn't. So that's good. All right, let's go to Dominic, I guess, next. It's going to be a night to remember. I invite Dominic over to my private room. He looks around, astonished. Even though he's seen it before, he acts as if it's the first time. I don't blame him. This room is surely a sight to behold.
What a sight, Monarch. I assume this is where Algius would normally sleep. But he's not going anywhere in his current state.
That's fair.
I talked to him for a while and he seems unstable. Years of serving the Triumvirate will do that to you, I guess.
True.
Even after I told him what Hal was, he still lives in ignorance. Well, maybe ignorance isn't the right word. He knows what the Triumvirate is and still chooses to serve them. You know, I wonder how the people will react when they find out. Algus knows and chose not to rebel or fight back. Maybe our victory here will be just the start of another battle. Not literally, of course, but we'll fight to show everyone the truth.
He shifts, almost like he's feeling a bit uncomfortable.
I have to ask you something, though.
Masavi experiencing his first crush. He took it well-ish, I would say.
Or will you demand it through fear?
I have to ask something. If the people respect your rule, what will you do? Will you work hard to earn it, or you'll demand it through fear? I will work hard and earn it the right way. I think every good ruler does a mix of both. I'll earn it through fear. They won't dare to oppose me. I mean, obviously, I'm doing that one.
Good. That's what I like to hear.
Okay.
We can't resort to methods used by our enemy. If we did that, then nothing would change in the end.
True.
Just don't go down in history as a pushover. Even the best ruler needs to put their foot down, you know. Trying to give everybody what they want.
Are you trying to tell me your favorite things? I'm gonna put my foot down. Is that what you want?
Oh yeah, baby.
He shrugs, realizing it's probably a good idea to change the subject. We need to secure victory before before deciding what we do with it. It's clear that we want to avoid talking about the upcoming battle.
It just makes me wonder who the Triumvirate really is. They aren't gods. I doubt they made the Blade of Exodus. There's a chance that they're just like us, using power to achieve their goals. And they say that power corrupts. You've heard that, right?
I have.
What if they were just like us in the past? What'll happen next? Will we just go on to become tyrants that the people despise?
Maybe. I shake my head. We wouldn't stoop so low.
Nobody starts their journey at the peak power monarch. The Triumvirate wasn't born into this role. They fought for it. It's even likely they took down foes of their own too. But what foe would that be? And what was their goal? What I'm trying to say is, I think the blade should be destroyed. Once we achieve our goal, we have no use for it anymore, right?
It's not a bad idea.
If you keep it,
it's not a bad idea.
It's
actually not a bad idea at all.
I don't want to see what that does to you, Monarch. Not if it's even anything close to what it's done to our enemies.
Then we'll become a top for pro. Maybe we could be. I think we didn't necessarily be a bottom in that case either. We don't really know. It sounded like there was a lot of stuff going on. So, there was the table, there was the dresser, I think, and then there was the bed. Many things could have happened. We don't know what side of that we were on. Who knows? I pinned him against a wall too. Just don't forget that.
I don't see any reason to keep it around after the war is over. So tell me, if you get the chance to destroy it, will you?
I mean, maybe. That's a good question. I'm gonna say... I think the best move here would be to destroy it. I think probably the best thing would be to destroy it, just because it does seem to be creating yeah. You were on both sides, probably. I think we'll destroy it because I think that it is creating a circle, just a circle of violence that we don't need.
Good. There's no place for a weapon like that in this world. I feel like whoever wields it will be led down a dark path. I just hate to see that happen to you. I really would.
He looks away from me, sad.
I just want to know what kind of hands the world will be left in. I'm just asking you these questions because I'm scared, you know? I might not survive the battle. I might not live to see your reign.
That much was true. Even my survival wasn't guaranteed.
I'd hate to lose each other.
Uh-oh, sappy music returns.
But we're about to fight the Triumvirate, so it's a real possibility. All we really can do is launch the final attack with no regrets at all, Now I have my fair share of regrets, that much is certain. But with your help, I'd like to put some of them to rest. I wanted to do so back in Alarinthia, but I was scared.
Back in Alarinthia? What does he mean?
You know that I have this fear of physical contact.
Yes, I'm aware. I had a very awkward conversation with you about that.
Jealous. It seemed so easy, so natural for them. Why couldn't I do that? They all look so happy together. It was simply magical, and here I am, scared. I'm denying myself the pleasure of that magic. If I keep doing that, I told myself, I'd die before I got the chance to feel it. But I want to feel it, Monarch. I want it more than anything. Why does the simple thought of it make me shake in fear? What did I do to deserve this? Why can't I be happy like them?
Asexual is starting to feel affection? Maybe, yeah. I mean, he just wants to, you know, speaking from personal experience, I mean, being asexual doesn't mean you don't enjoy, like, contact of any type or, like, closeness. And so, like, I can understand where he's coming from, for sure. I tell him that he can, he just needs to be brave enough. There may not be any music here, but I hold up my hands. I ask him if he's willing to try just once before the end of all of it. He looks down at my hands, and I see them tremble. He wants cuddles, he might. I know he's scared, but I tell him that I'm terrified as well. We could die without ever knowing each other's thought or touch.
You're right. I could never live with myself if that happened. I want to know what it feels like just in case I never get the chance again. So, here we are, back in Alarinthia, that music playing in our ears.
I smile with a nod as he places his hands in mine. He's shaking and scared, his eyes tear up, but he's smiling. Without saying a word, I pull him close and hold him tight. I tell him, tame his emotions on his own. I let him tame his emotions on his own. It takes a while, but his shaking slowly subsides. He's crying, but I can tell it's not out of fright. We sway from side to side as if we were dancing. Our bodies are in sync in a melody that neither of us can hear. It's a beautiful moment. It belongs to the two of us, as it will forever.
I love you.
Whoa. Whoa. Goddamn. Damek sniffles and rests his head on my shoulder. I say that I love him too, and I hold him even closer to my body. We stay like this until he's ready to leave, and I've never seen him so happy. If he survives, then we spend the rest of our lives together in similar happiness. This pledge I make to him as I see him off to prepare for the end. Goddamn, I'm just loving everybody right now. All right, let's go say hello to Pro. Let's see what's up to Pro. Sure, let's do it. I invite Pro over to my room to spend some final time together. He has the dangerous task of infiltrating the Triumvirate's castle. There's no telling what would happen, and I can tell that he's scared.
So, I guess this is it, huh? You know, I always thought that I'd be ready, but now that we're here, I feel such apprehension. I know the layout of their castle based on past reconnaissance, but when we stole the Blade of Exodus, they weren't expecting us. They know we're here now. For us, this will be a purely uphill battle.
He's right. We can no longer use the element of surprise. We had our strength and our smarts, but would that be enough?
Look at me, freaking out.
Look at me!
I don't mean to bring down your morale. Let's change the subject, all right? Is there any wine in this place?
Isn't that Ulrich's job to drink? He looks around the room and quickly is let down.
Of course there isn't. You know, I thought it'd be a given. August is all alone, with nothing but his books and imagination. If there's any type of person who'd live off of wine, it'd be him.
That's a good point.
It's a lonely life being a writer. It really is.
It's him, Jojo. It's him.
Much emotion into it.
I remember now. It was him who was the writer. It wasn't Damek. It was him. He wants to be the writer. I remember that now. Because we had the conversation in the tavern, and I do remember talking about that.
Writing is art. Nobody questions the secluded painter, you know? But the second you close yourself off to write, you're troubled. So many people see it as a joke of a career choice.
Who says that?
I almost let that get me down when I was younger.
Who
They
says
told me
that?
that a writer could never make a decent living.
Well, that part could be true. It's hard to do that.
Instead, I created a legacy.
He lets out a loud sigh.
And that's what scares me. Even when I give up the swindling life, that won't be enough. Everyone will remember me for who I was, not who I am.
Maybe.
Let's be honest, I'm not one of the good guys. I stole secrets, sold them, and ruined people's lives.
Okay, tell him about the tree.
rebellion.
I will. I'll tell him all about the tree. He looks away from me and shakes his head.
I think I might die during the attack, Monarch. There's no place for me in a new peaceful world.
You're being a little bit weird.
Even
Maybe
if
we
I
should get some wine. There's got to be some wine somewhere.
I did will always haunt me.
All right, calm down, buddy. He steps forward and wraps his arms around me.
I know we want to be together, but it's difficult. You don't understand how many people I've wronged in the past. If they seek revenge, they might just target the people I love.
Well, I am the king, so we'll have a lot of protection, potentially.
I don't want you to get hurt just because I was a bad person.
I don't think you were a bad
I could turn a
person.
new leaf, but that doesn't mean my enemies will too.
I smile and return the hug. So what if Pro's enemies will give us hell? If the rulers of the world can't take us down, how can anyone else? I know he's panicking, so I run my hands through his hair. We're in this together. We don't run away when things get difficult. We'll stand strong and can handle it as a team. That's what I truly want.
Together?
Together. Also with a bunch of other people. Hope you're okay with that. Yeah, until the end.
I just fear that the end is closer than we think. If this could be our last night together, what do I do? How do I press forward knowing that we might lose each other?
Yeah, that's true. If this is indeed our last moment together, then we make it count. I step forward, gently push. I love pushing people against walls. That is my thing, apparently. I'm just like, wall, you, there. That's where you belong, against that wall. He blushes and looks around the room, embarrassed.
Are you sure?
Apparently.
I mean, I don't want to rush anything. I've never really done this with anyone before.
Oh, baby, oh, baby. That's the thing about these last nights,
I can't control my horny level.
No, I really can't. Apparently.
I can't control my horny level.
At all. I can't do it at all. I don't think it's rushing. It's seizing the moment. Especially given the fact that this could be the end. Now, more than ever, we should do what we want.
You're right. I want this.
All right, he gulps, nervous.
And if we both survive, you'll still want me? We can put the past behind us and tackle the future? I've done a lot, so your forgiveness means...
After a quick nod, I press my lips against his, keeping him pressed against the wall, like I am often wont to do. We continue to kiss. After pledging myself to him, we give each other a night to remember, because we both...
Let me smash.
Baby. Damn. Well, all right. I'm having a hell of a last night so far. All I can say. One hell of a final night. But we've got 2 more to go. Ulrich, this should be interesting. I'm lost in thought. A knock at the door jolts me awake. Without hesitation, I open it. Ulrich steps inside. He seems calm. He's seen tons of battle in his lifetime.
Hey, Monarch.
That's me.
I just wanted to come see you.
All right.
We won't be getting much sleep tonight after all.
You're right. It's true. And I don't blame anybody for it, especially Ulrich. We were fighting in his former masters. This would be harder on him than it would be for us.
I can't stop thinking about our visit to Alarinthia. I broke your nose and I feel awful about
yeah, that's right. You did.
But I couldn't let you get in the way and compromise our plan.
Listen. I still have words to say to you about this.
It needed to come down to just Pro and myself. It was the only way that we could guarantee our victory. I guess I came here seeking forgiveness. I feel foolish, though. Your forgiveness was implied when you removed that curse from me. I mean, you wouldn't do something like that if you resented me, right?
Well...
But still, having it implied, it's not the same as hearing you say it.
I can tell what he's after, so I tell him he's forgiven. To be honest, it was the last thing on my mind right now. No, I remembered it. I remembered you broke my nose. I recall this action. If it secured our draconic allies, it was worth it.
And that's the thing, though. Forgiveness shouldn't come so easy. When you're on the throne, you'll need to learn how to punish. I lied to you. I hurt you. I shouldn't deserve your forgiveness.
Well, you know, in fairness. I don't know if I'm a pretty forgiving dude, you know? I can't be swayed like that. Yeah, that's a good point. You know, Pro was part of that too, and you should have seen what just happened. So, you know, my forgiving nature is something else. Then why did you come here asking for it? I tell him that he deserves forgiveness because he meant no ill will. He did what he did out of necessity. Oh, so he's into it. He's into it, yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, you're lucky it was just your nose. In that moment, I would have done whatever I deemed necessary, Monarch. And given the opportunity, I would do it again. I would go as far as I needed.
I don't believe you. BDSM, he's into it. He's a masochist a bit.
Do you still think I'm worthy of forgiveness? Who knows what I might have to do during the final battle? The fate of the world is in the balance. I can't hold...
What has gotten into him all of a sudden? He's acting so odd, but I try not to bring it to his attention. For all I know, he's just anxious about the upcoming battle. But still, I tell him that he's forgiven. I can't hold him accountable for things he hasn't done. What he has done, however, is more than made up for it.
As long as we're both on the same page. I expect the same from you. Don't hold back in any way. If I'm in danger, don't stop to help me. You have your goal.
Okay, but I probably would anyway. He wants me to just leave him for dead?
I know what I was getting into when you removed my curse. I'm vulnerable. For the first time in thousands of years. But while I'm vulnerable, I also feel alive, Monarch.
Okay.
It's amazing how much the possibility of death can motivate us. In some ways, that's what drives us to accomplish our goals. Without some sort of end, there's no time for us to seize.
He would know better than me. I don't think he knows how old he is. At that point, the years would start to blur together. His demeanor makes sense now that he's facing his mortality. His actions have consequences that could affect the rest of his life. In the past, no matter what he did, he could outlive his repercussions. I tell him I'll do it. I'll leave him behind only if it's necessary. I do have my goal, but part of that is ensuring my comrades stay alive. The pledge seems to satisfy him enough, and he changes the subject.
Thank you, Monarch. I knew you'd be strong enough to make the tough decisions. Since we met, I've seen nothing but a capable ruler in you. And that was before the attack on the Rebel HQ. Remember back in Valenorth, when we were at Peregrino. You've been leading this world for much longer than you think. And I have to say, I agree with your choices. Keeping Peregrino as a tavern? I thought about that for a while. Anybody who values alcohol that much is good in my books.
Yep, I did it for you because I know you are a massive alcoholic. But just know you are mortal now, so your liver may not be as good as you think it is. He smiles and places his hand on my shoulder.
When I look back on times like that, I realize how far we've come. Complete strangers to lovers. And it all happened so fast. I wasn't expecting it, but that's how I know it's real.
It was real and is great. Do you enjoy alcohol as well? I mean, not like him. I don't think it's possible. I will drink when I go out. I generally don't at home. But you know, if I go out for like a meal or friends or stuff like that, I might, but not like him. He's a little bit more into it than I am.
Some people pursue love like it'll make them whole. But it's not right to place a burden like that on somebody else. I think you can only really enjoy love when you love yourself first. And that's what you helped me do, Monarch. It's like the more I know about you, the more I know about myself. And I don't want to stop learning.
Listen, only the
I want it
cool
for the
kids
rest of
join the
my life.
conspiracy on Discord. So
I'm
I can
just
see why
grateful
you're
that
not
now
there.
It's
Just
a life
saying.
I deem worth living. If I don't lose it on the battlefield, then I want to spend it with you.
Wow, well, it's going to be a crowded...
And say goodbye.
Man, I'll tell you, it's going to be a
desire.
crowded... This with me type thing, this whole with me thing is going to be a crowded space. I tell you what.
But when you lose the ability to die, you start to miss it. In fact, you can almost forget what it's like to feel alive. I did. At least until I first laid eyes on you.
Oh my. He takes a hand off my shoulder and laughs.
I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. I don't want to give away my wedding vows.
Wow, goodness. What
This
the
is
hell?
actually some prime material,
Wow.
now that I think about it.
Oh my goodness. This is actually some prime material now that I think of. Goodness me, what are you trying to say? Pulling me into a hug, he places a kiss on top of my head.
Let's continue this after the battle, all right? Unfinished business is just one more reason to survive. In times like these, we need as many of those as we can get.
Alrighty. I nod and I see him out of my room. Wow, the people that I end up, boinking, I'm surprised at who I don't, too. Anybody would change when it was given the ability to die. I'm just thankful that he's staying optimistic about it. It makes me realize that what he really wanted. He's gonna give us more than a kiss. Eventually. And with that optimism, I know he'd survive and live a long, happy life. Ooh, better get planning. I know. Better get planning. All right, guys. Last one. It's up to the bunny bunkins here. We're going to go say hello to the bunny. Bunny bun time. I knock at my door, and I open it without hesitation. Fortame is there. He looks a bit upset, so I invite him inside. Looking around the room, he lets out a loud and anxious sigh.
I'm gonna be honest, Monarch. I'm scared. Terrified. I don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, climbing the Triumvirate's castle? That's insane.
It is because you're not as good as you think you are. I would have beat you. I let you win.
Not to mention that the entire battle hinges on my success.
Well,
I have
not
those
the
metallic
entire
claws, but
battle.
I don't know how much that'll help. Their castle is probably made of stone, like this library is.
You know what you're doing. He starts pacing around the room with extreme worry.
What if I fall? What if I get shot by an arrow? If anything gets in the way, I might not be able to do this. I require extreme focus, This is too much.
All right. Listen, buddy. I can imagine that climbing during battle is hard. Normally, the only danger he'd have to worry about is falling off. Normally it's nothing. But during this, he'd be a huge target for any archers nearby.
Sorry to come here and panic like this. It could end up being our last night together after all. There are probably way better ways to spend it than this.
There probably are. He stops pacing around and stops right in front of me. Taking slow breaths, I could tell he's trying to calm down. I let him have his time, and he's back to normal pretty fast.
Okay, Fortame. You got this. You're gonna
You
climb
got
that
this,
tower
buddy.
and ring the
I
bell of retreat.
believe in
You'll
you.
help win the battle and return to Valenorth as a hero.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Trust me. I never forgot that you appointed me as the Elder.
Oh, I
I'll
did.
do
That's
my
right.
best to lead Valenorth in the right direction. I promise.
Okay.
But if I don't make it, you'll have to find someone else to lead.
Well, Valessa probably will be there.
I know you're going to tell me not to worry. I know you're going to say that everything will be fine. But that's not true. We all need to be realistic here.
I'm being as realistic as I can.
There's a chance that we could lose this war tomorrow. There's a chance that all of us could die. A really big chance. We're not immortal. We need
Not
to
anymore.
face the facts, not live in denial.
Okay, you're being very downer. This is
They're
not
all
like
out here
you.
in the atrium with so much confidence. But I know that deep down inside, they're scared too. We all have something we're afraid of,
He steps forward and wraps his arms around me. I could feel him tremble. I return the hug with a tight squeeze.
It's not death that scares me, Monarch. It's the thought of never seeing you again that pains my heart.
Aw, you're so cute.
I don't want to lose you. I've never been so scared in my life.
I know. I tell him I'm not planning on going anywhere. After the war, we can settle down together and be happy. Us and everybody else. It's gonna be great. We're gonna need a big house though, because that's a lot of people.
You can't be certain of that though. Just like I can't be certain that I'll survive. All we can do is try, and hope for the best. So promise me one thing. No heroics, okay? No grand acts of sacrifice. No trading your life. This world needs you after the war. I need you.
You know, it's going to be tough for me not to do heroics since I'm the one trying to kill the main baddies of the game. He starts shaking less and we break the hug. But I agree, and I tell him I'll try my best to comply.
The thought of a world without you is almost too much to bear. I love you.
Oh.
I'll always love you.
Oh.
I just hope we get a happy ending.
Oh, we will.
After all we've been through, I think we deserve it.
Probably.
Don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I nod and tell him that I love him too. A smile appears on his face and he immediately calms down. I don't want to lose him either. I'm filled with all the same frights.
I guess we'll find all of this out in a few hours anyway, right? It's almost sunrise, and the battle shouldn't be too long. Let's change the subject. I've worried enough.
He strikes a thinking pose and remains silent for a moment.
Oh, here we go. If we win, we'll have a huge party.
Okay.
A party that the world will talk about forever.
All right.
We can give everybody Mazayan apples.
We can. That's a party. I smile, being happy he's happy. I tell him that we'll have the biggest party the world has ever seen. And if we try our best and work together, we'll win this battle with ease.
Sweet! Then I can't wait. I'll let you get back to what you were doing, Monarch. This isn't goodbye after all. We'll be seeing each other again for sure.
Yes, because you're coming along with me. Remember, we're on the same team. We're going in the same direction. He leaves my room with a smile, a direct counterpoint to how he entered. That brings me a sense of ease. We needed to have a clear head right now. It's almost time for the attack. I should make wise use of it, of the time I have left. Well, that's it. That's the end of that. So it is time for the attack. This is definitely time for the attack. I should be in bed, but I'm too invested. Let's go. I'm too invested. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to go for it. It's time to end this. It is time to end this. Whatever this is now. I descend the stairs of the Grand Library to the crisp Baltaean air, assaulting me. Oh, because it's cold. I forgot. I shiver and stand in disbelief at how uninviting the city seems to be. If this is where I sit in the throne, we need to change a lot. We're going to need to hire a decorator. We're going to need an outdoor decorator. We're going to need a gardener. We're going to need somebody to do something. It's pretty bad out here. Looking around the area, it appears everybody else is here. I try to take a head count just to make sure that's correct. This was the final attack. We needed all our might. I see Dominic shaking hands with the created seers. Good. They helped us secure the library and survived. They'd be a valuable asset in holding the town square. It was nice to see their full potential fully realized. Using their visions, they outsmarted an entire horde of enemies. It was the exact moment that I knew I made the right choice. When I make it to the bottom of the stairs, Damek waves me over. Our forces run around, seemingly taking an infinite number of tasks. Everybody's doing something. It made everything seem more final. I could tell that this was the last time I'd see a lot of these people. There was no way we'd make it through without any casualties. Trying to tune out the preparations, I make my way to Damek.
Good to see you, Monarch.
I'm
afraid there isn't much time to talk. We can't deny it. The attack has begun.
All right, we better get going then.
The honor guard realized that we're here momentarily. After that, this area and the town square will be a war zone. Anybody who has an objective elsewhere should be leaving.
Okay, that's us, right? As he just says that, Pro walks by. Damek calls out his name and quickly runs over. That's right. He was tasked with causing a distraction at the castle.
Hey, Dominic, I was just about to leave.
You better go. We gotta get moving. Everybody, we gotta go.
With Grizz too, I presume?
Yes, of course. You know me. I'd never forget anything. You're in for the distraction of a lifetime, Monarch.
Just like last night, huh, bro? You know what I mean. He smirks at me, confident, a cocky smirk. If he followed through, then I'd find no resistance. It should be smooth sailing when we get to the castle.
Hey, Pro. Before you go.
All right. He holds out his hand and trembles softly.
It's been an honor serving with you.
Aw.
I hope I see you again after this is over.
Oh, that's cute. He shakes Domic's hand with a firm grip.
Trust me, the pleasure has been all mine. And I don't plan on dying. Too much writing to do.
Fair enough. The handshake is broken, and they give each other uneasy smiles. The kind of smiles that acknowledges they may never see each other again. As soon as after that, Pro is on his way, off to face his fate directly, and unafraid.
I guess you should get going too, Monarch. Don't worry, I have more protection than I'll ever need. Our rebel forces, the created seers, and the draconic army. No matter what they throw at us, we'll be able to handle it. The true deciding factor in all of this is you and that blade. Be careful, rely on your comrades, and you'll win this for sure.
I'll do the best I can, but, it's tough business out here. He places a hand on my shoulder.
I know you can do this. Now, we just need to cause a distraction. All those suits should be focusing on me. If all goes as planned, you should find minimal resistance. Save your strength for the triumvirate. I think you'll need it. Anyway, don't worry about me. I'll have Hal by my side.
He looks around, confusion on his face.
Speaking of which, where is he? He should have been out here ages ago.
He might be a little bit upset. I kind of pissed him off, Before I can respond, I hear a loud crackling noise. I turn to see the source, and I see the door of the library smashed open. Algus is shoved through the landing, face first on the stone, still tied up. The smoke billows from the door. Howl exits the library. Algus struggles on the ground, squirming like some sort of insect. A blaze, bright as the sun itself, makes Howl look like a silhouette.
Howl, what are you doing?
I don't know what he's doing. Upon hearing Domic, he steps forward and grips Algus by the hair. Raising him to his knees, he looks down in horror at our massive army. It was almost as if, in that moment, he knew he was on the wrong side.
We've come here to destroy the Triumvirate and all that they stand for. Don't tell us you're backing down now that the moment is upon us.
We all stare at Howl, who pulls out a dagger, holding it in his free hand. The smoke and the bright illumination reveal to us one frightening act. Howl had torched the inside, burning the books and his culture.
No, of course not. I would never give up when we're so close. Come down here, Howl. Explain yourself.
Howl shakes his head, disobeying Damic's order. Running the dagger along Algus's throat, he then kicks him down the stairs. Jesus Christ, Howl! Jesus Christ! A trail of blood follows him all the way down, streaming in the cold snow.
The monarchy is dead, Domic. Do not cling to memories like us.
He slowly descends the stairs, the crimson dagger dripping blood. As the flames shoot out from the front door, Howl's face finally lit up. It appears devoid of all feeling, even after what he had done.
Howl, stand down!
Domic immediately draws his sword, holding it towards Howl.
Stand down? All we've done is carry out our orders. Kill the Triumvirate and their supporters, correct? As their servant, Algus deserves the same fate.
Domic's arm trembles, realizing Hal was right.
And we needed a beacon to lure the honor guard to the square. A beacon that no matter how hard they try, they cannot put out. Burning the library made sense. They are not permitted inside. Do not mourn for what has already been lost, Domic. The honor guard will be here in just a few moments. Preparing your army would be a much better action.
Howl throws the dagger to the ground.
The battle for Alestia has begun.
Okay, it seems like you could have told us you were going to do that. Domic lowers his sword, letting out a loud sigh. Hal was right. Algus served the enemy, making him an enemy. And the beacon was paramount to our success. It could not be put out.
I don't believe this.
Howl finally makes it to our location and stands beside us. He shrugs, almost as if it isn't a big deal at all.
Drastic measures must be taken in order to ensure our victory. The righting of a long-dead culture is a small price to pay. You should be on your way, Monarch. The time is now.
This seems extreme. He's right. I had to make my way to the castle. I used the mountain pass. I should be there, or should find little resistance. Every suit of armor should soon be on their way.
Do not forget Sovi, either. He volunteered to accompany your group. Make use of the knowledge he has on Baltius.
I will. I nod. This was happening so fast, but I could not waste time. I knew this was coming. I knew we'd have to take action. I start to walk away, but Dammit calls out to me one moment later.
Hey, be careful, okay? I want to see you there when we regroup in the atrium. If all goes as planned, you'll be seeing me there too.
I better. I smile and nod, and that would have to suffice as a goodbye. After I gather up Valessa, Ulrich, Fortane, and Savi, we head out. If we hurried, we can get through the town square before the suits came. In our haste, we almost say no words to one another. There is a silent agreement that the task at hand was more important. In knowing that any word could be our last, silence seemed more appropriate. Goddamn, Howl. Goddamn, you got your way. I guess you get your way regardless. Uh-oh. What do we got here? Halen knelt before his masters, more eager to serve them than he'd ever been before. He looked up at them awaiting their orders, perhaps their final orders they'd give. It would be up to him to lead the honor guard and ensure their victory today.
Right, Halen. It seems they seek to deceive us. But it's nothing we haven't seen before.
Deception? That seems to be their strength. What will you have me do, masters?
Man the atrium. Stay in the castle. We shall let them exhaust their forces for now. When they come here, you can finish them off.
All right. I don't think he's going to be able to do it,
fall
but
into their trap.
Doing so would make it our trap, Halen. Besides, their deaths will feed the blade even more. We need it as strong as possible when it is brought back to us.
For what reason?
Do you doubt us?
No, of course not. I was merely curious, that's all.
I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
Then your curiosity will have to linger. You have your orders, Halen. Now see them out. In a few hours, everything should be over for good.
Alrighty. Halen wandered, but for what side? Or
yes,
wondered.
Whatever you say. When they arrive in the atrium, consider them dead. I will paint the walls with their blood, or else besmirch
that's not a good
them
color
with my
choice.
own.
You know, red walls don't really do that great. It's not great for like the reseller market, so I wouldn't go that route.
Thank you, Halen. Now be on your way. We will send the honor guard to the town square to weaken them. There is no time to waste. The end of everything is upon us.
Without a word, Halen is off on his way. In the moment, he truly became the Grand Inquisitor. The last line of defense between the triumvirate and a weak insurrection.
The end. Or perhaps another new beginning. Steel yourselves, brothers. You know what's coming.
I don't. I'm in the dark here. They all look at each other and nod. For the first time in ages, doubt fills their chamber. Thankfully, nobody was there to witness such a fault. Oh, good, we're here. This looks like a familiar spot. Pro and Grizz enter the Triumvir's castle, careful not to attract attention. The staircase in the middle is the one that led to their chamber for sure. This meant they'd have to lure the honor guard off to the left or the right. Paths on the other side of the stairs lead to other sections of the castle. If Pro had to guess, he'd say they led to the living quarters and the practice rooms. Much to their luck, the horde of the honor guard was gathered at the base of the stairs.
All right. How can we lure them away? Think, Pro, think. You can do this.
Think. We just need a little honey if we think.
Not so loud, Pro. We need a plan before they find us.
All right,
let's look for
here's
something
my
we
plan.
can use as a distraction.
Send Steve and make Steve do whatever he does, even though he might be dead, but just throw Steve at him, and then they will definitely come running for you. That's my plan. Pro examines the area, noticing a large metallic stands holding the lit candles. That would be sure to cause a distraction, but how would he use it? His eyes are drawn to a large stained glass window lining the hall.
That'll have to do. Come on, Grizz. Let's do this already. Hopefully the Monarch isn't too far behind.
Oh, you know, we stopped off at the 7-Eleven, so we're a little, we wanted a snack, cup of coffee. He starts moving towards the candle holders, but Grizz grabs his shoulder.
No, not that side. It leads to the dining hall and a dead end. You'd only be signing your own death warrant.
Pro nods without a word. They make their way to the other side of the room. They both grab one stand and shake off the candle on the other end. It hits the ground, the wax shudders in almost every possible direction.
Hey, over here!
Good plan. In unison, both Pro and Grizz start breaking the windows with their weapons. The honor guard takes notice immediately and starts sauntering over. Pro grins, laughing softly at how easily it was to distract the suits.
Perfect. Now we just need to make a trail. Come on! Don't let us get away!
Okay, now you're being a little bit, obvious. They run down the hallway, shattering every window after window. A trail of broken glass is left behind for the suits to follow after. However, they move slow on purpose, keeping an eye on the Horde. The Horde's not very good at this. Howl and Dominic stand side by side at the town square of Baltius. They can hear the sound of the honor guard marching in their direction. Echoes of steel grating against steel assault their ears as they wait.
How many do you think there are?
Oh, probably like 14 or so.
Not enough.
Alrighty.
Well, at least you're confident.
Dominic brushes ash off his shoulder. The remnants of the books from the library filled the air. From behind, one of their allies stepped forward.
They're almost here. I can tell. Be on your guard. I'll have my men protect you.
Okay, thanks, Vivian.
Yes, of course, I appreciate it. I'll be watching their backs as well.
Now, all three of them were standing side by side. The footsteps of the honor guard got louder and louder. They stepped in unison, sounding like a heart that beat too fast.
Reminds me of those drums in the Colosseum. Every time they played, I knew that death would follow. Let's hope that it does, but not for any of us.
If we are in danger, do not come to our aid, especially if it would endanger the lives of others. Remember, by all accounts, we are already dead.
Vivian shakes his head.
No matter what you say, you're an ally. And believe it or not, I prefer to keep those alive. As long as you breathe, you're living and of use.
As they talk, the first of the honor guard comes into view. One stood in front of the rest, as if assigning themselves the role of leader. It was odd. They all thought that such mindless suits had no sense of hierarchy. However, there was no time to think about such trivial things. Mere moments later, the rest of the suits gathered behind their leader. On the other side of town square, seemed like thousands had arrived.
It appears that we may be outnumbered. But remember, those things aren't known for their smarts. Each one of us could easily take down 100 or more.
Let's hope that you're correct.
Dominic gulps and draws his sword. Everybody behind him does the same, and the sound fills the town square. Even from the opposing side, all they can hear is unseathing of blades. But when everybody is armed, nothing happens. They stand on opposite sides, both forces staring at each other. Dominic looks left and right and is to his allies before speaking out.
It appears they want us to make the first move. Probably so they can counter. That makes it easier. Just anticipate it, and come up with a counter of your own.
Okay, that's a great plan. You should probably be more specific than that. Even after his instruction, nobody makes a move. The ash in the air thickens, remnants of the monarchy showering over them. Dominic takes a few steps forward and holds a sword up in the air.
We fight to liberate those stuck under the Triumvirate's thumb, in the name of all those who have fallen, and all those who will come. A new future will dawn here today, one of happiness and peace for all.
Yay. The soldiers cheer, holding up their swords in the air as well. But soon after, they fall back down, resting at a fighting position. Dominic says nothing, simply holding his sword towards the enemy, and it was enough to spring the army into action. Charging toward the honor guard, steel soon clashes against steel. Screams fill the town square as both sides meet and clash in the middle. Dominic and Hal remain behind everybody, watching the initial charge. They'd wait for an ample opening and join their army at the right time. Howell places a hand on Dominic's shoulder and gives him a soft nod.
Dominic, it is time.
In response, he gulps and looks up at Howell.
Yeah. This is it.
He catches a bunch of falling ash in his hand. After looking at it a moment, he crushes his fist.
Charge!
Bam! Let's go, baby! A mere seconds later, they were lost in the crowd. It's getting intense. The battle has begun. We are literally fighting Sauron and his army at Mordor. And here we go. We arrive at what seems to be the summit of the mountain pass. We we took a long way around. I could still hear fighting in Boltius. Swords clashing against swords and screaming in agony, found only in war. We are spared. We spread out as soon as we arrived to the same spot. It was a bit ahead of us, or I was a bit ahead of everybody else, so I let them catch up. When they do, Sabe decides to approach me for a chat.
We're almost there. It won't be much longer. As soon as we turn the next corner, you'll see the castle. This is probably the best place for Fortem to leave our side. I know his task is dangerous, but I'm sure he'll be fine. I've heard nothing but good things about his ability to climb.
We've all heard
I'm
this.
more worried about what will happen to us in the castle.
I shrug. There was really no way to know. Hopefully, Pro was able to cause his distraction.
I normally hate relying on others, you know. In a bind, I can only really count on my own skills. But you and your friends have started to change my mind.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to... Also, after what we just did last night, I'm pretty sure you should trust me pretty hardcore, so...
We're pressed for time, so I won't draw this out any longer. Just know that I'll have your back in there, as I'm sure you'll have mine. If we make it through this unscathed, I'll know it was a team effort.
A nod as Salvi turns away and starts to look around the area. It appears like he's been here before, and finds great comfort in that. A few seconds later, my attention is diverted towards an ecstatic Fortame.
Whoa, this is so cool! That statue! I've never seen anything like it! Ulrich, what is it? Do you have any idea?
Looks like a dragon. Ulrich turns to the large, intimidating statue.
Yeah, Alestia wasn't always fully mapped out. This is an artist's depiction of the draconic people. At least, a depiction made in fright during First Contact.
First Contact?
Yeah, you didn't see that? It was a Star Trek movie. It was about when, basically, First Contact is like when, I think it was like, was it the Romulans and the Earthlings first met? It's basically about that.
Imagine being the first mainlander to arrive in Alarinthia. The people there reacted with hostility, attacking almost instantly. He was an unlucky man, and he fled almost as quickly as he got there.
That sounds awful.
Yeah. When he got back to Museo, he told everyone his story. But his account wasn't right. Fear can warp anything you see. Even when he was proven wrong, the design still stuck. They're often used to scare away potential visitors, so it makes perfect sense that there be one in a place like this. It's guarding a shortcut that leads right to the Triumvirate's home.
Well, it's not gonna scare me away. I have the most important task of all.
Ulrich nods as Fortame quickly walks over towards me. I can tell he's frightened, but he looks hopeful as well.
I promise you, I'll make it through this. You better be in that atrium waiting for me.
I will.
No way we're failing now.
Not now, not ever. Okay, this is the end. I nod. A moment later, we're locked in a tight embrace.
Never forget that I love you, Monarch.
Aw.
Even if all else seems lost, that will never change.
It's so cute.
Whatever happens next,
watching.
It's so
I see.
cute.
If you have not hit
Oops.
follow,
We kiss,
I done it.
perhaps for the
Why
last
not just
time.
do it?
Well,
come on.
I guess I should get going. I need to take a different path than the rest of you. I'm not used to being on my own, but I'll manage.
All right, good luck, buddy. Before he heads out, he hugs Valessa. They share a few words together, and then he's off on his way. His path would lead to the tower, while ours would lead directly inside.
I guess we should go too. The sound of all that fighting is really scaring me. One side has to be winning, but which one is it?
That's a great question.
It's best not to pay it any mind. We have our own task, Valessa.
Right, of course. Want to lead the way?
He nods and then starts walking away from us. We gather together and follow close behind him.
We're going to win this. I can feel it.
Boy, the way you guys are being so confident about this, I kind of feel like something bad might happen, but we'll see. She smiles and offers me her hand. I grab it, and we hold it as we follow Ulrich. I pray with every fiber of my being that she's right. After what seemed like an eternity, the Triumvir's castle comes into view. I've never been more terrified in my life. The end was finally within reach. Ooh. Ugh. There's something else. Oh, that looks good. Is this where we're supposed to be? The castle looks just as corrupt and decaying as everything else. Almost even more so. Like it could be a source of all this death. As we get closer, I look all over the exterior. Then I see Fortem. He's climbing the tower just as directed. It's a sight to behold. If he can get to that bell tower, then the war should surely be ours. But I see him struggling. The castle was clearly the hardest climb. With no safety nets, any slip-up would be fatal. I try not to think about it as we arrive at the bridge castle. Much to our dismay, the bridge is completely covered in suits of armor. They turn to face us as soon as we approach. A few seconds later, they start to march towards us. They're slow. Our presence took time to register. Normally, I'd be confident. These things are easy to slay. But this was a veritable horde, hundreds, maybe even 1,000. It must have been another group en route to the burning Grand Library.
Stay behind me. We can use this bridge to our benefit. They can't get around us or sneak out from behind. It's almost like a funnel. It should be easy.
Okay, good. Me and Valessa give Ulrich a firm nod. Savi stands by his side. A moment later, in perfect unison, they both charge the crowd. The honor guard stood no chance, not against two former Grand Inquisitors. The suits start to crumble and fall as they fight across the bridge. Ulrich's greatsword and Savi's first kill almost 10 or more each second. However, as I look to the back, I notice a bunch of suits who have bows. I shout to Ulrich and Savi, letting them know of the danger.
I know. Don't worry. These things have bad aim. Just grab one of those suits and use them as a shield. They'll wear out their numbers by killing their own.
I suppose that's a good strategy. After I unsheath the Blade of Exodus, I step forward. My goal is to find a good opening so I can hop in and assist them. But no such opening comes. They slay an unmatched expertise. The two fight side by side as if they are one entity. Perfect synergy. Me and Valessa notice the archers at the back prepared to shoot.
Quick, grab one.
We both rush forward, grab and each disarm one of the enemies. With no means to fight back, we hold them in place. The arrows come our way and hit them first. Perfect plan that actually what archers were planning. Much to our shock, as the chaos of the bridge unfolds, they turn around. They no longer aim in our direction. They're aiming at Fortem. Oh, shit. No! Her call falls upon deaf ears. He was too far away to hear. There was no way for any of us to prevent what happened next. They let their arrows fly, some miss, but one pierces Fortem's side. No! Hell no! Not my buddy! No! He immediately loses grip and appears that he may have fallen off. There's nothing we could do. We can't call out to him or get there to help. I have to do something quickly. They're preparing to shoot him again.
Quick, run along the side of the bridge. It should be wide enough to use as a path. Get back there and take out those archers.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best. I take her suggestion to heart. I have my own idea. Running forward, I push Ulrich and Solvi out of the way, ready my sword. They'd pay for hurting my friend. Every single one of them would pay. I thrust the blade through one of the suits, then look over at Fortem. He looks so weak and delirious. Moments later, he falls from the tower. The sight alone is enough to fill me with rage I've never felt before. Activating the blade, a familiar flash of white light blinds us all. I can hear my allies struggling as if they're still fighting while blinded. But a few seconds later, I hear nothing but shattering of every suit and armor. As if the light subsides, we are greeted to the sight of victory, but every member of the honor guard bridge was dead. I absorbed them into the blade, making it even stronger.
Monarch, did you do that?
I nod. I tell them I used my emotion inside of me as a catalyst. The emotion of seeing Fortame fall, perhaps to his death. As we glance over the tower, though, I see that I was wrong. He holds the edge of a window, struggling to climb inside. He wanted to drop to fall to a window to get inside to safety. I can see that his clothes are covered in blood from the arrow wound. Eventually, he makes it inside, and we're all relieved. For a few seconds there, it seemed like all hope was lost.
Thanks for stepping in like that. My sword arm was starting to get a little tired. Come on, let's get going. We don't have much time.
Me, Savi, Ulrich smile at one another. Blessa, however, has a look of shock on her face.
Oh, no.
We turn to face the same direction as her. She's looking towards the town square at the bulk of the battle. Another horde is marching in our direction, lightly attracted to the light.
Just our luck.
That's not good. We all ready our weapons. We watch them walk towards us in unison. An unease fills the air, but I doubt I could deactivate all of them. I only did that thanks to the surge of emotion from seeing Fortame's shot. It wouldn't be right for me to rely on something like that again. Part of me wonders if we should flee inside and fight them off in the castle. But we had no idea what awaited us inside, or if Pro was even successful. Valessa steps forward, standing in front of us. She trembles, perhaps terrified of what's to come.
You need to go.
What?
What are you talking about?
I said you need to go. Get inside the castle. Help Fortame kill the triumvirate. Just do it. Let me keep them occupied. I'll fight them off.
You can't fight all of them.
Valessa, that's suicide.
That's a horrible idea.
We don't have any other option. The Monarch needs you and Ulrich.
No, I'll stay and fight. I know how those things work.
This isn't up for debate. You need to go. Now.
This is a bad idea, Valessa. Savi backs down, realizing there's no point. Each second needed to be filled with action, not inaction. If we wasted time, we'd hand victory over to the enemy. Valessa pulls out her mother's daggers with a gulp. I guess taking them from Isaiah was a good idea after all. No, stay and fight. My mind tells me to talk her out of this, but I say nothing. If she fought hard enough, maybe she'd be able to survive. Those suits are weak and mindless. I feel like she'd be okay. I justify her choice in my mind, perhaps because I know it's inevitable. She wraps her arms around me and gives me a tight hug. I return it, and then she looks up at me and kisses my lips. After telling me that I loved her, I told her to stay safe and survive.
Is that an order?
It is. You better run if they get too close. Like, I'm just saying it's bad. Yeah.
Then I guess I have no choice. I love you, Monarch. Never
Everybody does.
that.
Everybody loves the Monarch.
See you in the atrium.
What can I say? All right. In a moment later, we're both on the opposite directions. But as we head towards the castle, and I order you to survive. You have no choice now. You must do it. I can't help but look back. That's my girl right there. That's my girl. That's my girl. I can't help but look back. I'm worried and hopeful, and both sides are at war. I see her charge into the crowd holding out her daggers. The sound of her stabbing the suit soon fills the air. They fall apart and hit the ground with loud thuds.
Come on, I could do this all day.
You're not Captain America. Please don't say that. All right, Steve Rogers, let's go. With a smirk on my face, I realize her victory is clear. We retreat to the castle, and the sight makes my jaw drop. The castle is hauntingly beautiful, like nothing I've ever seen before. As we venture forward, I hope that Pro is successful. The bell wasn't rung yet, but I have the utmost faith in Fortame's ability.
She's Mrs. Captain America.
She is literally Captain America right now. Whew. This is the end. Well, hopefully Fortame is okay too, because he got shot with an arrow. So I don't know. This is kind of scary stuff. Is that the thing? Eventually, Pro and Grizz's path lead them to a large hallway. Plenty of open space to fight. She has America's ass. She might have America's ass. We will find out someday, I'm sure. Plenty of open space to fight and destroy the horde in the pursuit of them. The distraction worked perfectly. Now they just had to deal with the company.
Pro, what weapons do you have?
Did you guys not think of that beforehand? That seems like a bad idea. Grizz readies a large warhammer.
Daggers. My favorite. Up close and personal.
He draws them and stands beside Grizz.
So, you've fought these things before?
Have you?
Yeah, plenty of times. It'll be a piece of cake.
I don't remember him doing that. When did he do that?
Right.
Also, gotta fight a guy called the Penetrator in Demon Souls. I thought Pro had America's ass. Pro might have, I think they all have America's ass at this point. I think it's just one, it's just one large conglomerate of America's ass. And it's the whole group at this point. You know what they say? I think I could make a joke about that where I say like, I think all these people have America's ass. And coincidentally, you know what my nickname is? America. So you guys think about that for a second. Anyway, the horde seems to have tripled in size. Everything was going their way. Even you? No. I am America, and everybody is America's ass. And you know what that means.
Be mindful of where you stand, Pro. If this hammer is good at anything, it's crowd control. I don't want to hit you while I'm
Gotta test each ass to find which one's real America's ass. We gotta test them one by one. Everybody get in line.
Yeah. Got it. I'll stay low and out of your way.
Grizz nods and they stand side by side as the enemies fill the room.
Ready?
Nope. That's a hell of a hammer. Oh. No. That's not what I said. That is not what I said.
Let's do this.
They charge into the crowd and the fight begins. Pro makes sure to stay below shoulder as Grizz swings his hammer. He takes out about 10 or more suits with every swing of that mighty hammer. Pro rolls on the floor, taking them out with precise stabs to the abdomen. Shattering like glass, the suits falling at a rate that guarantees their victory. Both men pant from exhaustion as they fight what was likely their last fight. For peace of all Alestia, all they had to do was prevail. As the crowd thins out, they press their backs against one another. The enemies may be swinging their swords, but they landed no hits.
So, this is what I was meant to do.
Huh? Grizz swings his hammer, takes out 10 more. Then, seconds later, they're back to back again.
Back in Mazeo, I was ready to throw my life away.
It looks closely, even Lassiter looks angry. His name is Steve. Thank you very much.
Peace and quiet amidst the chaos
Steve,
of conversation.
not Lassiter. I refuse to accept that name.
Not myself.
I refuse to accept Lassiter. The guy's name is Steve. It will forever be Steve. Pro smiles at his ally.
I'm glad you made the right choice then.
He lunges forward, continue to kill suits of armor. Grizz scoffs, a wide smile appearing on his face.
Not me. It's all thanks to the monarch.
Hey, I'm pretty great. I know, I get it. I am pretty great. The battle continues, but the enemy stood no chance. They were killing the suits faster than they entered the room. You two better not die. That's illegal. Correct. Steve looks angry. Steve does look angry. The battle continues, but the enemy stood no chance. They were killing suits faster than they entered the room, and after what seemed like an eternity, they entered no more. Pro falls to his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Even Grish seems winded as well. What a thrilling dance that was. However, as they learn later, it's not yet come to an end. Another group of horrors making its way to the large hallway. They laugh. Of course, this wouldn't be as easy as they thought. Charging into the crowd again, the fight continues, almost endless.
There's too many of them! We need to do something and fast!
There's nothing we can do. Just stand your ground. Keep fighting.
The swings and stabs become weaker with each passing moment. What was once a certain victory is now falling apart in the face of exertion. But they don't give up. Never accept defeat. Not until the very end. That was the first rule of a good gambler. And even with their lives and the chips on the table, they continued to play. The floor became a sea of white and gold. in the wake of their rage. They had a way, or all they had to do was pray that they didn't drown in it. As their strength dwindled, they kept fighting. Never give up. That determination saw them through right to the bitter end. What do I mean by bitter end? What do I mean by that? What do you mean by that? Howl is completely surrounded, fighting to the best of his efforts. The one-on-one fight would be no problem, but this was too much. In total, there must be tens of thousands of honor guards here. Jesus Christ. Fighting with his fist, he punches the suits of armors into pieces. He preferred to use his own body as a weapon rather than anything else. Other people fought with extensions of their body, but he needed none of that. In this moment, Howl was thankful that all of his power remained intact. Hold the Monarch heeded his request, he would have surely be close to death. Thankful for that fact, he fought on with an ever-increasing sense of determination. Dominik was nowhere to be seen, but Howl hoped he was still alive. There were so many suits of armor that it was impossible to keep track. One stray arrow, one thrown dagger, or one sneak attack, and it was over. He punched through the suits of armor. He finally saw an ally. Charging in the direction, he fought his way towards them. Greeting him with a smile, he was relieved to see a friendly face again.
Howl, watch out!
Vivian jumps behind Howl, taking a suit of armor that was sneaking up on him. Thanking his ally, Howl responded by doing the same, behind Vivian. No matter where they stood, there was always an enemy in pursuit. Arrows fly overhead every few seconds. The enemy's archers were skilled. Howl couldn't see, but he knew those arrows hit some of his allies. With his back pressed against Vivian, their rears are finally protected.
Vivian, status report. How are your men doing?
Not good, last time I checked. There's just too many of them, Howl. All we can do is wait for that.
And if it doesn't?
Vivian lunges forward, taking several suits of armor. Then, a moment later, he presses back against Howl again.
Then this is it for us.
The despair in his voice was clear. They could keep fighting, but things were looking bad. Even if each man killed 100 suits, they'd still be outnumbered. Howl shakes his head, freeing himself from the onslaught of ash. The library, still ablaze, rained in remnants of the monarchy upon them. The honor guards seemed unimpeded by this, but not the rebellion. It was almost as if, when the suits fought together, they shared one mind. This caused them to be weak on their own, but formidable as a group. However, it meant that more they killed, the weaker they became.
Vivian, do not give up so easily. You are set to rule the strongest nation in the world. We cannot have you return home with stories of lost hope.
As they talk, they keep fighting. The enemy never lets up for a second.
Then we better find it again. And fast!
Arrows fly through the air once more, and screams fill the air. They knew their forces were dying. The suits had no need to scream. Howl wasn't even sure if they felt pain, or feared their own demise. He wondered if those things would be a weakness or a strength. His knuckles became bloody and cracked, and they fight for their lives. They continue to protect each other, fighting as if they were one body.
We need to change up our strategy. If we don't, then they'll outsmart us.
Vivian didn't respond.
Vivian?
Oh no. Vivian shakes his head, panting heavily.
Sorry. It's just taking a lot out of me. I think I need to get back to the library.
Will you be okay on your own?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Yeah, go now, while you have an opening. We will continue to fight them off.
Vivian nods and runs off towards the library. Soon enough, he disappears into the crowds of suits. Howl's back is vulnerable once more, but he still fights. All he can do is face the enemy and his fate head on. Charging into the crowd with a scream, rage wells within him. There are no allies to be seen, just target after target waiting to be killed. And that's what happens next. He shatters enemies like weak glass. They fall to the ground, leaving a trail of carnage in his wake. Had he killed more than his fair share and still went on? Eventually, a barrage of arrows assault him. Piercing through his torso, he grunts in immense pain. However, the pain was minimal compared to the pain normally felt. He pulls the arrows out and throws them on the ground. Blood spills from the wound, but shows no signs of pain. Such wounds would do nothing to a body powered by the monarchy. All he had to do was fight until the bell rung. But that was the question on everybody's mind right now. With such immense a task before him, would Fortame succeed? It seemed that right now, almost everything lay in his hands. Howell fought ruthlessly, hoping to hear the bell and then find relief. But with each passing second, the hope within dwindled. Fortame! You better be okay, buddy. You better be okay, buddy. Fortame pants heavily, panicking with an arrow in his side. He knew he had to pull it out. Things would only get worse. It would be best to keep it inside until he could find some help. It wouldn't be fatal, so that gave him great relief on its own. Hiding in a spare room he found, he needed to take a breather. It was a perfect timing as the suits started to scurry around outside.
It can't be too far away. How high up does this castle even go?
He shakes his head, realizing there was only one way to find out. But if he goes to sneak out of the room, he bumps into a table. A bottle of wine falls off to the side and shatters with an echo. His entire body tenses up as he hears the honor guard stop moving. He runs to the other side of the room and hides behind a curtain. Pretty high, I would imagine so. Would be easy to sneak around him if not for the wine. Now, every single suit of armor in the hallway would know he's there. He remains as still as possible as one of them enters the room to scout. The suit kneels down to inspect the broken glass and then looks over to the curtain. His cover was blown. He made a small trail of wine with his footsteps. He holds his breath as the suit of armor makes his way to his location, then a few moments later plunges a sword right into the curtain. Fortame dodges to the left and rips the curtain down from the wall. Wrapping around the suit of armor, he has it in a strong chokehold. He hesitates for a few moments and then snaps his enemy's neck. Damn. The suit crumbles, but he has nowhere to fall, being held together by the curtain. He slowly rests on the ground. That was his first real fight, his first kill. If he survived to ring that bell, he knew he would never be the same. He slowly unravels the curtain and grabs the sword belonging to the suit. That's my boy! That's my boy! As soon as he does, more of them enter the room to check on their ally. Fortame wondered if they felt emotion, if they mourned the suit he killed. They drew their swords, but Fortame wasn't sure what prompted it. Anger at their dead ally, or perhaps blind loyalty to the triumvirate. He never know. And at that moment, he realized it was for the best. The sword clashed against sword as he fought for his life. But not just his, almost everybody else's life was at stake too. They were relying on him to ring the bell, and he couldn't let them down. All he had to do was survive. Oh, come on, Fortame. You gotta get up there at some point. You gotta do it. When we get inside the castle, I notice that it's completely empty. I'm filled with hope. Pro must have been successful with his distraction. Otherwise, this place would be teeming with those suits of armor. All we had to do was make our way to the top and take them down. With the triumvirate dead and the bell rung, the victory was ours. I crossed my fingers, hoping that Fortame's travels are going well.
Wow. I haven't been to this place in ages. It doesn't look any different, though. Just as uninviting. You want to go right up those stairs, Monarch. This is it.
Okay. I nod. He was right. This was the end of our journey. And everything I've been through. I was finally in their castle. I started walking towards the stair. My next action was clear.
Hey, not so fast. You should let me take point. I know the layout of this castle and where to go. It gets a bit confusing up there. Trust me on that.
Confusing? How so?
Lots of stairs. I hope you're okay with that. And be careful. We don't want to fall into a trap. This place is massive. It would be easy to ambush us.
Not a second later, somebody enters the room from the opposite side. It's that man from our HQ, the one with Savi, clad in white and gold. He descends the stair, laughing at us. A horde of suits follows.
Ambush? No, I don't play cheap, not like Sovi. I'd merely like to call this a welcoming party of sorts. An ambush is unexpected. Surely you knew I'd be here.
I unsheath my blade, and I hold it out towards our enemy. There was no time to argue the semantics with the likes of him. But, as if to guard me, Ulrich and Savi step forward, getting in the way.
Halen, don't you think it's time you gave up? You've been bound to their will, following orders for so long. Let us remove that curse. We can give you your freedom back.
Clearly an act. Salvi wanted Halen dead. That, and he could never agree. He was under their thrall. A moment later, Halen disappears into the crowd of suits.
Freedom? I don't need freedom. I exist to serve the Triumvirate, and that is final. You did too, but you threw it away in your folly.
The suits of armor reach the bottom of the stairs, but Halen is nowhere to be seen. We just hear his voice. We must have used the confusion of the crowd to escape.
You stand in the realm of gods now. It is time you spoke with your resolve. If it is strong enough, then you will find me.
The honor guard draws their sword as Halen's laughter fills the room.
Then you will perish. So do it. Show me the determination of your rebellion. Speak against your gods and see how they answer.
At Halen's command, the honor guard charges in our direction. Savi and Ulrich are the first to fight, making sure that I'm protected. But I'm sure to play my part. I take them down with similar ease. The suits of armor stood no chance against the blade of Exodus. The same could be said of Ulrich's greatsword and Savi's fists. I'm confident in our victory, but I try not to get cocky. I seems like there were almost 1,000 suits of armor here. Though we were doing good now, our bodies could easily weaken. The viable tactic: wear out your enemy with excessive enemies. As we fight, we find ourselves surrounded more and more. The honor guard seems to have almost herded us into a specific location. I stand back to back with Savi and Ulrich, and we're all panting heavily.
Ulrich, put away your sword.
Huh?
Don't you remember?
They both look at me.
Yeah, of course.
He sheathes his massive blade. What did I just say? He sheathes his massive blade, and the suits come in closer on us.
Monarch, open your mind to us. Treat us as extensions of your body.
Okay. I'm confused, but I nod. We need to take an action, and now. I lunge forward, destroy one of the suits.
Good. Now it's my turn.
Then the blade moves from my hand to Sovi's. As he does the same as me and destroys several suits. As passing a baton, Ulrich steps up next, swinging the blade.
It's been too long, Sovi.
It's almost instantaneous. It's back in my hands. I keep fighting. We're pressed back to back, exchanging the blade with our power. Phasing it from person to person as needed. We're almost one mind.
Yes. Really gets my blood boiling.
Oh, goodness me. As if it's an
Halen, I was like, guess what, arsehole, when this is over, you'll be working for me.
He might be. It was an intricate, choreographed dance. We continue to fight. In this moment, we really did command the blade. We were its owners. I feel unstoppable, but then I realize could the Triumvirate do this as well? If they could, then we're in for a difficult fight.
Over here.
I let Ulrich take the blade, and we continue passing it around. It isn't much longer until the horde is thinned out. We're winning. It's true teamwork, unlike anything I've seen my entire life.
Monarch, look out!
I take the blade back and destroy the suits in front of me. Their numbers have easily halved in just a few short minutes. At this rate, we'd be free to take the stairs at any second.
They mean to kill us with mindless slaves. I wish they had the courage to meet us face to face.
The Triumvirate must have been scared. I could feel it. At the end, all tyrants are left to do is cower in fright. Whatever game they were playing, it would soon be over. We continue our dance until the last suit of armor has fallen. Though we're reduced to exhausted messes, we had won. Taking deep breaths, we regain our composure.
So, up we go?
Up we go.
Yeah.
I phase the blade back into my hands and sheath it. Looking towards the stairs.
The LeemThatStreams is proud to support an ongoing
Then there were
donation
more,
drive right here
right?
on Twitch for the Lemur Conservation Foundation.
The blade back into my hands. I sheath it, looking towards the stairs. It seems our next goal is clear. When we get there, we'd make him regret taunting us. We make our way upstairs and pursue Halen. After what just happened, we are certain we'd win this. With our strength combined, nothing could stand in our way. Is this the place? First thing I see is lots of stairs. Lots of stairs. They lead upward in every conceivable direction. I was told there'd be lots of stairs, but this is kind of insane. Those are a bit much. The second thing I notice is complete lack of Halen. Had he fled up these staircases? Where could he be? Actually, I'm starting to wonder how he disappeared like that. If he was made from the blade, he could phase around as well. I hope that's not the case, but that could prove far too tricky. However, due to his loyalty, I knew we'd be in for a fight. Destroyed suits of armor and their swords line the floor. There must have been a remnant of a previous fight. Perhaps Fortane Pro came here before us.
Be careful, Monarch. Try not to let Halen steal the blade from you. Remember, we all possess the same ability.
Yeah, make sure to be on your guard. We killed his suit, so he's probably scared. I wouldn't be surprised if he resorts to trickery.
That seems like something Halen would do. Ooh. Hold on one second. That's not too bad. Okay. Let's moving forward. I nod. That was good advice. I take it to heart as we walk towards the stairs. I hear Halen's voice, but I can't see him at all.
Well then, perhaps you're stronger than I thought. No matter though, I've been waiting for a worthy opponent. I'll savor killing you, Monarch, every single moment.
That's a bit dramatic, Halen. Can we be a little bit more, normal about this? That's when I finally see him on one of the flights of stairs. He's slowly making his way down, almost as if he's buying some time. I move to meet him halfway, but suddenly there's no need to move at all.
Monarch, look out!
Almost instinctively, I lower myself as close to the ground as possible. From behind, a massive sword is swung. It came close to removing my head. I turn around. I'm greeted by the sight of Halen, so he can move around like that.
Saved by your friends, as always. I wonder how you'd handle things on your own. What do you say? Want to put that to the test?
Ulrich steps forward, interrupting before I can respond.
We don't have time for your games, Halen. We will give you one chance. Surrender or die.
And who says you get to call the shots? Remember, I exist to manifest the Triumvirate's will, and right now, what they want is to see you all dead.
Well, there was a scholar who once said that you can't always get what you want, but if you try sometimes, you'll get what you need. Halen draws another sword, holding out two large blades.
I've never let them down, and I don't plan on starting. You think you're special? That you're here to seize your destiny? No, you're nothing more than another insect for me to crush. You may have made it farther than most, but it doesn't matter. Even atop the highest mountain, an insect is still an insect. A being that exists for one purpose.
Halen, it would be a shame if you died.
Exterminated!
It might be. He charges towards me, and I do the same. Pulling out the blade of Exodus, our swords clash as we meet. They meet again and again, filling the room as we fight. His strength is astounding as well as his speed. I've never seen a man fight with two swords quite so gracefully. He tries to trick me with fake swings and sudden movements, but he'll have to try harder than that. I counter him with ease. This dance continues, and we show no signs of tiring out. At this rate, death would come to whoever slipped up first. But I can't slip up. I have to win. and I take down the triumvirate. With this world belonged to me. I was the rightful heir to the throne. Halen was just a lackey to some power-hungry group of 3. If there was any justice in the world, then I would prevail. Perhaps I let that get in my head. This allowed Halen to land a blow. Thrusting his blade through my shoulder, he twists it and then pulls it out. The wound that would prove to be harmless in the long run, but the pain was intense, so all I can do is stand there stiff and motionless. The blood drips to the floor, and I take a few steps back, losing my balance.
Monarch!
That's me! Salvi lunges forward and pushes me to the ground. Phasing the blade to his hands, he blocks Halen's next attack. I bleed on the floor as I watch Salvi fight his former apprentice.
There's something different about you, Sovi. Where was this passion when we worked together?
Yeah, well, he didn't. You should have seen us last night, Halen. There was a lot of passion. Just a great amount of it. You never got that, I'm imagining. I actually don't know. Maybe they did. Swords continue to clash as Halen is right. I've never seen Selvi quite so determined.
The triumvirate doesn't allow passion, Halen. They take everything away.
Don't die. Seriously, don't die.
Dry and offer nothing in return. Nothing but empty words. The rebellion gave me a place in this world. I belong to them now.
You mean they seduced you with flights of fancy? You honestly believe that he is our rightful ruler?
Hey! Hail to the king, baby. Salvi nods.
Without a doubt. I'd give my life for the monarch.
Hey, that's nice. You don't need to do that, though. We don't need to do that.
This isn't some dream or fantasy. They told me themselves.
Halen seems surprised, as if he still trusts Sovi.
You mean?
Yes, that's what they told me before we left for Mazeo. It's why I didn't kill the monarch when I had the chance. I told myself I'd never harm those in charge of this world. That's what separates the both of us, Halen. My loyalty is to Alestia. Yours is to the Triumvirate. They made you a slave with no choice but to obey.
No, I want to serve them. Your faith was challenged and you gave up. I'm not that weak. I stand tall and remain in line.
Salvi lowers his blade, signaling his intent to stop fighting.
Then let the monarch remove the curse they've put on you. If you still want to serve them, then we can continue to fight. And if not, then you'll realize that you were wrong all along.
Halen reacts with anger at the last part and charges towards Sovi. They're fighting again, just when things started to turn around.
No, I'm not wrong. I'll never give up, Sovi. Never. If you want to pay with your life, then I'll accept that toll. But know this. It brings me no pleasure to...
A moment later, Salvi thrusts the blade through Halen's gut. Ooh. Salvi looks horrified as he harms his former apprentice and friend. No turning back. My loyalty was to the Republic, to democracy. This was the exact moment his deflection was complete.
Sovi.
Halen grunts in pain as Salvi removes the blade. A horrific wound, but I don't think it would be enough. Crafted or created from the blade, Halen was surely resilient.
Halen, I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be this way.
I can hear such sadness in his voice, he's conflicted. Looking down at the floor, Salvi shakes his head and watches Halen bleed out. A moment later, he falls forward, and Salvi catches him in his arms. On the verge of tears, Salvi turns Halen around. Lowering him to the ground, he puts him in a strong chokehold. Halen struggles, trying to escape, but the wound rendered him too weak.
Monarch, do something! I don't care what it is, just do it!
I look over at Ulrich, he watches in shock. I know that wound wouldn't kill Halen, just temporarily incapacitate him. Salvi must have known, but the sight and what he did was too much for him. There's no way Halen could fight back now. I could kill him. Let him live? I could kill him with no difficulty at all, but I could save him. If I remove the curse on his mind, maybe he could serve our cause instead. But was it worth the risk? Everything tells me I don't have much time to decide. If Sylvie held him like that for too long, he'd be dead for sure. Oh boy. Well, I mean, I could do that. I don't know. This is a good one. I'll probably try it. What should I do? This choice will affect the future of Baltius. Ugh. I feel like killing him. Oh man. All right. I've been doing this. I don't think I've tried to kill anybody up to this point, so I'm just gonna do it. I had to liberate Halen. I had to let him survive. I had to give him a chance. If he still chooses to oppose us, then we can execute him after the war. But as long as this conversation was conversion was a possibility, I had to take a chance. I tell Salvi to release the chokehold, but hold Halen in place. He obeys without hesitation, and I slowly make my way over to him. Pressing the blade against Salvi's chest, or Halen's chest, I asked him to give him his freedom. The seconds later, Halen falls to the ground unconscious. I have him carried over to a safe spot where he could recover in silence. And when he woke up, I hoped that would be as a new, smarter man. With that out of the way, we had to make our way up the stairs. Within a few minutes, I'd be face to face with our enemy. It was time to rise to the challenge and change this world.
You know what? I'll stay behind. Pro and Fortum should be at the atrium any minute now. I want to make sure I'm there to greet them and fill them in.
Okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah. It's not my place to face the Triumvirate. Not again. This fight belongs to the both of you.
We both nod at him as he makes his way back to the atrium. Well, somebody better help Fortame. I feel like you should probably just go find him and help him out. On his way out, he picks up the sword from the ground. Salvi scoffs and does the same thing soon after.
A good idea, actually. Something tells me we'll be fighting even more. Say, can you do me one favor before we head up?
Yeah, what's up? I nod.
Here. Just trust me.
Okay. He reaches behind me and adjusts my scabbard. I'm not sure why, but he switches it to the other side. I'm not left-handed, but so that made things awkward. I choose to trust him.
Thank you.
A second later, we were making our way up the stairs. All we had to do was dethrone the Triumvirate. Simple enough. After that, I'd meet my friends in the atrium, at least the ones that survived. I made an important decision. Very, very important. Domik fights for his life in the town square, surrounded by suits of armor. He's lost sight of all of his allies and is unable to tell if they're even still alive. Still, he fights on. He never gave up. Not when he's this close to the end. The bell would surely ring any minute, and that would bring an end to the war. If the monarch followed through, then this world belonged to them. This is the fact that kept him fighting, even as all hope was lost. Fatigue started to settle in, making him move slower. As suits of armor fell, so did his strength and resolve. He was surrounded, fighting in every direction.
Come on, 14, we can't hold the town square forever.
Just then, arrow pierces through his shoulder. No, Domik, no! He stumbles back, falls to his knees before pushing it out. The pain was minuscule compared to what he felt back in Mazeo. Rising up, he starts to fight with anger as well as determination. In his rage, he takes down the suits of armor faster than before. Another arrow pierces. Oh my god, he's becoming, what's his name from Lord of the Rings? Boromir. He's becoming Boromir. Holy shit. We don't need this. Before this, another arrow pierces his upper body, but nothing could stop him now. Keeping his arrow in, he grabs another sword laying on the ground. Fighting with two of them, he's able to guard himself more effectively. The suits of armor are arriving faster than he can kill them, however. Soon enough, he was surrounded by more suits than he could hope to kill. With no allies around to come to his aid, he knew things were dire. If Fortame didn't ring that bell, then this could very well be his final stand. He throws his second sword to the ground and takes a deep breath. He was prepared to face death, and somehow made him stronger. The pain from the arrows only served to push him to more extremes.
I guess it's time.
His fighting starts to become more desperate as tears blur his vision. The fact that he couldn't see his friends just hurt even more. He had to assume that everybody around him had fallen during battle.
Stay back! I'm warning you!
He held out his sword as if to threaten, and his hands trembled. The honor guard did not heed his warning, and they closed in on him. Having no choice but to continue fighting, he lets out a labored grunts. Enough. Through his blurred vision, he's almost unable to make out anything. His saving grace is contrast of white suits over bulteous decay. Using that as a guide, he's able to track down his enemies. No, Domic, I know. He tries fighting his way in the direction of the archers. Those were more of a threat to him than the suits would be. In fact, he was certain that those archers had killed quite a few men. And unfortunately, he may be the next one to add to their count. An arrow shot through his gut, and he screams, falling back. Oh my god, no. It was not a grievous wound, but is immediately caught off guard. Something smashes into the back of his head, and he collapses. Turning around, he sees a suit, holding a rock, covered in his blood. An open wound on the back of his head starts staining the ground.
What?
He writhes on the ground in pain and confusion. The suit kneels down, grabs the sword from the ground. It was the same one that Domic had discarded moments earlier. He's surprised to see the rest of the honor guard stands down, as if they acknowledge this one deserved to deal the final blow. Domic cries, looking up in horror as the suit raises the sword. But before they can follow through with their thrust, something happens. An arrow pierces through the suit of armor, and it crumbles to the ground. Domic looks around in confusion. Had an ally come to his aid?
Domic, give me your hand!
Holy shit! Shane? Domic cries out softly, not sure what's going on. Last time he saw Shane, he tried to kill him, and basically succeeded. But here he was now, offering his hand. What was happening?
Domic, quick! You don't have much time!
Domic shakes his head.
I told you not to kill him.
That's a good point. But then realizes he has no other option. Grabbing Shane's hand, he accepts the help and rises to his feet. He stumbles forward, falling back down, but he doesn't. He presses back against Shane, still a bit delirious. But his friend supports him as he draws out a set of daggers. Confusion assails Domic as everything was happening so fast.
For the 20 long months of subscribing to
JoJo, thank you, JoJo, for the 20 months. That's amazing. Wow. I can't believe we're already at that. 20 months. That's amazing. You're almost like, what is that? Like almost 2 years? That's insane. There, we're even now. Domic nods.
So what do you say, Domic? Fight? Just like old times?
Domic nods again, and he raises his sword. A moment later, they both charge towards... How is freaking Domic able to charge towards anything? The poor guy has received a lot of damage. But thank you again, JoJo. I really appreciate that. They fight together once more.
Just keep it up, Domic. I'll patch you up as soon as we're safe.
Shane, talk to me. Why are you doing this?
Shane doesn't answer, at least not before the bell is rung. The loud ringing fills the air, delivering the sound of hope to Domic's ears. Fortame had achieved his goal. That means his allies still lived. Domic goes to keep fighting, but Shane holds him back. Yeah, I was worried I was worried I wasn't gonna be able to because I canceled Prime. Oh, gotcha. Well, I guess you had one left, didn't you? That's cool.
Domic,
no.
Look. It's over.
The honor guard turns to stare at the source of the ringing. Then, they throw their swords to the ground without hesitation. Starting to march away, they abandon all their previous efforts. Almost 2 years. It's kind of crazy.
We did it. I can't believe this.
Without a word, Shane stands there along with Dominic. Shane, this is nice and all.
Jojo, never satisfied with Shane's decisions.
No.
Huh? It's like
But you
playing
did
a
try to
game
kill
with
him.
the bad
Yeah.
choices option toggled on all the time.
He does have
Can't
bad
please
choices.
everyone, especially when it comes to virtual lives.
Together,
Ha, 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 ha.
as the ash rain downs upon them, they watch their foes flee. Dominic smiles, a few tears running down his face. Was it all really over? No, that wasn't the right way of looking at it. Things had just begun. The monarch had to finish it all. Dominic looked at the direction of the castle as hopes rises within him.
Monarch, good luck. We're all counting on you.
Probably a bad idea. The town square is soon devoid of all foes. But now, without the obstruction vision, Dominic can see all of his allies. They raise their swords in the air and start cheering. Baltius was theirs. As soon, the lives of the triumvirate would soon be theirs as well. They cheer the monarch's name, and then that's all Dominic can hear. But that's all he needed to hear, for the name of the monarch meant hope. Well, it looks like Fortame is doing good. Is this where the ringing of the bell echoes through the ears, in my ears? It's almost deafening. I'm relieved to know that Fortame survived and succeeded. Me and Salvi stand in the darkness. It's hard to see.
Here, you'll be needing this.
He hands me a torch that was hung against the wall.
And watch your step as we go up those stairs. If you fall off the edge, well, you know how high we are.
So, my question is, if you don't bring Salvi along with you, does Ulrich stay with you? Is that what happens? I nod. The thought filled me with fright. I hold out the torch, and I see the bizarre sight before me. The walls are lined with gears, like those on the blade. Oh, interesting. They spin and rotate in directions they shouldn't. It makes no sense to me, but then again, neither does the blade. The gear on the blade spun in a way that was physically impossible. Fog lines and stairs leading up to the triumvirate's chambers. I was confident a moment ago, but this sight fills me with unease. I mean, that's fair. I've never seen anything like it, and it's very concerning to me. Well, you know, that's true. I couldn't see the edges of the stairs, and there was no railing. The slightest stumble could send me back down to the atrium. I do need to go back there, but that's not the way I'd do it.
I have one piece of advice for you, Monarch. Don't let them talk to you. Just kill them with no question. All they'll do is try to justify their actions and earn your sympathy. They prey on the minds of the weak, of those that they can mold. I know you're strong, but they just
not
have
OSHA
this way of
approved.
convincing
Definitely not
you.
OSHA approved.
I'd
I would
hate to
agree
see
with you.
that happen to you. So remember, kill them all.
Okay, I will. Ugh. I tell them that I don't care what they say to me. I'm here to kill them. They could speak to me all they wished. They'd accomplish nothing. An easy goal to have in mind, but in practice, I guess I had no idea. I'd have to find out, however. Someone steps into the room ahead of us. As they move towards us, I can see the white and gold of their collar, of their cloak. One of them left their chamber. I thought they didn't do that.
Sylvie, you've returned.
Triumvirate.
Not clear enough. A permanent exile is non-negotiable.
But you said...
He turns to them and motions as if he's pleading.
You said I could come back if I brought the blade. Is this not what you wanted? Was it not a test?
Wait a minute, Sylvie. Oh no, Sylvie, don't say it ain't so, buddy. Just say it ain't so. The Triumvirate looks down at both of us and sighs.
You think that you can fool us so easily?
Oh, okay.
We know where your allegiance lies, Sylvie. There is nothing in this world we cannot see.
Sylvie gritted his teeth. I could tell that he was angry. I'm confused, but I trust him. I knew he was on my side. At least, that's what I thought. Everything changes in an instant.
Everything I did for you. Were you really too foolish to realize that? My attempt to help the rebellion was only an act.
Oh no, the old smash and betray. My goodness, that's not fair. What?
I've brought the enemy and the blade to your doorstep. Even after this, you deny me my redemption.
So Wolfkin, I will remember. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you Saucy betrays us. Or so it seems about you.
Or so it seems. We'll see. We'll see. But I don't know. Axel, I remember. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you Saucy betrays us. Or so it seems. I guess we're gonna find out. But he's something else. I immediately try to run, but Selby grabs my left arm. As much as I struggle, it's no use. He's too strong. I'm filled with fright. How could he do this?
You've done nothing but bring an armed enemy into our home. Your judgment is clouded, Sophie. We decline your offer.
Now, he did have me change my sword arm, which means he must have done that for a reason.
No!
A second after, Selby phases the blade into his hands. Then, much to my regret, he slices through my arm with ease. I scream, and then, from the elbow down, almost nothing remains. Oh my god!
Then take this as an offering! That arm will never again be used against you. Before all of us, the monarch is defenseless.
Oh my god! I didn't feel anything. Almost as if my body numbs itself to the trauma. But the sight of it is too real. My lower arm, limp and dead on the floor. Blood spurts from the wound, and I look to Sabi in disbelief. He makes direct eye contact with me, and then looks at the torch. I'm still gripping it tightly, and that's when things make sense. Was he trying to fool them? I still have use of my good arm. I slump against the wall, and then use the torch to burn the wound shut. The disgusting smell fills the air, and I can hear the crackling and sizzling. This is all I can do while I watch Sylvie ascend the stairs with the blade.
You continue to surprise us, Sylvie. Very well. Let us talk.
The triumvir looks down at my scabbard. They definitely believe Sylvie removed my dominant arm. I don't know why any of this is happening, but I let it all unfold. I trust him.
Thank you, Master. I am sorry for letting you down in the past. I can only hope that this offering is enough to please you.
He continues to walk up the stairs slowly, as if somewhat scared. If I were him, I wouldn't want to make any sudden movements either. The triumvirate has the advantage here. All we could do was try our best.
Remove threats to ensure the continued reign of Alestia's leaders. Is that not what you wanted? Is that not the role of the Grand Inquisitor?
As he speaks, he reaches the top of the stairs and faces his master. The triumvir lets out another loud sigh and proceeds to nod a few times. By now, I'm almost coherent again, and the wound bleeds no more, burnt shut. I'm pretty sure that's a two-handed sword. Also, you shouldn't cauterize cauterize a lost limb. You should really put a tourniquet on it. Well, I don't think I'm thinking straight. I'm gonna be honest. I just lost an arm. Not thinking straight. I gotta do something. It is not a good idea. You're correct, but I guess that's the only choice we had. You were right.
Kneel, Sylvie, and pledge your loyalty. Then turn that blade on the monarch and take his soul. That's all we need. The blade and the power inside him.
Salvi immediately drops the blade to his side and kneels down. It hits the ground with a loud metallic clang, then rests there motionless.
Yes, whatever you say, I will continue to serve. As the Grand Inquisitor, I have only one goal. Removing threats to the throne of Alestia.
He trembles, frightened, as Triumvir nods.
And I shall start with you.
Sabi, think about last night. Yeah, right? A moment later, the blade disappears from the ground, but it doesn't return to Salvi's hand or even mine. It phases directly into the chest of the triumvir.
Sylvie!
He rises to his feet and grips the handle of the blade. I can see tears streaming from his eyes, sad at what he's done. He's shaking, as if almost to refuse to believe this is real.
I hate that you're making me do this. I hate the man that you've made me become.
Sylvie.
A moment later, that's a new one, right? He just pulled like the massive Jedi
Only
trick
the cool
there.
kids join the conspiracy
A moment
on
later,
Discord.
he pulls out the blade.
So, I can see why you are
Then,
not there.
with a harsh
Just
kick,
saying.
the triumvir flies off the edge. I can hear them scream as they fall, and then the screams fade. Savi drops the blade and then drops it back down to his knees. I start walking up the stairs, shocked at what I just saw. One of them was dead. Now, only 2 of them remain.
Monarch, take the blade and go. End this foolish war.
We're gonna have to talk about how you just cut my arm off, though. We're gonna have to talk about this. I summon the blade back to my hand and walk up the stairs. As I arrive beside him, but he simply shakes his head. I consider placing my hand on his shoulder, but it's no use.
Just go.
With a sigh of regret, I realize there's nothing I can do. I wouldn't have the time to chastise him. I decided to enter the chambers. His cries fill my ears.
And I will remember this part made me feel sad about you.
Oh, it does. That part is sad. I know he's trying to do something the best he can, but that's a tough move. Either the end of the triumvirate or the end of myself. God damn. That was something else. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like there might have been another way, but damn, that was hard for him. It's no use because he's on your left. Right, which doesn't work too well. When I enter their chambers, it looks like just like I remembered it. I've been here before. I had visions of standing in this very spot. In those visions, I remember walking towards the idol in the back. I can feel the blade respond to this room, but I'm not sure why. It's not moving or anything, it just feels deep in my gut. As I go to grab the blade, I hear a loud voice call out to me.
Stop!
Then, out of nowhere, I see 2 cloaks appear by the idol. One of them stays in place and the other walks towards me. The one in the back surely my target and the other then their leader.
Do not draw that blade unless you intend to use it. That idol will respond to your aggression and fight back. We will not harm you. We brought you here for another reason.
Another reason? What could it be? I know I was told not to let them speak, but I'm curious. Assuming a neutral stance, I asked them to explain themselves.
That is a tall order, Monarch.
I noticed they used my proper title. In this moment, there was no room left for doubt. Everything Hell told us about the Triumvirate was true. They don't speak. They just stand there in silence. If I had anything to ask them, I guess it would be time to do it. However, earlier warnings echoed in my ears, warning against letting them speak. I guess I have to talk to him.
We are nobody, and yet we are everyone. We are the same, and yet we are different. There is really no way to answer that question.
Yeah, you did it. You found a way to make it even worse.
Like
you.
We are simply beings capable of wielding that blade. When the sun sets on this era and rises again, we will be forgotten. Reduced to cosmic dust, we will become even less than a memory.
Okay.
It matters not how the cycle ends, only how the cycle began. The ones who created that blade could never comprehend what they started. An endless war of life against death, of purity against corruption. As long as that blade exists, there will be beings capable of wielding it. And as long as those beings exist, they will inevitably meet, just like us. the catalyst for the clashing of ideals.
Damn, this is not more cryptic answers. These are some really bad cryptic answers. I'm not sure what they're saying. Okay, where did the blade come from?
Long ago, a group of 3 faced an almost insurmountable foe. They were able to prevail, and they thought they had won peace. All of the worlds, once closed off, became united in one large universe. You see, that blade was created from the clashing of conflicting ideals. Life against death, purity against corruption. It feeds off of that imbalance. What they held after the battle was only a portend of more strife to come. We do look fondly on those who created the blade, but we also hate them. Were it not for them...
I want to say something, but it spoils Major Minor. Oh, interesting. Well, I'm going to have to play that, but like I said, if I play it, I'm probably going to wait for like the whole remake or, you know, re-release or whatever he's doing. So I might wait for that. Memories, okay.
Linger through the core of that blade. But no matter how strong they were, one fact remained. They were nothing but foolish men. Men who thought themselves worthy of delivering justice.
Look at you.
Men who, with all the power in the world,
look at you,
remained short-sighted. They knew not what they trifled with, Monarch. They thought that the blade was a symbol of victory. But no. After what you've been through, we both know what it truly means. War and death.
Why are you doing this to Alestia?
True evil can almost never be fully defeated. Though heroes of the past stood victorious over evil, it was temporary. In the future, sometimes even millions of years ahead, the evil returned.
Okay.
And now it stands before you, corrupting the very heart of Alestia. But this is not the first world it has harmed, and it plans to keep moving. We follow it with that blade and save innocent worlds from its wrath. Look at the dying Voltaeus. It would deliver that fate to every single world. Rather than temporarily cast the idol away, we decided to settle down on this planet. Our goal was to find a way to destroy both the idol and the blade for good.
Huh. Interesting.
Doing so would liberate the universe from this eternal war. But we did not hold the power required to destroy the idol. Not yet. If we could make the blade stronger, though, then we might stand a chance. If it could match the strength of the idol, then that could be it. The energy unleashed in such a moment would destroy both for sure. Since the blade fed on life, we would have to start relying on others.
Interesting. This is going in an interesting direction. Not sure. I don't know. I guess like the question is here, are they being truthful when they say this, or is it all a lie? Like that's what I'm trying to figure out. So why do you imprison the monarchy? Where's my freaking thing? Oh, wait. Okay.
They had planned to use this idol as a source of power, perhaps to aid in their conquest of other worlds. The universe belonged to them, they thought.
Interesting. They never really mentioned that. Is that why he wanted to destroy the books, because he did want us finding out about this?
But wielding the power of evil incarnate would only lead to ruin. We couldn't let them continue down a path as dangerous as that. So we cast them aside in an astral prison using that blade. And as we did, we created new life on Alessia. A new, pure species that would keep on reproducing. A breeding ground of power for that blade to harvest. If we could make that blade strong enough, then we'd win. But even then, we couldn't gather power fast enough. The idol started corrupting and killing Voltaires. We had to think of something.
Howell did say they made mistakes, so it's possible. I agree. He definitely did say that.
We did not want to walk. But in order to create peace, it was necessary.
Why have you been having visions of this room?
We are not surprised, given our method of harvesting power. You see, this is not the first time you have stood in our chambers.
Okay, so Hal was right about this then.
It is the last. But to be honest, we've seen you many times. That blade exists unbound from the restraints of time and space. Every death along your journey has only served to power it further. When you got here, if it was not strong enough, we sent you back. When we did so, the blade remained unchanged. The cycle started anew.
It's just like Loki season 2. It might be.
More twists and turns than a roller coaster.
You stand here.
Who needs predictability when you have those cliffhangers keeping you on the edge of your seat? Sounds like Damek's fate might be just as unpredictable.
Who knows?
The occupation, the rebellion, and even your attacks on Voltaires. We created a period of time in your history filled with nothing but death. Over and over, you and your friends have lived it, only to power that blade. When the final cycle came along, we would have you carry out your goal. The destruction of both the idol and the sword is what you were meant for. You may have come to kill us, but your virtues are simply misplaced.
Oh, more. What makes me so special?
Nothing does. Well, at least.
We gave everybody daddy issues. They did give everybody daddy issues. They gave everybody parent issues in general.
That's why we kept our nation separate and focused on strength.
Originally, we hoped our champion would come from Alarinthia. That's why we kept that nation separate. Okay, got it.
If each ruler was stronger than the last, well, as time passed, we might find someone strong enough, someone with the will and power required to wield that blade. Of course, it became clear that this would never work. Just as we started to give up hope, those idols appeared. The monarchy was somehow able to reach out of their prison.
Goodness me.
The growing nation of Valinor developed their culture around this. And as a reward for reverence, the concept of the seer was created. A special citizen of Valinor, with the power of the monarchy inside of them. Even then, none of the seers were as strong as we needed. Until you. The monarchy gave you everything they had. We assumed that they did this so you would kill us. But it would seem that they played right into our hands. You were led down a path that only gave you more and more power. In all of the universe, you are the only one who can use that blade effectively.
Well.
You house not just your own will, but the will of billions of spirits. Spirits that want nothing more than to see their homeworld freed. There was no other choice, really. You are our champion monarch.
This is an interesting story. Do I have any say in any of this stuff?
No.
Wow.
You are our creation, and must do as we say. But your actions will ensure peace and happiness for trillions. It is a small price to pay.
Well, that's a problem because you don't know how to use it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty new to this, so you guys might need to give me a tutorial. Do you have a tutorial book or something like that? Do you guys have like a instruction manual that I can look at? Is it really worth all this trouble?
We wish to end a cycle that has plagued the universe for eternities. In fact, it could be even longer. It is impossible to know for sure. Because of that, we believe that no price is too high to pay. We will never be remembered. Nobody will ever know our sacrifice. But there shall never be another world marred by that corrupt idol. And no man will ever again be seduced by the power of that blade.
Interesting.
The best course of action for the universe is to destroy them both. Their existence will always lead to those who believe they control fate. They will always lead to a clash of ideas. And it will always lead to this.
Enough talk, let's finish. Enough talk, let's finish this. Let's finish this now. It was enough talk. I came here to kill them, and that's what I'd do. No matter what they had to say, they couldn't talk themselves free. They hurt my world and my friends. I would make them suffer.
The mind can suffer when stuck in the same time and place. History repeating itself can be far more than maddening. We try to break free from the cycle, but only perish.
This member of the Triumvirate is talking so differently. The one in the back in the previous room had almost completely different story. If being caught in a cycle could drive them mad, I had to wonder which one was mad.
This is why we will not stop you if you wish to kill us. That blade has kept us alive long enough to see things through. Our final rest would only be a sign that we have finally won. So go ahead, kill me, and kill my master. Turn that blade on the idol, and see what happens. See if you can free everybody from its wrath. Not just us, or Alestia, but all worlds, and all people. If you are not strong enough, then the cycle will just start anew. Before you know it, you may be facing us here once more. But know that we are not your enemy. All we've done to...
Oh, did I just do it? Did I just stab him? I'm sick of hearing it. I'm sick of hearing weak justification. I phased the blade into my hand and thrust it through their chest. But it's like I was warned before. The idol responds to my aggression. The room is engulfed in a blinding darkness. It must be the idol. The blade usually causes a white light. I feel the immense warmth around me and hear the crackling of flames. Oh shit! The darkness fades and the entire room is engulfed in fire. The Triumvirate stands before me bleeding and crying. There were no gods. They were just weak, arrogant people.
Very well.
I turn and face the flames forcibly, taking them with me. I hold them there with the blade, tempted to absorb their soul. But no, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve the satisfaction. I pull the blade out and watch as the blood oozes blood. Then I grab them by the cloak and pull them close to me. In their final moments, I curse them and condemn them, and then push them back into the idol's flames. I hear them scream and writhe as they slowly burn alive. In my opinion, they deserve punishment far worse than that. Now, just one more to go. As I turn my back to face the idol, the final Triumvirate stands before me. I hold out the blade towards them, showing my intent to kill. That was my goal. Kill the Triumvirate, destroy the idol.
Stop! Think about what you're doing. Everything we've done in the name of freedom.
What was that sound in the background? Did you hear that? What was like that growling sound? They get down on their knees and look up at me.
Normally, I'd send you back to start the cycle anew. But now...
What is that sound?
Your strength surpasses mine. This must be the end. I beg for your mercy. Let me live to see what I fought for.
Yeah, just shut up already. No, there's like a weird, he's making a different sound that the other ones do not. Without hesitation, I swing the blade and cut off their head. They fall to the ground and blood stains the white of their cloak. I'm not sure what to believe, as they all had something different to say. Perhaps they meant to use that as a doubt as a weapon when I got here. I throw away all that nonsense and stick to the goal I originally had. With them out of the way, it was time to destroy the idol for good. I take a step forward, and my body is assaulted with pain. I can tell that the idol is fighting back, and I fall to my knees. The flames are hot, that I feel as if I'm melting away too. But no, something else is happening. It's not just the flames. The idol is trying to kill me, but I'm not the only one here. Inside me is the monarchy, billions of spirits wanting to help. It's almost as if they're shielding me, sacrificing themselves for me. Yeah, I don't know. That's a bit. I don't think he's the only one whose face we don't see. That's true. He is the one we didn't see. Oop. Interesting song choice here in the background. I stand up and take another step forward. The pain is even worse. I fall to my hands and knees and cry in agony. It's too much. My vision blurs, but after a while, things return to normal. Through the pain has gone away. I start to feel weaker and weaker. I know that the souls inside me are giving their lives for this. If I could get the idol and attack it, I might be able to win. That was a big maybe, but there was one thing I knew for sure. I might not live through this. There was no other option. Every step I took could easily be my last. Click the idol to step towards it. Oof. Determination rises within me, and I take another step forward. My body is racked with pain, and it's almost impossible to walk. I use the blade as a makeshift cane, as a voice sounds in my head.
You can do this, Monarch. Don't give up.
I'm not sure what I just heard, since nobody's actually around me. In these chambers, it would seem that time and space can act abnormally. And with another step, I grit my teeth. It feels like I'm being torn apart.
Keep on moving! We didn't come this far just to lose now!
As the souls exit my body to shield me, I notice I get noticeably weaker. I tremble with every step, trying as hard as I can to keep myself standing. My comrades call out to me and urge me to keep moving. I start to cry.
I guess I'm no longer the strongest member of the rebellion. I'm proud of you, Monarch. You saw this through to the bitter end.
With another step, I fall to the ground. I lay there, crying and squirming in pain. My grip on the blade tightens as I shake.
Is this really how you want your story to be told? Get up, Monarch! Get up and finish what you started!
I use the blade for support, and I try to rise to my feet. This is taking so much out of me. Would I have enough power at the end? Hoping with every fiber of my being that I do, I take another step forward.
I knew there was something special about you. Ever since the start, you brought us all together and unified us. You made us a family.
I smile, a stark contrast to the tears that are streaming down my face. With another step, I'm almost facing the idol. I couldn't do this. I couldn't do this alone. The voices of my comrades and the souls inside me, they carry me forward.
So, everything has led to this. The monarchy is no more, but you can still live. Make it through this, and give Alestia the future it deserves.
I take one more step, and I ready the blade. As soon as I thrust into the idol, things would be over. But as the power within me dwindled, I realized one thing. No matter what happened next, the blade would be destroyed. But if I wanted to get rid of the idol for good... Hey, I'm back. My phone died. No worries. Welcome back. And if I wanted to get rid of the idol for good, then I would perish as well. In order to live and see another day, I'd have to hold back just a bit. But if I did that, there's a chance that the idol might not be fully defeated. It could come back in the future to corrupt and decay other innocent worlds. Was keeping my life worth condemning the other worlds to suffer like we did? I thrust the blade into the idol and activated. The blinding light follows. This was the end. The blade, in mere moments, would enact my final will. I just have to ask myself, what would that final will be? Ooh. What fate would await me in all of those innocent worlds? Ooh. Interesting. Do I spare your life, cast away the idol temporarily, sacrifice yourself, and destroy the idol for good? Oh my goodness. I don't know, Axel. I don't know. That's tough because if I do that, if I do that, like, obviously that would be a happier temporary ending, right? You know what I mean? Like, destroy the idol and the cycle. I think that's what I almost feel like that's better for the world and like the everything. Because aren't I just pushing the problem down the road if I don't do this? But no, but I'm saying, Axel, aren't I just pushing this down the road if I do that? Okay. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna be honest with you, Axel. I'm gonna be honest with you.
If you stand together, you will always.
I feel. I actually feel like sacrificing is the right answer. I think that's the right answer. I think this is the one. I feel like that's what I need. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna save here.
Oh no, a dramatic moment. Will this be a heartbreaking turn of events?
I'm gonna save that one.
Hope for a twist in the story. Let's brace ourselves for the emotional roller coaster ahead.
I think I have to do it. I have to go with... I understand where you're coming from, Axel, but I gotta go with what I think is right. I gotta do what I think is right. And so... I gotta do what I think is right. I have to do it. I couldn't spare myself if it meant the other worlds could be hurt. It would be selfish, even though I wanted to live. I knew I couldn't. As soon as we all set sail, I knew this could be the end for me. But even though I knew it was a possibility, still didn't want to believe it. I was only fooling myself. If you do that, you all end up, well, but we'll have to see what that means. I was only fooling myself, thinking that I could live to see what I fought for. I denied the triumvirate that right, and now I would deny myself as well. I guess it didn't matter now. I could feel myself fading away. I commanded the blade to use all the power it can, including that of my life. No matter what happened to me,
yeah, you, watching, I see you. If you have not
I could
hit
rest
follow,
knowing one simple fact.
Why not just do it? Come on.
Alestia had been given the future it deserved. In the hands of the people, they were free to live as they pleased.
Wipe your eyes and
As everything fades away, I wonder what that future might bring to my allies.
your cheek. We have rid the world of its darkest fate. Now hear the changed winds speak.
After the war, Valessa dedicated her life to philanthropy. She helped the people of Mazeo move on from the triumvirate. Undoing some of the damage her parents had done was her new calling. As pirates, they inflicted wounds upon the culture and people of Mazeo. Being their daughter, she felt qualified to try and make up for what they did. And so she would go down in history as one of Mazeo's greatest public figures. She didn't ignore Valenorth, however, and still paid frequent visits. Trusting Fortem to take care of her home, she did the same for Mazeo. Together, they helped ensure that both nations lived strong and in harmony. Each year, she'd place flowers on Salberg's spirit idol. This was to remember you, and the idol that empowered you. You were never forgotten, not by her or by the world you served. For as long as she lived, she did this every year, her love unwavering. Known as a strong woman, this was the only time she shed a tear. Tales of her dedication to your love would live on after her passing. Because of your efforts and choices, Valessa survived. When the whole world stood against her, she faced it and prevailed. You gave her a gift of a happy, peaceful life, one not lost to senseless war. Fortem returned to Valenorth and took on the role of elder. He stayed
You
true
know,
to
you're never
his
truly
word
dead
and
as long
united
as someone
his nation
remembers
with
you.
the rest
I
of
agree with
Alestia.
that.
At the loss of some culture, Valenorth merged with the monarchy for good. A small price to pay, many would say. Valenorth let go of its dead beliefs. No more spirit realm, no more seers. Valenorth was just like every other nation. Trade routes were opened, and Valenorth was no longer closed off to outsiders.
Comrades are still alive except us.
Yep. They are, which is good.
In a way, his nation became almost an extension of Mazeo. Upon his passing, he left behind the world he dreamed of creating, a unified Alestia, each nation resting on another for strength and purpose. He never got over the loss of his lover, however. The day of your death became a day of festivities for Valenorth. They celebrated the gift of life that you gave to the rest of Alestia. On this day, many flowers would line the streets to your home. Fortem always kept good on his word of visiting you every day. Though you were no longer there, he never stopped honoring your memory.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Fortem survived the war, despite all odds. His strong love for everything around him kept him afloat. When all hope was lost, he stood up and challenged death in the face.
They called it Life Day. Probably. And for that,
he was never forgotten. Living a long and full life, he was happy. Alestia was forever better because of him.
Also, damn, now I'm about to cry. Yeah.
After the war, Pro settled down in Museo and started to write. He wanted to chronicle everything about the major players of the war. Working with any rebel survivors, he pledged that their story would never be lost. His works would go down in history as the most detailed records of wartime. People would aspire to write like him, but to this date, none have come close. Considered one of the greatest historians in Alestia, he retired and lived a peaceful life.
Did he write the bit about the tree? Who write what about the tree? I'm not sure what about the tree. I don't know what you mean by that.
He wrote about you and your sacrifice in vivid detail, along with your shared love.
Like, do you mean...
In his mind, it was important to write about you as a person instead of a hero.
Yeah.
Legends should be grounded in reality. At least that's how he chose to write about you.
Well, that's nice.
But he never forgot about the relationship that formed between
writing about
the two of you.
You and
A lover,
maybe he did.
A fighter, a hero.
He might have.
Alestia would remember you in many ways in the years to come, but most importantly, thanks to Pro's writing, you would be a symbol of hope to all. Pro's identity as the mole within the rebellion never came to light. However, even if it did, he had done enough to make up for his actions. Many aspired to write like him, but none could achieve such prowess. After the war, Ulrich did his best to assist the throne and serve the monarchy. There was much to take care of.
I think he also wrote the monarch would have won, but he was too nice, right? We'll never know. We'll never know.
In his spare time, he would visit New Alarinthia and assist Vivian as well. Having achieved his dream of a changed nation, it made sense to help out. It would take a while before every Alarinthian adjusted to this new lifestyle. With your sacrifice, there was nobody left to lead Alestia. Ulrich, stepping up, took on the role of the first king of the monarchy.
That
His
is
goal
not
was clear.
Did
to
not
educate
expect
the
that.
world on the new status quo.
All right, did not expect that.
People slowly learned and adjusted to news of the Triumvirate's fall. But with many years of hard work, they had come to enjoy Ulrich's rule. Alestians lived in peace, never fearing what
Proud
their
of him?
rulers
I'm
may
proud of
do
him
to
too.
them.
I would have thought maybe Damek, but that's something else. That is not what I expected.
He never forgot the romance that blossomed along your journey. Even though you were lost, he still stayed loyal to you and your memories. Though people thought he refused to move on, he knew this wasn't true. With his curse lifted, he was no longer afraid of dying. He knew that if he did, he might see his love again in the afterlife. This thought is what kept him going when things as a ruler got rough.
Oh, man.
Thanks to your efforts, Ulrich was able to live a happy life, free from the Triumvirate. The shadows
I
of
like
his
to imagine
past soon dissipated,
when
he
the
turned into a
comrades
new man,
to check on us,
truly
they're all
loved by the people.
in tears,
Though
but
his secrets never
what we
came to
did
light,
had to be
he had
done.
certainly
Yeah,
done enough
I think that's
work
the
to make
case.
up for them.
I think that's the case. I do think that's the answer, because I still feel like if I had chosen to survive, then it might have been a happier, like, overall tone in the moment, but I think there would have been doubt. I think there would have been doubt because it would have just come back, right? Like, it's tough.
After the battle for Alestia, Damek had a lot of work to do. Going from a member of the rebellion to a leader in the monarchy was a huge change. He was no longer part of a small army. His actions affected the entire world. Because of your sacrifice, the surviving forces were in a state of disarray. However, this was put to rest when Ulrich stood up and assumed
Yeah, it would
the
only be
role of
temporary
king.
happiness.
Damek
Exactly.
immediately pledged loyalty to his childhood friend and served his new king. But he never forgot about you and what you did in order to secure victory. He used you as a guide on what to do and was known as kind and honorable. That was his way of honoring your growing love, using your ideals as inspiration. He remained in his role as advisor, just under Ulrich's leadership instead. Honoring your appointment, he served in this capacity until the end of his days. His bond with Ulrich stayed as strong as ever, and they always saw eye to eye.
Well, that's good.
Damek eventually got over all of the fears that controlled him. He paid visits to the spot where he lost his mother, but it held no power over him. Speaking as if she were there with him,
good for him.
He told her stories of everything that happened.
That's good for him. I'm pretty happy for him. Ulrich never stabbed him, not once.
And he was able to leave without feeling sad. Instead, he was happy. He knew that if she were really there, she would be proud of him. That was enough to keep him going when times got tough. Thanks to your efforts, Damek was able to live a long, happy life. He served the throne for the rest of his life, remaining forever loyal. The tale of how far he'd come would go down in history and become legend. Sophie's past crimes were pardoned after his exceptional performance in Balteus.
Including removing my arm.
And his advice regarding them were seen as invaluable. Were it not for his actions and his change of heart, the war would have been lost. True to his word, he used his eternal life to serve the monarchy. He was able to tell stories of your battles and keep your legacy alive. Every ruler in the future would know exactly who gave them their power. Howl survived the war, despite several grievous wounds. His body mended them with ease, and his life continued as normal. He dedicated his life to assisting the throne and recording history. But not current history. He wrote about the old monarchy and their ways. It was almost as if the spirits inside him felt regret at their actions.
I mean, it looks like everybody did.
Howl had this change of
which is
heart,
great.
But it was for the better. However, he chose to write about you and your sacrifice as well. In his eyes, you were an extension of his kind as well, and very important. He called you the bridge between worlds, and attributed victory almost entirely to you. Thanks to your efforts, Howl was able to live a happy life. He was rarely seen outside.
It's nice seeing what happened to everybody. I agree. It is nice seeing what happened to everybody.
To him, it was worth it in order to...
Aaron's Tavern
went on to boom in popularity, being near the birthplace of the monarch. He was forever thankful that he didn't have to give up his home like Damek had wanted. As a tribute to you, he would rename the tavern in the future, his way of saying thanks.
I forgot about Aaron.
Even though it doesn't look like it, Howl cried a little.
He might have. He might have.
This is where Milas settled down, unable to decide between Mazeo and Valenorth.
Oh yeah, true.
He lived a happy and peaceful life, choosing how his remaining days played out. Being free to choose what happened to him, he was never bound by duty again.
Well, that's good. Hey, ears!
After the chaos dwindled, Alex returned to Mazeo and started a new life. His treaty was honored, and pirates were forgiven for all they had done. All bans were lifted, and pirates were officially employed as traders.
Even though it doesn't look like Howl cried, even though, yeah, he did. He definitely did. He might have. I don't know.
Neda was never seen again. It was assumed that she didn't agree with these changes. Or perhaps she was spiteful that you didn't choose to align with her demands. Either way, Alestia would forever remember her as a
And he got all of the
lord.
ear pets, as he should. Alex is a good boy.
After finding himself fully redeemed, Grizz returned to his office as mayor. Honoring the pirate treaty he had coordinated, he helped Mazeo adjust to every change. He had long since been forgiven.
I never liked Nada. She was too much of a bitch to be voted. I agree. She was harsh. She was harsh.
The created seers seemed to be affected by your attack on the Dark Idol. As if offering their strength when needed the most, the energy within them vanished. When the fog of war settled, they were no longer plagued with visions.
Oh!
They had healthy minds.
Oh, that's good.
Vivian returned to Alarinthia and led it into a new age.
Oh, that's so good.
No longer was the fate of the nation in the hands of the strong. Alarinthia existed in unity with the new monarchy, and it flourished. Trade routes were introduced,
that is
and
nice.
its ports were open to everybody. The strict security and immigration process had been abolished permanently. Holding a ball every year, Vivian kept up the tradition of giving to the people. One thing was for sure. Alarinthia would never be in the hands of the strong again. Vivian lived out a long and happy life in the nation he had always dreamed of creating. Shane was never seen again after that fateful encounter in Balteus. He is presumed dead, and many refuse to speak about his betrayal.
Oh,
if
wow.
he survived, he went to great lengths to remain hidden from the world.
Well, that's probably for the best.
When the chaos and confusion settled down, Halen seemed like a new man. He likened his existence to that of a spectator watching a performance. No matter what he wanted to do, his body could not defy his masters. He decided to atone for what he had done and joined the new monarchy. Of course, many people were apprehensive about accepting his aid. Over time, they learned to accept him and his desires as genuine.
Yeah, it would be quite hard to forget Shane. It probably would be. And like, I don't know. I hope he survived, and I hope he just kind of, lived out and disappeared, but
in power.
I don't know. It's hard to say what would happen to him.
Friends, he took pride in being on the right side.
Especially after what he did for Dominic. Like, I kind of hope he survived, I guess.
With the Dark Idol gone from Balteus, the corruption slowly waned. Over the next several decades, it made a complete
So with us gone, who would take in Halen? Well, I think it sounded like he was working with Ulrich and Dominic. It sounds like he was working with them, from what that said.
Its name was changed to New Balteus and left behind its old roots. No longer would it be known.
I think he
as the
survived
seat of
and went
the
into hiding.
Triumvirate.
Maybe Pro
People
had
would
something to
see
do
it
with
as
that,
the
you know?
place where Alestia was changed.
Maybe Pro
forever.
helped him out. Who knows?
People would come from all over the world to see the home of the new monarchy. It became a symbol of new beginnings, teaching people that change is always possible. As the corruption slowly disappeared, people settled down and turned it into a prosperous nation. You were successful in your aspirations. You left behind an entirely changed world. The members of the rebellion that survived had a new, even bigger journey before them. It was time to lead the world into the bright future you secured. For them, work had only just begun. Thank you for your service, Monarch. For everything you've done, you will never be forgotten.
Whoa! Together, strength and unity. All of them have survived. Everybody survived. That's cool. I feel like that probably didn't have to happen, so that's cool. Ooh. Well, this looks familiar. My vision fades in, and I feel incredibly confused. With everything that just happened, I should definitely be dead. Actually, maybe I was. Far be it for me to decide what death brought. I knew that I'm in my house, that much is easily discernible. After rising up into a sitting position, though, I noticed something shocking. The lower half of my arm is still missing. Could I have survived? I think it depends on your loyalty and if you let Shane live and Savi join you. I think it depends on your loyalty and if you let Shane live and Savi join you. Maybe. I don't know, because they don't really go into it, but we'll see. No, that was impossible. So what's going on exactly? As my mind starts to fill with possibilities, there's a knock at my door. I'm filled with fright, but then, a moment later, I hear a familiar voice.
Hey, open up.
Hello? Hi? I rush to the door and Fortame steps inside my house. My heart is beating so fast, then joy overtakes me. I give Fortane a big hug and he seems surprised.
Did you just wake up? Oh, jeez. Hope we won't be late. Don't tell me you forgot what day it is.
I don't know. I was dead just a moment ago. Huh?
It's the anniversary of your induction. If we don't hurry to the town square, we'll be late.
What?
Salus is already under enough stress having to train Milas.
Wait, Salus is there too? The Salus is alive?
So come on, we need to get going. Your parents are counting on me, Seer.
My
I told
parents?
them to give me 10 minutes tops.
My parents are here? My parents? I'm in complete shock, and I'd stand there, dumbfounded. A small eternity passes before Fortane breaks the silence.
Well, don't just stand there. You need to get
I
ready.
have a theory about this scene. Interesting.
You've got those detective vibes going on. Put on your detective hat and let's solve the mystery of winds of change.
But I really
Who
don't
needs a magnifying glass.
At the
when you've
rate
got
you'll be
those
greeting
sharp
the
eagle
townspeople
eyes,
in your
right?
underwear. I mean, you can if you want to, but I really don't recommend that. I don't know what's going on. Am I in a new reality? Is the elder is alive, as well as my parents, and I've been inducted. Nah, do it. I could. This means that the rebellion was never formed. There was no occupation. Tears start streaming from my eyes, and I give Fortame a bigger hug. I don't know what happened exactly, but I'm not about to question it. If this was my reward for my journey and sacrifice, then it was worth it.
Whoa, hey, calm down.
I cry even harder, and Fortame can't help but show worry.
Hey, wait. Are you okay?
No. Nah, do it. Yeah. I nod and tell him that everything is fine. And this time, something tells me it'll stay that way. Oh, wow. Ooh. This sounds like music that I would play back in college. I feel like I did write a song very similar to this, actually. I feel like I have a recording somewhere of a song that me and my friend wrote and performed. I probably have a recording of it somewhere. It sounds very similar to this. Anyway, I think that's it. I don't know what this does. This was really cool. What can I say about it? That was really cool. That was really good, though. That was a really good game. The ending there was very intense. That choice is impossible. Maybe at some point I'll go back and take a look at it, like what would happen if you go the other way. I don't know if I'll do that on stream, but definitely an interesting conversation and interesting stuff going on. And I really enjoyed this a lot. It was really well done. So I think it's the afterlife where you get to go live the best time of your life, or a new timeline where the Dark Idol never existed. I mean, maybe so. I would imagine, like, when my theory on that is probably something like that. Like, the way I'm thinking about it, Jojo, is I would almost say it's like, you know how, like, they were able to take the monarchy and imprison them inside of, like, one of the idols, or basically put them in, like, the idols. And what we just did, kind of like destroying the idol, kind of released a lot of extra energy. So I do think I'm dead. I think in the real world, or like the world that everybody else was in, I'm dead. But I think like the power of all of that energy being released kind of probably created like a pocket reality, kind of similar to what they trapped the monarchy in. And then this is just me living out my life in that world. And the dark idol doesn't exist, and everything's happy. And hopefully I get to meet all those guys under better circumstances. And that's what I'm going to choose to think. That's what I'm going to choose to say, is that we met all of them again in later times, and that's what happened. But with that all being said, I think we got to head out. We're going to call it the night. Obviously, I went hell of a lot longer than I was expecting to, but I'm glad we got this game done. It was really good, and I'm really happy with it. And yeah, at some point we'll probably go back and play Major Minor. You know, yeah, I would love to see everyone reuniting at that time. That would be nice. That would be nice. But for now, yeah, I think I'm gonna head out. It is late. I need to go to bed. Yeah, I gotta go to bed. So, yeah, so we're gonna send you guys out. I want to say a big thank you to Firestreak Fox for the raid. That was awesome. I very much appreciate it. Also, big thank you to Axel Wolfkin for the raid as well. Really big thank you there. And Jojo, thank you so much for the resubscription. Very much appreciate all of you guys for coming in and hanging out, playing this game, experiencing the end of this game with me. That was a lot of fun. I will see you guys probably tomorrow. We're going to be doing some Phasmophobia. Probably won't be playing this late.
57,957. Always spreading positivity and warmth in the conspiracy
But yeah,
community.
so until that time,
a true ray of sunshine,
I'm
lighting
thinking.
up the chat with their wholesome presence.
Are they saying they're not? Oh, okay. I was about to say that can't be right. Okay. So, I think what we'll do is we are going to send you guys over to. Let's do this. I don't know. I don't have a lot of. I've pretty much outrun most anybody that I know playing tonight. So let's do this. Let's go to. I don't know who's a good person out there. Let's do this one. Someone's playing Ratchet and Clank. You know what I mean? If we're gonna do Ratchet and Clank, I'll send you guys over to, it looks like Zero Finks, who's playing some Ratchet and Clank. So you guys have a good night with that. And until next time, guys, I will see you then. Have a good one.